Hi guys, this is Shadow. Join our Patreon and have access to tons of novels and hundreds of hours of audiobooks. Also, by selecting a tier monthly, you can request any novel you want and I can turn it to audiobook for you. Don't forget to like and subscribe. Enjoy.
Chapter 351. The Fight from Within 2. He's waking up, move away. After noticing a change in Caius' heartbeat, Theron shoved the nurse aside and moved closer to Caius, who was lying down on a soft bed. His eyelids twitched and soon opened, revealing his soft yellow eyes. Adjusting to the light, they twitched for a brief moment before dimming. Theron's expression changed the moment he laid eyes on Caius. They looked so lost. The room fell into a strange silence as neither party spoke. Eventually, the silence was broken by Caius' hoarse voice as he blankly stared at the ceiling above. I can't feel it. You can't feel what? Theron moved closer, his eyes darting around to check his body. What can't he feel? His legs? His arms? Everything should be norma. My emotions. Theron's entire body stiffened as his eyes fell on Caius, who looked back at him blankly. Raising his hands, Caius touched his face, his eyes blanking out. He blinked his eyes. Can't feel anything. Squeezing his hands over his face, Caius' eyes started to bleed. Talentless. So, today marks the start of the second semifinal match. Carl's voice was rather low. The excitement that was usually present in his voice was no longer there. What replaced it was a serious look. The match will be between Leon Ellert and Aoife Megrail, both of which belong to the Nuz and Sifa Empire. Couldn't be helped. Now that Caius had been eliminated, the only competing members were those from the Nuz and Sifa Empire. This meant that the top 3 candidates were from the same empire. There had never been such a precedent in the past. It was such an overwhelming dominance that left him, and the audience stunned. And yet, as one might expect the viewers to die down in the face of such a situation, the reality was different, with the broadcasting viewership higher than it had ever been. Carl felt intense pressure upon realizing this. I won't spend much time introducing either side since most of you are already familiar with the two of them. On one side we have the Princess of the Empire, the current Black Star, and the last remaining of the Big Four. Carl took a deep breath upon uttering those words. Shifting his attention toward Leon, he unknowingly started to drum his fingers over the table. Julian has eliminated 2 of the Big Four by himself while Leon has already eliminated 1. Will he be able to defy the odds like Julian has? Possibly. Johanna chimed in, her expression just as serious as Carl's. Leon has shown very good qualities so far. He has a shot at beating Aoife, but... She paused for a second, her brows knitting together as her eyes fell on Aoife, who stood on the opposite end of Leon, wearing a thin smile on her face. Aoife has yet to display her full range of abilities. We don't know if she developed a concept or what her concept is. It will all come down to Leon's ability to deal with the unexpected. I agree. Carl was just about to say something else when the referee's hand raised. The entire Coliseum turned quiet, all noise disappearing at once. With all eyes lingering over the referee, a strange tension took over the platform. And it all came to a snap when the referee's hand shot down, announcing the start of the match. Begin. Bang. Leon was the first one to move. His figure blurred from the spot, shattering the ground beneath him and heading straight for Aoife, who remained standing in the same spot. As her eyes shifted from her left and right side, a smile crept on her pretty features as her red hair swayed before her eyes and she twisted her torso, unsheathing her thin sword and slashing down. Clank. Sparks flew in the air as Leon's sword came into contact with Aoife's. Neither side budged an inch as their eyes interlocked with one another. With a grunt, Leon's arms popped and cracked as they began to bulge. Power started to overflow his body as he started to push Aoife's sword back. With his jaw clenched, he tried to take a step forward, but midway through his motion, his foot stopped. Looking down, he saw Aoife's finger move and his expression changed as his leg was flung to the side, momentarily disrupting his center of gravity. Aoife's eyes sharpened then. Twisting the heel of her foot, she let go of her sword, twirling around Leon and arriving before his exposed back where she pressed her hand. Bang. Yuka. Leon's body trembled as he staggered forward. At the same time, the sword that left Aoife's hand began to float in the air, its tip pointing directly at Leon's heart as he staggered toward it. The audience held their breaths at the sight. It had all happened so fast and fluidly that they hardly had time to process the situation. Leon's pupils shrank at the sight of the sword. Slowly, his eyes began to transform, the darkness within them giving way to blank, white dots that gradually filled the void. Without hesitation, Leon blinked his eyes, causing some of the stars to disappear. His body burst with power, and his body began to pop once more as the muscles in his body adjusted, allowing him to regain his footing and twisting his body, just narrowly avoiding the sword that grazed past his shirt. Hiss. Leon sucked in a cold breath. Blinking again, he tapped the ground lightly, disappearing from his spot and materializing behind Aoife, who turned her head as though she could follow his movements. Her hand flicked, and her sword shot in his direction. Leon could only raise his own sword in an attempt to stop the approaching sword. However, just as he tried to do so, he felt a powerful force hold his arms down, preventing him from moving the sword up. His expression changed, but he remained calm. His body squirmed, and his muscles tensed, releasing all the pent-up energy at once. A muffled bang resounded from deep within his body as he managed to free himself from the constraints of Aoife's telekinesis. Clank. Sparks flew as he managed to block the sword in time. Yuk. With a low shout, Leon reached out for Aoife's sword and firmly grasped it with his free hand. Aoife raised her hand in an attempt to regain control of her sword, but Leon didn't allow her, blinking his eyes one more, causing a large chunk of the stars within his eyes to disappear. His arm bulged and blood started to trickle down his right nostril. The veins on his neck protruded as his face grew red. Yuka. With a low shout, he managed to resist Aoife's telekinesis, freeing the sword from its restraint. Bang bang. With a sword in each hand, he didn't waste a single second after that as he charged directly at her, the ground splitting with each step he took. His momentum rose, and his figure appeared to grow taller and sturdier in the eyes of all present. He looked and felt overwhelming. Swoosh. He brought both swords down in a swift, powerful strike. The air itself seemed to tear apart under the force and speed of the blow. Some of the audience members stood up at the sight presented before them, unable to tear their gaze away from Leon, who appeared to completely suppress Aoife. Aoife stared at the approaching swords without much of an expression. She tried raising her hand to counterattack, but the sheer power and strength behind Leon's attack made it impossible for her to block the strike. She also couldn't dodge the attack, leaving her with no other choice but to confront the attack hidden. But how could she confront the attack hidden? How could? Hi. With a soft giggle, Aoife's eyes started to change. A figure was reflected within those eyes of hers. A figure Leon was all too familiar with as his eyes constricted. Shortly after, Aoife's body started to sink into the ground, completely falling into the shadow cast by Leon's body. This shouts of surprise echoed from the audience and Carl, who stood up at the sight that greeted them. Bang. Leon's attacks came cleaving down, completely missing Aoife as they landed on the platform, releasing a terrifying explosion as everything beneath it shattered. Swoosh. A powerful gust of air burst out from the point of attack as Leon's clothes fluttered intensely. The barrier that protected the audience fluctuated as pieces of debris flew in their direction, tinkering with the shield. 11. As the dust and debris settled down, allowing the audience to take a glimpse of the stage, the eyes and expressions of many of the spectators changed as they fell on Aoife, who stood by the edge of the platform, her red hair fluttering silently. Blinking her eyes, an ember appeared before her. Johanna stood up, her eyes changing as she leaned forward. With another blink, another ember flickered into existence before Aoife, soon followed by more. They drifted through the air, gradually settling in specific spots around the platform. Her actions were fast, and just as Leon turned his head to see her smile, she snapped her fingers. Snap. Swoosh. Flames erupted, engulfing the entire stage into a sea of flames. Johanna stared at the sight with her mouth open, unable to understand the sight that greeted her. Eventually, however, as the platform was engulfed in flames, she pressed her lips together. Is this even a concept? Arc. A scream reverberated through the darkness as Kira stopped, her entire body suddenly engulfing in flames. Kira. Evelyn similarly stopped, her expression changing as she turned to look at Kira. She tried to reach for her, but the flames engulfing Kira's body were overwhelming, stopping her mid-motion. Damn it. Evelyn cursed, her eyes darting all over as her heart pressed at her throat. She didn't know what was going on, but she felt as though a pair of eyes were staring down at her, following her every movement. Arc. Kira continued to scream in pain, raging flames erupting from out of her body. Make it stop. She screamed, her blood-red eyes piercing through the flames and looking at her in desperation. Make it stop. As someone who dealt with flames, Kira should have no trouble withstanding them. And yet, here she was, slowly getting consumed by the very flames she was adept at controlling. Evelyn bit her lips. Her mind started to race as she thought of all sorts of ways to stop the fire. In the end, she snapped her fingers as a purple magic circle floated before her. It slowly levitated before Kira as lightning started to gather. Though she wasn't sure if her plan would work, it was the only thing she could think of. And so, Gathering her mana, she prepared to unleash the spell on Kira, who continued to scream. Evelyn extended her hand, preparing to use the spell when, clamp, a hand clamped her arm. Evelyn's body shook as her heart jumped out of her throat. As her head flicked to her left, her face froze as her purple eyes came into contact with a pair of hazel eyes. A pair of eyes she hadn't expected to see in this place. You, let her be. Julian's cool voice echoed quietly within the dark space as his gaze fell on Kira. It'll do her more harm than good. Chapter 352. The Fight from Within 3. From the very moment that the match started, I kept my gaze on the platform, never once leaving my eyes away from the sight that stood before me. At least that was how it looked on the outside. In reality, my attention was elsewhere. It was toward my mind. Where are you? Within the darkness that was my consciousness, I looked around in search of the seed that the statue planted within my mind. I know you're here somewhere. It had always been there, secretly waiting for an opening to appear in my mind. But it was an opening that it would never get. I was always cautious, never once pushing myself to the point of utter mental exhaustion. And this was even taking into account the fight with Caius. As precarious as the situation was, I still remained cautious enough to protect my mind. The effort paid off. The statue never looked for me, but it was now my turn to look for it. Maybe I can help Leon this way. More than that, I was afraid the longer someone was under the influence of the statue, the more dangerous the situation was for them. I couldn't waste any more time and pressed my hand over my arm. Sadness. A wave of pain washed over my mind as my body jolted. Breathing started to become more difficult, and my thoughts blurred. And finally, the opening that the statue had been so desperately seeking revealed itself. She didn't waste a single second and jumped at the opportunity as the darkness around me fluctuated, as a pair of hands materialized from behind me, tightening around my body and holding me tight. I felt a hot breath run down the back of my neck as the statue's face appeared right next to my shoulder. Its hollow eyes turned to face my direction. As I similarly turned my head to stare at it, the angel greeted me with a smile that sunk me deep into the darkness. The darkness felt cold. Falling deep into it, it felt as though I was being suffocated. Almost as if I was being dragged down into the deepest parts of the ocean. My mind grew faint, and the deeper I fell, the more my ears started to pick up certain sounds. Such sounds only became louder the deeper I fell, and it wasn't long before I started to perfectly understand what was being said. Help! I don't want to be here anymore. Someone help me. They were pleas of help. The desperation in their voices was palpable, and I shuddered upon hearing the voices. I felt helpless. I couldn't move, and I could hardly think properly as I sunk deeper into the darkness. Thump. Eventually, my feet came to a stop. The darkness embraced me as I stood with my body raised upright. I tried to move my body, but the arms that coiled around my body refused to let go of me, leaving me completely and utterly helpless. Terror. A sound akin to a stone grinding against another reached my ears. At first, I was confused, but the moment I looked down, my heart sank as I saw my feet slowly turn into stone. Drip, drip. Blood trickled down into the darkness as I felt a sharp pain down my neck. I was suddenly reminded of the vision I had previously seen at the start and held my emotions in check, forming locks as my mind cooled down. Let's get out of here. Though the hands that were gripping me were confusing my thoughts and mind, I didn't allow the statue to take hold of me without a plan. From the start, I was confident in getting out of whatever situation that I was in. There was a reason why I chose to do what I did during the fight between Aoife and Leon. The statue would be too busy to focus its attention on trying to keep me in check. Crack. As expected, faint cracks began to appear on the stone hands that were gripping my body as my body squirmed in place. I felt a sharp pain invade my mind. A futile attempt from the statue to trying to seep deeper into my mind, but unlike before, I didn't let her in. Crack. The statue exploited one's holes within the mind in order to infiltrate it and consume the mind of its victim. But my mind, it had no holes. Whatever holes it had, I had already sealed them. And so, bang. The hands shattered as I staggered forward, falling to the ground and pressing my hand down to stop myself from falling face flat. Yuk. While the process had sounded easy, it still did leave me somewhat exhausted as my mind throbbed. Pushing the pain away, I looked back at the statue who looked back at me, its hands slowly starting to regenerate. I didn't wait for it to completely regenerate before dashing toward the darkness. Help me, someone. Wherever I passed, voices reached my ears. They pleaded and begged for me as they reached out for me, their faces stretching through the darkness in an attempt to reach for me. I ignored everything and headed deeper into the darkness. I need to find her. Seeping into the angel's world, I had a plan in mind. Its strength came directly from the victim it absorbed, and while I didn't know exactly what its plan was for sure, I had a feeling that it involved the finals. It probably wants to send a message to the entire world. I recalled the chilling sight back in the vision after I used the second leaf, and I hurried my steps. I needed to stop it now before it was too late. If the statue managed to defeat Leon and absorb his power, then the situation would turn out for the worse. I couldn't allow for that scenario to happen, partially from the victims of the angel's schemes, but also from what would happen to me. Once the world found out what happened, I could already imagine Grimspire getting locked down with its people being searched for potential possessions. If it ever came down to that, then my secret would be found. After all, I didn't come from this world. Everything that I had built up would crumble down, and I'd probably get locked up somewhere, if not downright killed. I had no choice but to keep silent and resolve the situation. Coming to a stop, I saw a faint light coming from the distance. It was bright and stood as a massive contrast to the darkness that embraced the entire world. I was a little hesitant at first, thinking that it could very well be a trap, but upon seeing the light become brighter and feeling a familiar feeling from it, I resolved my mind and moved in its direction. That was when I saw Evelyn and was able to make sense of the situation. Stop. I grabbed her hand, stopping whatever she was doing. Her eyes shook the moment I touched her hand, but I didn't let go and instead looked at Kira, who was being engulfed by her own flames. You, let her be. It'll do her more harm than good. What? Seeing the confused look on Evelyn's face, I explained, the angel is merely using her abilities to fight Leon. If we stop it now, the angel will try to take her powers with more force. Though my mind was deep into the statue, a small part of my consciousness was still connected to the outside world. I could go out of this place whenever I wanted. Though I couldn't see what was happening, I could still hear everything that was happening. Knew what sort of trouble Leon was in. Are you sure? Evelyn appeared a little hesitant at first, but as I looked back into her eyes, she pressed her lips together and pulled her hand away. Fuck. Kira continued to scream, cursing from time to time, but we only watched in silence. Fuck. Her cries were heart-wrenching, resounding deeply into the darkness, but I remained unfazed. Looking toward Evelyn, who had a hard time keeping her emotions in check, I began asking her questions. How did you get here? Dada? She looked surprised by the fact that I was speaking to her at first but soon managed to recover. I have my own means. What was your plan? To free everyone while the angel is busy with the fight. So we had the same idea, and you have a way to track everyone down? I do. Evelyn nodded quietly, opening up her palm to show a small projection where several dots appeared. This is, you can call it a map. This dot over here is where we are, whereas the dots scattered around are where everyone else is. How do you manage to detect them? It's because of my element. Evelyn's expression turned complicated as she looked at me. She mumbled something quietly, under her breath, faint enough for me to not understand before she continued with her explanation. The lightning element is the most effective element in detecting those that have been possessed. By sending a quick pulse into their mind, I can shock their mind awake and clear it for long enough to free them from whatever is controlling them. But what does that have to do with helping you detect them? Because we aren't in our physical forms. Evelyn explained, fiddling with her hands as bolts of lightning crackled around it. Right now, we're all connected by a single mind. Raising her head, she looked up toward the void. The mind of the angel. I started to get a better idea of what she was talking about. Does that mean that you can free everyone that is trapped? In essence, yes. Evelyn nodded truthfully. But I need to get close enough to them first, and I can't be interrupted in the process. I see. I nodded thoughtfully, thinking about her words. Since she had entered the mind of the statue, during a time when it couldn't fully focus on what was happening inside, Evelyn could get several people free without any interference. This was essentially the only time she could do it. The plan was solid, but it didn't take into account the fact that the statue could use the powers of those that it possessed. My mind started to churn as I laid eyes on the map in Evelyn's hand. As I did, a thought occurred to me. Do you have any idea where the angel is? You? Evelyn's eyes widened upon realizing what I was planning. That, we don't have time. It'll take the entire statue's attention while you free the others. But, we don't have time. Evelyn pressed her lips together before eventually pointing toward a certain dot. I memorized the exact direction before turning toward it. Just as I was about to move, Evelyn's hand reached out for my shoulder. I looked in her direction. What? Can I ask you something? Ask me something? I frowned. This was not the time for this. I was just about to tell her this, when her next words left me shook. Have we met before? Evelyn blinked her eyes, her head tilting as she repeated, before you took Julian's body? Did we meet before? Chapter 353. The Fight from Within. 4. Ba, thump, ba, thump. Evelyn felt her heart beat out of her chest as she faced Julian's, whose expression remained the same. His deep hazel eyes looked right at her, seeping into the corners of her mind. His gaze was intense. Evelyn felt suffocated by his gaze, but she resisted. With her head raised, she looked straight at him. This was not the right time. She understood this, but when was ever the right time? She had been longing to say this for quite a while now, never finding the courage to speak up about it. It was only now that it was just the two of them that she found her voice. And so, she did it. She spoke her thoughts. You're not Julian. Evelyn was sure of it. While Julian changed in the past, it had never been for such a long extent. The first time he changed was when they were both 10 years old. It was an incident she couldn't forget. After all, that was the first time she saw kindness return in Julian after a very long time. But it had only been brief and short-lived. He returned to his old ways shortly after. Just like the other 4 times. Each time, she'd find herself questioning whether he had changed or not, thinking that perhaps he truly had. But each time, she'd be left disappointed as he'd change right back to how he usually was. It had become some sort of trauma of hers. But he's definitely changed this time. And not because he suddenly was enlightened. No, it was because he was a completely different person. Recalling the words that Leon had once told her, the Julian that you know is dead. Evelyn was sure of it. The person who stood before him was not the Julian that she knew, but a completely different person who had taken over his body. But there was something off about this Julian. It had been nagging her for quite some time, but Evelyn felt that he was vaguely familiar. But why? Why did he feel familiar? The thought ate away at her mind. Are you not going to say anything? 11. Julian remained quiet, his deep hazel eyes never tearing away from her face. He seemed to be in deep thought, indicated by the slight furrowing of his brows. Seeing the expression that he was making, Evelyn held her breath. Does he not know? So, what are you doing? Evelyn blinked her eyes as she suddenly saw Julian turn away from her and walk away. She reached out for him once more, but just as she did, he finally spoke. Whatever you think you know, you're wrong. Do your mission and I will do mine. We don't have time mindlessly wasting on your theories. But Evelyn was never able to get her words out as Julian moved forward, his figure slowly blending in with the surrounding darkness. As his figure disappeared, all Evelyn could do was stand with her lips pursed. She felt powerless. Recently, this was all she had been thinking about. In silence, she watched and observed him, trying to find links with her memories and the past Julian that she knew. But the more that she saw him, the greater the differences were. Who are you? What are you doing? What is your goal? Where is the old Julian? Are you the one responsible for his change? Her mind flooded with questions, whispering into her mind like haunting reminders. She wanted those whispers to end, to finally have some answers so that she could have peace of mind. But, did we meet before? All she received were more questions. Yuck, Cage, help. Turning her head, Evelyn looked toward Kira, who was stumbling on the ground with her chest heaving up and down repeatedly. She looked utterly exhausted, and her face was pale. Evelyn bit her lips and walked towards her. Here. She helped her up, slowly placing her palm behind her back where a magic circle appeared. Let me free you. You. Leon's breathing was rough. Looking through the blaze surrounding him, he struggled to see properly. This was both a good thing and a bad thing. On the one hand, he didn't have to worry about her emerging randomly from the shadows. On the other hand, he had to put on a thin layer of mana to protect his body from the flames, engulfing him. While the expenditure wasn't anything crazy, it was still present, and in a match as important. As this, any little mana was important. Swoosh. Leon's pupils constricted upon noticing a fluctuation in the flames around him. His body blurred, and he disappeared from the spot where he was previously standing. Bang. A powerful blast of fire rained down on the spot he had previously been standing on, the heat spreading toward every inch of the platform. Sweat dripped down from Leon's forehead as his eyes darted all over the place in an attempt to spot Aoife, who hid within the flames. Although a thin layer of mana shielded him from the heat, it couldn't stop the smoke from spreading. His eyes watered, and his breathing grew labored. Leon realized he was in a disadvantageous position and needed to find a way to turn the tide. The more he allowed the situation to go on, the less likely the chances of his victory were. This is annoying. Swoosh. A surge of heat erupted behind him. Instinctively, he snapped his head back and twisted his torso, slashing down toward the oncoming ball of heat. His sword whirled through the air, slicing the attack cleanly in two, while his hair and clothes fluttered in the aftermath. Who? But that wasn't all. All of a sudden, Leon felt the hair at the back of his neck rise. It didn't take him long to understand why. As he straightened his posture, red magic circles emerged from the ground, encircling him from all sides. Leon's expression remained stoic, but his heart sank. He had fallen for Aoife's trap. Clench. Leon blinked, the stars within the void of his eyes vanishing. His gaze darted around, mind racing as he calculated the trajectories of the incoming attacks. With a low shout, he stomped, his foot down, bracing himself for the onslaught. Bang! The ground beneath him shattered, and shortly after that, the magic circles lit up. Show, show, show. Fire rained down from all over. The attacks came fast, and the intense heat radiated outward, so palpable that the audience could feel it, watching the spectacle with terror in their eyes. Carl's eyes shrunk upon seeing the attack, and as he turned his head, he could see the somber expression on Johanna's face as she tried to decipher Aoife's concept. However, hard as she tried, she found herself unable to figure it out. Just when the audience thought that Leon's situation was dire, a change occurred to him. The void in his eyes rapidly shrunk, collecting all the accumulated stars from within. His body popped and squirmed as his momentum started to rise. His figure bulged, while a glow manifested over his sword. This all happened within a split second, and not many were able to see the changes before the rain of fire reached him, engulfing his body in its entirety. Several spectators screamed and shouted in shock as Leon's body disappeared under the rain of fire, but their screams didn't last very long. Shortly after the fire engulfed him, a bright light formed from within the heart of the flames. It was small at first, just barely brighter than the flames around. With each passing second, the light grew brighter and brighter until it finally erupted outward, consuming the flames entirely. In a matter of less than a second, the platform returned to how it was at the start, with two figures standing on opposite ends. But unlike before, both sides appeared to be somewhat tired. Leon was far worse off than Aoife, whose breathing was only slightly heavy. In contrast, Leon's entire body was drenched in sweat, and his face had gone completely pale. Still, despite the state of his body, Leon's grip over his sword was steady. Bang! The ground beneath him caved in as he stepped forward, his momentum just as high as it was before, completely overpowering Aoife, who flinched slightly. Turbid air flowed out from his mouth as his body squirmed once more, the muscles in his body tensing and accumulating energy at an alarming degree. He placed his foot forward and raised his sword in preparation for releasing one last strike. The entire Colosseum fell silent as his actions, all noise vanishing as if the world itself held its breath. Tensions ran high as Aoife raised her head to look at Leon, who seemed to completely take over the entire stage, standing tall as though he was a massive giant that towered over the entire Colosseum. Aoife watched him in silence, her eyes rippling slightly before she brought her hand forward. Leon's expression stiffened at her actions, his body growing tense as he prepared to strike down on her. He was just about to do so when Aoife's hand turned entirely purple. Leon's expression froze as his eyes rapidly constricted, the space behind him fluctuating. He had no time to react before a purple hand emerged from the void, reaching out from behind him and pressing down on his back. Yuk! A wave of weakness washed over his body as he staggered forward, his eyes growing slack and the momentum he built up lowering. Just barely, he managed to stop himself from falling face first as he planted his foot against the ground and stabilized his body. But the damage has been done as he lost a lot of the accumulated momentum. Furthermore, his body was starting to become weaker by the second. Feeling the changes in his body, Leon's expression twisted as he silently cursed. Damn it, Julian. It was without a doubt his fault. Yuka. My head throbbed as I felt a strong suction force appear from right above me, halting me on the spot as I held my head with both hands. The pain was strong, but I was able to endure it as I clenched my teeth and cut the connection rather quickly. Shit. Despite the speed at which I was able to cut off the connection, it was still not fast enough as I noticed changes occurring outside of the mind space. An image appeared in my mind as my expression twitched. She used my skills. I lowered my head to stare at my hands where residual curse mana lingered around. Silently clenching my fist, I took a deep breath and adjusted my mind. Though I knew this from what happened to Kira, and I had been prepared for it, I was still not able to fully block the statue from taking my abilities. It became painfully clear to me that the statue could use the abilities of any being that resided within her mind space. I was no exception, and this realization hit me rather hard. I need to hurry up and find the heart of the statue. I had to complete this before Leon's match ended. The worst-case scenario was Leon losing, and so all I could hope for was for him to last for as long as possible. The hope was for him to win, but given the statue's stealing ability, I knew he'd have a hard time doing that. And paying attention to the situation outside, I knew things weren't looking good. Leon was almost out of gas. I had to reach the angel before then. Clench. Looking around, I rushed forward, in the direction indicated by Evelyn's map. I lost track of how long I ran, each second stretching into eternity. The darkness stretched around me, weighing heavily on my legs as though they were made out of lead. Each step felt heavier than the last and my chest tightened with the ticking of time. Come on. Where are? Something loomed in the distance, and as I squinted my eyes, my breath stopped. I spotted exactly what I was searching for: a grand palace with a dome-shaped roof, standing starkly against the black void that enveloped the entire space. At the gates of the palace was an all-too-familiar four-leaved clover. They stretched for several yards, surrounding the entire palace that stood as a reminder of a vision I once saw. It's this place again. Arriving before the gates, my steps came to a pause as I pressed my hand against the metal poles of the gate. Standing by the gates, I suddenly felt pressured, as though the gravity around me had intensified significantly. I'm here. Ba, thump, ba, thump. Unknowingly, my heart started to thump wildly, the chains in my emotions rattling as the four-leaved clover stood above me. My chest felt oddly heavy, and recalling what I had seen before, I swallowed hard. Pressing my lips together, I took a deep breath, and then, clank, I opened the gates. Chapter 354. The Fight from Within 5. It was just as quiet as the first time. Stairs lined up from the side, spiraling toward a central platform where a wooden railing stood, allowing one to overlook the black marble floor that was dimly lit by the chandelier that stood up above. A suffocating silence enveloped the hall as the gentle click of my step resounded throughout. Tack. I looked around me, recalling every little detail of the vision I had not so long ago. I recalled everything, from the little cracks around the marble floor to the minute crevices on the stairs that lead up to the platform above. It was all the same as in the vision. Almost, I held my breath as my steps paused. As I slowly lifted my head, my gaze settled on the center of the platform, where a statue stood. Its hollow eyes were fixed on me, its empty gaze bearing down my soul as my head started to feel light. It hadn't been there when I had entered. The locks within my mind started to rattle. I still remained composed, starting back at the statue without saying a word. But, flick, suddenly, the chandelier above me flickered, and in an instant, the room was swallowed by darkness. The cold crept in immediately, sinking deep into my skin as the silence felt suffocating. My mouth grew dry as I squinted my eyes. The locks rattled with even more intensity, the darkness and silence feeling as though they stretched for eternity. I could only wait for it to end. The chandelier came back to life with a faint flickering sound. Flick. It allowed me to see my surroundings again, instilling oxygen back into my lungs as I breathed again. But it was only momentary. Lifting my head back up, my eyes fell back on the platform. The angel stood there like before, its empty gaze fixed on me. But unlike before, there wasn't just one angel. No, there were two. My throat squeezed briefly before I took a small and even breath. Feeling the eyes of the statues linger over me, I remained calm. At least that was until the chandelier flicked again. Flick. I was suddenly plunged into darkness once more. And just like before, it only lasted for a brief moment before the chandelier flickered back to life. This time, I was met with 3 statues, lining up on the platform before me. They all looked down on me, their empty gazes sending shivers down my spine. Flick. The phenomenon continued and, flick. With each flick, a new angel appeared. Flick. I soon started to lose count of the number of angels that stood on the platform above. The number now seemed irrelevant due to how many there were. Flick. The chandelier flicked once more. This time, however, it flickered with power. Any of the lingering darkness disappeared, fully embraced by the bright light of the chandelier that lit up the entire hall. I almost instinctively stepped back from the phenomenon but was able to keep a cool head and remain firm. Hee. A faint, childlike giggle echoed through the hall, bouncing off the walls in every direction. The sound twisted and warped, making it impossible to pinpoint its source, leaving an unsettling chill in the air. I looked around, hoping to see where it came from. And then, I saw it. Exactly what I had been searching for. Had I not been paying close attention, I might have missed it entirely. But my eyes caught the subtle detail. A small, pale hand, barely visible, gripping the hand of the angelic statue in the center. It was too tiny, too out of place to belong there. Her small head slowly peeked out from behind the angel, glossy yet unfocused eyes glinting. In the dim light as they locked onto mine, there was something unnervingly still about her gaze, as if she had been watching me all along. I once again picked up the giggling as I settled my gaze on the little girl. It's her. My heart pressed as I recognized the little girl. She was the same little girl from the vision. The blind girl who had been possessed and fell victim to the sin of her father. You managed to find me, she said, her childish voice filling the empty hall as the angels stood around me, their empty gazes still lingering over me. Hi. Giggling again, the little girl let go of the angel's hand before turning around and throttling away. As she left, she spoke once more, "Find me again." Her voice was light and filled with playfulness. And yet all of it felt strangely heavy as she disappeared from the hall. Silence once again fell over my surroundings. But not for long. Terror. A harsh, grating sound filled the air as the statues began to tremble. I didn't stand by and watch whatever was happening. Unlike before when the lights were flickering, I had already completed my preparations. Go do your job. Squelch. Squelch. Roots burst through the cracks in the floor and walls, snaking their way into the hall with unnatural speed. They twisted and writhed, dashing toward the statues towering above me, wrapping around their bodies. It all happened unbelievably quickly. By the time the little girls disappeared, all the statues were covered in dark roots. I'm done. Almighty settled over my shoulder as the vines squelched and screamed around the statues. You've done great. It was about time that I employed the services of Almighty. Now that we were within the statue's mind, and with no concern about exposing him to the outside world, I could summon him without any reservations. Furthermore, this was his forte. I had called him up the moment the lights turned off and the second statue appeared. I didn't just stand there and wait for the statues to accumulate. I slowly and deliberately had Almighty set its route around the place to handle the statues. Thump thump. Even so, he couldn't fully suppress the statues. A faint, muffled bang echoed through the hall, as the vines coiled around them squirmed and writhed, struggling to keep them in check. Almighty's expression appeared relatively grim as he waved his hand. Squelch. Even more roots sprouted out from the ground, locking onto the statues. Human. Almighty looked at him, his eyes shifting away from the statues. You better start moving. I won't be able to hold on for much longer. All right. I nodded and rushed up the stairs, moving past the statues and heading to the door where the little girl entered. Whatever the situation was, she was the key to it all. So long as I could get to her, then I knew I'd be able to stop everything. There was no need to spend time defeating the statues. At the same time, shoo, be quiet, I'll free you. A dim purple glow manifested in the darkness as Evelyn was able to free yet another person. Unfortunately, unlike Kira, they weren't able to keep themselves conscious as they immediately passed out in her arms. Another one, Evelyn sighed, placing the girl she freed down. Looks like you're really special amongst the others. Sure. Kira cast Evelyn a brief glance. Her face was still somewhat pale, but she managed to recover. She was suddenly drained of her powers. Quite a bit from the... She shuddered upon thinking of the pain she experienced back then. Looking down and staring at the girl passed out on the floor, she raised her head back up to face Evelyn. For how long are we going to do this? When can we go back out? Not yet, Evelyn replied, waving her hand for a brief moment before heading toward a certain direction. Already used to it, Kira followed her from behind without voicing any complaints. She seemed to know where she was going. Wherever she went, they'd end up stumbling over someone. While Kira didn't know why she was freeing everyone, she knew it was important, so she did her job, staying on the lookout, and protecting Evelyn while she was doing her job. We need to free 3 more people before we can leave. Okay. Kira didn't ask any questions and simply nodded her head. She wanted to get it over as fast as she could. Scratch. Scratch. The dark. It was getting to her. Kira tried to make small talk in order to put her mind away from the dark. Is something bothering you? Evelyn paused, her eyes fluttering. What do you mean? Nah, you just seem a little out of it. Are you tired? We can rest a little if you want. We don't have time. Evelyn dismissed with her hand. Kira was about to nod when her brows furrowed slightly. This came as a result of the look on Evelyn's face. Something is bothering you after all. Maybe it is. Evelyn massaged her face quickly and shook her mind out of it. Before Kira could say anything else, she hurried her steps. Don't worry about it. They'll find out what I want soon enough. Let's focus on this for now. Outside. The weird changes surrounding Aoife didn't go unnoticed by the top brass as Atlas' brows raised a little. Flame, darkness, and curse magic. Something is not adding up. While there were elemental concepts that granted one the ability to use all elements, Aoife's situation was a little different. She wasn't using a concept. Typically, when a concept was activated, the ground beneath the user would squirm, which was a sign of the domain expanding. This had happened to Kalian, Caius, Julian, Leon, and Amel. But things were different with Aoife. There was no such indication from her. It made everyone curious, but at the same time pay extremely close attention to her. On the outside, there didn't seem to be anything out of the ordinary, but something was not right. Atlas noticed that several other people were sharing the same thoughts as his expression started to turn serious. What is going on? Even he was a little bit confused by the situation. Could this be an innate skill of hers? Or an entirely new method of creating a concept? Atlas shifted his attention toward Delilah. Perhaps she'd know. She was also looking at the platform with incredible intensity. It looked like she had also noticed something unusual about the situation, and Atlas was just about to bring it up when Delilah suddenly raised her hand and poked her cheek. The action took him completely aback. What sort of? She pressed it several times before furrowing her brows in disappointment. Then, shifting her attention back to the platform, she mumbled, "Not the same. CRA crack. I quickly ducked as roots burst from the ground below, winding their way up and entangling the statue that had suddenly appeared. Cracks appeared on the statue as I moved past it and sprinted through the narrow hall. Squelch. Squelch. Keep going, I'll handle the rest. Yes. I had been moving like this for the past several minutes, narrowly avoiding the statues to appear from out of nowhere and unexpectedly. If not for Almighty's help, I would have been in a lot of trouble. I rolled to the side, hitting my shoulder against the side of the wall. Suppressing the pain and pushing myself back up, I continued to head deeper into the hallway. It should be this way. Everything was exactly as it was in the vision. Though I hadn't seen the entire palace, I was familiar with the path that I needed to take. Squelch. Squelch. Roots sprouted from the marble floor, cracking it as they entangled around the walls, preventing any unexpected encounter. Which was all that I needed to do. It'd be a different discussion if I had to defeat them, but outrunning? That wasn't a problem. It should be this one. Running out of the hallway, I stopped before a door that looked exactly as it did in the vision. She should be behind the door. I took a deep breath and braced myself, scanning the area with caution as I anticipated being surrounded by statues at any moment. But nothing. It was oddly quiet around me. There were no statues or anything that stood in my way to the door. It was quiet, eerily so. I looked around once more to check for any traps or anything of the sort, but it was all normal. There was absolutely nothing. What sort? Are you not going in? Don't rush me. I glanced at Almighty briefly before taking a deep breath. Then, taking a single step forward, I warily reached for the door. Feeling the cold metal sensation, I licked my lips. Click. A soft click echoed as the door opened, revealing the familiar room. The curtains billowed, and a gentle breeze flowed through as my gaze settled on the bed, where a small figure sat, with her feet dangling by the edge. Behind her, a red-haired figure sat on the bed with her knees drawn up, her eyes unfocused as she gently brushed the little girl's hair. As if sensing my presence, the little girl turned her head, her eyes falling directly over me. She smiled brightly at first, seemingly happy by my presence. Her mouth opened as she tried to say something, but the word never left her mouth as her face froze. All of a sudden, her entire demeanor changed, turning strangely oppressive. My hands started to tremble uncontrollably as my chest heaved up and down repeatedly, desperately trying to take in the surrounding air. The locks rattled, forcing a wave of emotions to flood my mind. I knew you'd come. A calm voice entered my ears, forcing my head to turn on its own. Oracleus. Chapter 355. A different angle on. It's you, right? The little girl didn't seem so certain. Right, her eyes, they were still hollow. She couldn't see me, nor was she actually present. Felt more like a remnant will. Like Pebble. I knew you'd eventually come. You always do. The little girl's voice was quiet, and I had to strain my ears to listen. She hopped off the bed and walked in my direction. Tack tack. Her little steps clicked at the rhythm of my heartbeat. Ba, thump, ba, thump. I stood in place without saying a single word. I just stared at her as she approached me. Her presence felt suffocating, but I remained cool-headed. Two paws pressed against my shoulder as a small head peeked from behind. Pebble's eyes were locked onto the small child, its body tensing in preparation for something. but I raised my hand and stopped whatever it was trying to do. Not yet, Tech. The little girl eventually stopped. Her height merely reached the area below my chest, forcing me to look down to meet her eyes, which seemed to want to suck me at any second. It was silent as she looked at me. Neither one of us spoke. At least, for the first few seconds before the little girl smiled once more. Do you really not know where Noelle is? Or is this another one of your schemes? Bah, thump, bah, thump. My heart almost leaped out of my chest. He said it. Noelle? He knew the name. This basically confirmed everything. Mortem. He was none other than Noelle. My mind shook. I had to hold the urge to carry forward and force the little girl to speak. But I knew that it wasn't a good idea. Although she was merely a remnant will, one that wasn't as powerful as Pebble due to the amount of time it had been lingering inside of the statue, I knew that the person who had left the will was still alive. I didn't want to be traced back as a result of my actions. For that reason, I could only remain still. I was already having trouble with the sword after all. What silly question of me. You are obviously still looking for him. Your weird obsession with him has still not disappeared after so long. Has it? There were hints of amusement in her voice as she spoke. I shuddered lightly, holding my breath as I listened to every single word engraved into my mind. I do have the answer if you want to hear it. My arm twitched. Once again, I felt almost compelled to rush forward and demand answers. My rationality was able to get the best of me at the last moment. Still not taking the bait? The little girl appeared a little disappointed as she lowered her head and patted the top of it. Come, press your hand over here and use those powers of yours. You'll be able to find anything that you want. Where Noelle is, where I am, what I have been doing these past few millennia, and all the answers that you want. My arm twitched. For a brief moment, I almost felt the urge to do so. The little girl's words pressed down on my head like soft whispers of temptation, subtly pushing me toward doing exactly what they urged. But I resisted, holding onto my chest, feeling the sweat pour down from the side of my face. I kept my hands away. It's a trap. It's a trap. It's a trap. Still nothing? The little girl looked disappointed. I stared back at her with my mouth sealed. My heart was pressed at my throat as I lowered my head to stare at my right arm, which was suddenly glowing. A terrifying pain washed over my body as I started to twitch on the spot. The pain was something that almost forced me to scream, but by sheer determination, I was able to keep myself from screaming. Cage, the occasional sound did come out, and I worried about it. But that worry disappeared right after I saw the fourth and final leaf lighting up. I started at the fourth leaf, unable to keep my surprise in check and momentarily forgetting about my situation. Why now of all times? The triggers behind each leaf were mysterious. They just appeared at random times and out of nowhere. I felt at a loss while staring at the fourth leaf. What does it do? What will happen if I press on it? Questions started to flood my mind, but they only lasted for a brief moment before I was suddenly brought back to the suffocating reality that I was in. My heart jumping out as the little girl took another step forward, her hand reaching out for my arm and grasping it tightly. Her touch was cold, and my entire body shuddered. I tried to pull back, but before I even had the chance to do so, her tiny hand came pressing down against one of the leaves. 11. Nothing happened as she did so. I sighed in relief at the sight, but that was only momentary as she grasped my other hand and reached for the leaf with it. Cold sweat dripped down from my back as I tried to resist. I tried to ball my fist and pull back, but it was all no use. I even tried to get Pebble to do something, but nothing. With a wave of her hand, Pebble was rendered useless. I may be weak, but am still stronger than you can imagine. Now then, her voice, tinged with amusement, reached my ears. Let me see your abilities. I was helpless, and soon, my finger pressed against my arm. I was suddenly consumed by darkness. Thump. By the time light returned to my eyes, my sinuses began to clog, and my eyes watered from the smoke hanging thick in the air. Where is this? I squinted, blinking my eyes and adjusting myself to the surroundings. Rumble, rumble. Suddenly, the ground beneath me started to quake, making me lose my footing as I staggered several steps back, holding the side of a broken building to support myself. What in the? Lifting my gaze, my heart froze as I realized I was standing in a place I knew all too well, the ruins of the Rilgona monarchy, exactly as I had seen in the vision. Tack. A step quietly echoed from beside me as I felt my entire body freeze on the spot. This is? With a lost look, the little girl looked around. Though she was blind, it almost felt as though she could see everything. Is this the future that you saw? I opened my mouth, but before the words could come out, I managed to spot a figure from the corner of my eyes. His back was turned to me, obscuring his features, But as I studied his deep black hair and strong, familiar build, it soon hit me. It was none other than me. Am rewatching the first vision? No, not quite. I felt the coarse texture of the ground beneath me and grabbed a handful. Letting the granules fall from the gaps in my finger, I knew that this was no vision. Then, a distant building disintegrated, and from within its ruins emerged a particular figure. I finally found you. Her voice screeched as the sky turned a scarlet color. She appeared older, but there was no mistaking it. Aoife. Her scarlet hair fluttered in the wind, and her eyes shone like small suns, casting their light over the land below and on me, standing in her shadow. Is that all you have to say to me? There again. That gaze of her that I had seen in the first vision. Her gaze contained a little something that I couldn't understand. But as opposed to last time, it was a little bit clearer. It was neither grief nor longing. It was more akin to disappointment. But why? I wanted to move closer, but the pressure held me back. On the other hand, the little girl watched everything in silence, her expression hard to read. Unlike me, she seemed completely unaffected by the situation. Cracka, cracka. Just like in the vision, lightning began to crackle down on the land. Buildings shattered while the clouds split apart, revealing Evelyn in all her glory. Her features were as mesmerizing as I remembered as she stood in the sky, her clothes fluttering under her enormous power. So you're finally here too, HM? I hadn't noticed it before, but now that I paid attention to it, my voice, it wasn't so cold-hearted as it was as I remembered. As I addressed Evelyn, there seemed to be a little bit more in the voice. But what exactly? I didn't dwell on it for much longer as the world changed. From red to purple to black. A black dome soon appeared, enveloping most of the surroundings. I felt my clothes and hair flutter at the sight, and I lost track of what was happening within the dome. The pressure, too. It was terrifying. Just what sort of situation was this? Rustle. A sudden rustling sound jolted me out of my thoughts as another figure appeared standing outside the dome. He's here. He looked just as he had in the vision, his deep gray eyes gleaming menacingly against the dark sky and gray surroundings. Standing tall with his hair whipping in the wind. His features seemed more weathered and mature than the face I was accustomed to. He was still Leon, but there was something different about him. He demeanor different from when I saw him in the vision. He appeared a little less decisive. But then again, I never had the chance to witness this part of the first vision. In his hand was a thin and long sword. It glimmered under the white sun that hung in the sky. I blinked my eyes, rubbing them a couple of times as I stared at the sword once more. My heart abruptly halted, and a cold, paralyzing shock gripped my entire body. My eyes were locked on Leon standing outside the black dome, and I fought to make sense of the reality presented before me. Wait, but I struggled to grasp the sight before me as I crawled back a bit. I can't do this. Clank, clank. I lost my voice, covering my mouth in disbelief. I watched as Leon's grip on his sword faltered and the weapon clattered to the ground. His arms began to tremble uncontrollably, and as he stared at the dark dome before him, his eyes shaking with grief. I can't do this, he repeated, his lips pressing together. Impossible. I looked toward the scene in the distance in disbelief. What is this? Is this a different reality? A different future? Could the future have changed due to the actions that I had taken? Is that? A hand pressed against my shoulder and I stopped. Turning my head slowly, a pair of eyes met my gaze. Dada. My mouth opened and closed repeatedly, staring at the alto-familiar pair of hazel eyes. How? Wasn't he just? I alternated my gaze between the black dome and the figure that stood before me, as though I was a broken doll. What? Why was there another me? Chapter 356. A different angle. 2. His hazel eyes stared back at me with a suffocating intensity that soon shifted to the right where a little girl stood, staring at the scene in amusement. She smiled, alternating her gaze between the two of us. Her eyes seemed filled with delight. You really do have a hand in everything, Oracleus. He turned his head to face her, his expression appearing completely indifferent. The two locked eyes for a brief moment before Oracleus finally opened his mouth. You've overstayed your stay. It's time you leave. You think? Yes. That sucks, but I guess that's fine. I've seen and learned enough. Whatever you're trying to meddle with, it's not going to stop me. You've grown weaker and with a wave of his hand, the little girl froze. Clenching his fist, her form dissolved into the air, vanishing without a trace. She hadn't even the chance to fight back. I watched all of this in a daze, feeling overwhelmed by the situation, only snapping out of it when the pair of hazel eyes locked back onto me. His presence felt suffocating, but I didn't feel tense under his gaze. I knew he meant no harm. No, I meant no harm. The man before me was none other than me. I just knew it was me. I opened my mouth in an attempt to ask how he was here, given that there was already another me present in the middle of the dome. But just as I opened my mouth, he spoke. I am indeed you. It was almost as though he could read my thoughts. This is indeed the future. He spoke without giving me a chance to say anything. And what you're feeling is real. Blinking his eyes, he looked back at me. Don't take your eyes away from me. It'll be your turn soon enough. Ah! He then let go of my shoulder, turning his attention away from me and disappearing. Wait, I tried to reach for him, but he had already left my reach. Where? I looked everywhere for him, but he appeared to be nowhere in sight. Where did he go? Where? Can't do it. Can't. Leon's cries brought me back to reality. He sat on his knees, staring at his trembling hands with a pale face. He looked to be in a sorry state, unable to go through with his actions. I stared at the scene, stunned, before a thought suddenly occurred to me. This is the future. Suddenly reminded of my words, my expression changed. Wait, this is different from the vision. Doesn't it mean that the future has changed? After all, if Leon didn't go through with the situation, then that also meant that I wouldn't die. In the future? Is that possible? I suddenly felt light. I would no longer need to die like in the first vision. For some reason, my chest felt light at the thought. Though I hadn't cared much about my death in the past, things were a little different now. I had a goal and a reason to live. If I no longer had to die in the future, then raise your head. A cold voice faintly echoed in the air, cooling down my head. Staring down, I looked at the me who stood before Leon. His expression was masked by his hair, but just a look at him made me shudder as I involuntarily stepped back. I swallowed dryly. My shock only grew when Leon responded to his words. Leon. He could see him. You. Leon didn't even look surprised by his appearance. I was stunned by the situation, trying to understand what was going on. Why did it seem as though this wasn't the first time he saw him? But what about the me from within the dome? And what were his intentions in appearing before Leon? Is he trying to ensure that I don't die? Yes, that would make sense. I would do that too if I had the power. What are you doing? Leon let out a startled sound. Reaching him, Oracleus held Leon's face with both hands, lifting it to meet his gaze as Leon's face trembled. Don't forget your mission. His voice layered. My pupils shrunk. The world suddenly froze, his words the only thing that I could hear. Everything that you've worked so hard for, don't let it come to waste with this one moment. We've already talked about this. You have to do this. Nah. Leon's breathing started to grow heavier. But you worked hard for this. Oracleus cut Leon off before he had the chance to speak, his voice layering further. You've reached this point. Don't let everything go due to some sentiment of yours. He's nothing. Finish what you started. Oracleus leaned his head to get a better look at Leon, whose breathing was growing more and more frantic. Don't let a meaningless death stand in our way. Nah. Clank. Oracleus kicked the sword on the ground, extending his right hand to display a familiar-looking black ring. A sword materialized shortly after as he handed it to Leon. Go. His voice layered once more. Finish it. Nah. Leon's eyes turned bloodshot, but that was still not enough. Not enough to make him fully commit. Do it. The kick came from the other me, who nudged his head toward the black dome, his voice faintly echoing throughout. Kill me. Nah. That's when Leon finally snapped, his hands desperately reaching out for the sword and grabbing it as his eyes grew frantic, adrenaline seemingly coursing through his body. He jumped forward and entered the dark dome where his figure disappeared. It suddenly grew quiet. I watched all of this from my spot, unable to tear away from the scene that shook me to the core. I didn't know what to say or how to react. Is this how it really went? The future vision. I had previously thought it had changed given Leon's sudden change in attitude, but I was wrong. It had never changed. I was just watching everything unfold from a different angle. But why? Why was this happening? Why would I want to kill myself? Unless, crack. A subtle cracking sound reverberated through the air. Lifting my head, light began to spill from the black dome that showed signs of shattering. Watched, transfixed, as more cracks snaked across its surface, weaving through the dome like intricate webs before crash. Everything shattered, revealing the shadows of 5 figures. Thump, Kira, Evelyn, and Aoife all stood in the air while Leon stood behind Julian, who knelt on the ground, a sword stabbing his back. The girls were silent. Leon was silent. I was silent. The world was silent. All eyes were focused on Leon, who stood before the me from the vision, who showed signs of life as his chest heaved up and down lightly. The chalice was scattered across the ground, spilling the contents within. Leon's expression was different from before. It was a lot calmer and colder. He looked at the vision version of me as his lips parted. Don't worry. He'll make sure to make it quick. His voice gently echoed throughout as his gaze lifted, turning his attention away from one me to another. Standing in the same spot as before, he appeared invisible to the others as Aoife and the others didn't seem to notice him. They were instead all looking at Leon, who gripped the sword tightly. I blinked my eyes, visualizing the scene for a moment, and when I did, my entire body shuddered. That was because I've seen this before. It was the exact same scene from the small glimpse of the game that Noelle had shown me during my last day. Even now, I could vividly recall how I had thought Leon was looking at me through the television. But what if I looked at Leon and then the other me? What if that truly had been the case? Covered my mouth. How can this be? This is the last step, right? The last step before my hell is finally over? The same lines, and the same expression as Leon's eyes faltered. The calm he tried to keep, slowly starting to show cracks as what replaced it was anguish, grief. But there was something different about the situation compared to what I saw on the television. This time, it is. A voice replied back. What are you waiting for? You've already completed the hardest part. Leon clutched his shirt, slowly wrinkling it as his face trembled. A hazy smile appeared on his face. He'll do it. He lowered his head to look at Julian. A change occurred as he said those words. The me who was kneeling on the ground suddenly raised his head, his eyes staring right at Leon's, whose face suddenly trembled. Stop dragging this out. He only snapped out of it with my reminder as Leon bit his lips. Yes, I shouldn't drag this out. Leon lifted his hand, unveiling the cold gleam of the sword. His lackluster gray eyes quivered, ever so slightly as the blade descended down in one fluid motion. Shirling, I've waited far too long for this. A head rolled shortly after, stopping beneath the other MES feet as he bent down to pick it up. Blood dripped down from the head's severed neck, and turning his eyes away from the head, his eyes met mine. I felt my body freeze. He blinked slowly, turning his attention back on the head. You'll understand soon enough. He mumbled, his other hand reaching for his arm where a familiar tattoo appeared. All you have to do is remember. He cast his gaze down, pressing over the tattoo. Remember everything that happened. The world glowed a white color, and I was soon engulfed in darkness. By the time light returned to my world, I was back in the palace. Chapter 357. A different angle. 3. Swoosh. A sword sliced through the air, dancing on the wind as its sharp tip hurtled toward Leon, whose eyes narrowed in alarm. The speed of the attack left him breathless. But, though he was tired, he still was able to react. Bringing his sword up, he twisted it to the side and redirected the attack away from his body. Clank. Sparks flew as he took a single step back. Hoo. He let out a forced breath. Then, twisting his body, he turned his neck to the side, dodging the sword which twirled in the air and headed straight for his face. Clank. Leon twisted his body, once again turning his sword briefly and redirecting the sword away from himself. Using this method, he was able to fend off the attack and recuperate some of his lost stamina. He was slowly starting to get into the zone. Clank, clank. Incredible. Johanna mumbled, staring at Leon with a glint in her eyes. Being a knight herself, she understood perfectly what had happened and the complexity of Leon's movements. She started to explain, what Leon did is not something that most people can do. And that's taking into account knights who are stronger than him. What you see right here is control in its purest form. Johanna's eyes twinkled in delight. The more she looked at Leon, the more her hand started to twitch. She had never looked as interested in the fight as she did now. Carl, who had been with her the entire time, noticed the change as he asked, "What do you mean by control?" "What I mean by control is the overall level of mastery that someone has over their abilities. In some sense, you can say that Caius is a master of control in the art of emotive magic." But didn't he? Control can only help you so much. Johanna helplessly smiled. Julian's case is different. While his control is not to the same degree as Caius, his overall power and intensity far outstripped Caius' control. So, if Julian had better control, he would have been able to win the fight a lot faster. Carl took a deep breath. Though he couldn't fully understand what Johanna said, all he knew was that by her words, Julian had massive rooms for growth. He was already terrifying, making his way to the finals. And now she was telling him that he could be even better? What sort of... It'll be an interesting fight if it gets to that point. Johanna mumbled, her eyes tracing Leon's movements as though she was staring at a work of art. Leon's control versus Julian's overwhelming power. And unlike Caius, this won't be a fight that will happen within Julian's turf. Fidgeting with her hands, Johanna licked her lips. All of a sudden, she started to anticipate the match. But it's only if he can beat Aoife. Looking down and seeing Aoife manipulate the sword as though it were one of her limbs, she could feel the potential matchup difficult to occur, especially since... Carl jumped up from his seat, his hand pointing toward the broadcast as Aoife's eyes started to shine, lightning starting to crackle all around her. She's using another element. Fire, darkness, curse, and now lightning. What was her limit? A magic circle formed on top of Leon's head as he deftly avoided the sword by carefully positioning his pivot and cushioning the attack. His expression turned grim as he noticed the magic circle above him, and with a low shout, he smashed his foot against the ground, pushing himself toward Aoife. Bang! The ground shattered at the force of his movement, and in a blur, he arrived before Aoife. Brilliant! Carl exclaimed, seeing Leon's movements. He's positioning himself within Aoife's range to stop her from attacking, knowing that any move she makes would risk injuring herself as well. It was a brilliant move that Carl couldn't help but praise. The audience also felt the same as they sat at the edge of their seats, staring at the fight with bated breaths. But it's not that easy. Johanna mumbled, her expression turning serious. Cracka. A terrifying clap resounded through the air as all hair on Leon's body stood up, pointing toward the sky. His muscles started to twitch while the area around him suddenly felt weightless. His pupils constricted. Shit, he cursed, clenching the sword in his hand and throwing it in the air. The lightning came down, changing trajectory in the last second and heading directly for the sword. Yom. A terrifying explosion resounded through the air as Leon closed his eyes, overwhelmed by the light that suddenly spilled. He wasn't the only one who reacted that as the entire audience closed their eyes. The broadcast turned white for a brief moment before everything returned to normal. By then, everyone quickly put their attention back on the platform where the two figures stood. Nah. Leon's breath was extremely heavy as his hair was a mess. Scorch marks marred the surfaces of his skin as he staggered a couple of steps. The hearts of the spectators sank at the sight presented before them, especially when they turned their attention toward Aoife, who looked completely fine, her expression as calm as it had been from the start. Johanna looked at the sight in disbelief. This girl Aoife, what sort of monster was she? Not only was she able to use so many elements, but she was also able to use such terrifying spells without being exhausted at all. Looking at her breathing, which appeared to be even, and her complexion, it felt as though she was merely walking in a park. Julian was terrifying, but this? PFTT. A sudden change occurred on the platform as the atmosphere froze over. All eyes fell on Aoife, whose face grew pale. Her eyes shook, and she hastily covered her mouth. Drip. Amidst the sudden silence that engulfed the entire Colosseum, blood stained the ground, slipping through the gaps between her fingers. Several people stood up at the scene. Johanna too, as she looked at Aoife, who finally showed weakness. Her breath grew light, so she was at her limit as well. A moment prior. Kraka. Here you go. Stay still while I help you. Sweat poured down from the side of Evelyn's pale face. Just moments prior, she too felt a terrifying pain as her powers started to get sucked out of her body. It left her completely helpless for a minute before it all passed. By then, and with Kira's help, she was able to regain herself and quickly helped free a few other people. As the magic circle entered the young boy's body, Evelyn leaned back, her chest heaving up and down repeatedly. She was exhausted, and she could hardly feel herself. Her mind was sluggish and her vision blurred. Are you okay? No. Evelyn replied to Kira, who stood before her. Imha dying. Sucks, doesn't it? Yeah. She would be lying if she said it didn't suck. What now? Kira asked, looking around. They had been going around helping people, injecting weird magic circles around their bodies. Kira had lost count of the amount of people that they had done this to. Originally, they had only meant to do an extra 3, but that changed. She didn't know what brought the change, right? But it didn't matter as Evelyn gradually sat up. Her hand extended forward as a purple magic circle appeared before her. Kira was just about to ask her what it was, but was promptly cut off by her. Get your mind ready. I don't know where your real body is, but if you happen to be in the arena and you suddenly squeal, do expect people to look at you. What does that? Snap. Evelyn snapped her fingers. The world passed, and the surroundings froze. Kira lost her voice, and as she raised her head, her pupils constricted as a gigantic crack appeared. What the? Her vision grew dark shortly after that. By the time she regained herself, her body flinched as her eyelids snapped open. Her chest heaved up and down repeatedly as light entered her eyes. As she adjusted to the situation, she realized she was sitting in the audience. It was quiet, and all eyes were focused on Aoife, who suddenly started bleeding. Kira stared at the scene for a few seconds before letting out a long breath. Evelyn was right. She would have been screwed had she shouted. "You!" I closed my eyes and the air left my mouth. What did I just see? My mind was in a mess. I had to forcibly recall the locks in order to cool down my emotions. They were still rattling wildly in my mind, but they held on. I need to find a way to improve the spell. It was a self-created spell, and it couldn't yet be considered a spell. It didn't even have a name. At least not yet. There were a few necessary procedures that I had to take in order for it to be fully created into a spell. When everything was done and over, I planned on doing such steps. Opening my eyes up again, the familiar room greeted my sight. The curtains ballooned as a cold breeze wafted in, and staring at the bed, Aoife sat with a dazed look, kneeling as she brushed the air. Where is she? I scanned the room and looked for the little girl, but wherever I looked, I couldn't find a single trace of her. Where did she go? I was a little apprehensive and felt hesitant to chase after her given what I had just witnessed. But two figures appeared before me. What happened? It was Almighty and Pebble. They were both looking at me with a serious look. Out of nowhere, the girl forced your hand to touch your own arm, and both of you froze in place. Then suddenly the little girl was sent hurtling away. Is that what happened? Yes. So they didn't see. Do you happen to know where she went? Yes. Pebble nodded its little head, pointing toward the door. To the right. Right. Are you not going to chase after her? She looked pretty weakened and different than before. I didn't answer immediately, but licking my lips, my legs moved on my own as I already started to move out of the door. Right, he's probably left her body. All that was left was the soul of the little girl. And as I thought about her, my heart started to feel heavy. But I had no choice. For all of this to end, I had to do this. Ha! Swallowing, I picked up the pace. Chapter 358. A different angle. 4. It's cold. A quiet voice echoed within the confines of the empty corridors. Unlike before, I didn't know where she was. I just followed the voice. It's dark. It was the same childish voice from before. But the joy and amusement that was previously present were no longer there. It was now faint. Tack. My step echoed gently across the quiet corridor. Looking around, it didn't seem as quiet and deserted as it once had been. Rather, the deeper I went, the more people appeared. I knew they were illusions, a fabrication of the vision I had once seen, showing me what life once had been in this palace area. But with a blink of my eyes, it all disappeared. The corridors, they were now cold and deserted. It's quiet. Her voice seemed to be everywhere, and nowhere at once. I just blindly walked. I was bound to find her soon enough. I knew I would. Where is everyone? I continued walking across the empty halls, the child's voice lingering in the air as I roamed the palace's walls. It was quiet just like it had been before. A certain gloom pressed on as I walked, making each step heavier than the other. Where is she? I'm lost. The voice reached out for me once more. It was pleading for something, someone, and I knew what it was, and that is the reason why my steps felt so heavy. I just see our crack. Fine cracks suddenly formed on the walls, spreading like spiderwebs and creeping in every direction. My steps paused as I looked at the cracks. They continued to spread, reaching every corner of the area I was in. I took in the sight for a moment. So she did it. I closed my eyes. This was without a doubt Evelyn's work. She must probably have freed everyone. Evelyn completed her task as she promised. It was now my turn. See our crack. Seeing the cracks that were spreading further and further, I pursed my lips and continued forward. There was not much time left. I hurried my steps. Tack tack. Every time I blinked, an illusion of the past would appear. People dressed in weirdly fashioned clothing appeared, chatting with drinks in hand. Their hair styled in weird fashions as they laughed casually. It stood as a stark contrast to the reality that it was now. Where are you going? Almighty's voice suddenly reached me. The place is about to collapse. You should leave. Clench. Not yet. Why? Why? Because it wasn't over yet. Not yet. Why do you think she did what she did? It was Almighty's turn to be quiet. I don't know the story, right? Almighty didn't see what I saw. Extending my hand, I used Veil of Deceit to replay a small part of what I had seen. It was rather quick, and Almighty's answer came shortly after. For revenge. Revenge? Yes. I would also want revenge if I were trapped and sealed in a statue for so long. Right? I would too if I were in the same position. Not only that, but to also witness the crumbling of her own monarchy and saw her parents die. Anyone would go crazy over that matter. But it's not the right answer. It's not. It's not. There was one unique ability that the second leaf had, and that was that I could perceive the emotions of those that I touched during the time of their past. When everything happened, the emotions that the little girl felt were not rage, sadness, or a thirst for revenge. No, it was joy. In those moments when everything went down, what she felt was joy. It makes no sense. At least that was what I thought back then. I never had much time to dwell on it though. Everything that unfolded shortly after made it impossible for me to think. But now that I had time to think, I was able to come to a conclusion. Why she felt joy in such moments. I'm lonely. I closed my eyes. Right, the last words perfectly summarized the situation. She was lonely. A palace as grand as anything could be. A father who ruled an entire kingdom, and wealth that could buy anything that she'd ever want. She had everything, and yet, she also had nothing. If you say it's not revenge, what is the answer? I didn't answer. Coming to a stop, I turned my head. There, a portrait of the king appeared. He looked younger than he had been in the vision. His hair was short and blonde, while his previous mustache was gone. He looked a lot more dignified, and his blue eyes were filled with spirit. It was an awe-inspiring portrait. And I placed my hand over it, tracing all the details in my mind. Why is no one here? Moving my hand away, I once again resumed my steps. This time I had a direction. Crack. Even as more cracks appeared around the palace, I didn't let that affect me and walked at the same pace toward where I needed to be, where she was waiting for me. Eventually, I stopped before a large wooden door. It stood taller than the room where Teresa stayed and looked a lot more imposing. The king's chambers. I'm right here. I know you are. Creak. I pushed the door open, revealing the insides of the king's chambers. As expected, the room was spacious, dominated by a massive bed at its center and adorned with an array of luxurious furnishings. There were paintings all over the place and golden, plated objects were scattered throughout. Curtains draped over the large frame of the bed as they quietly ballooned, allowing me to see the little girl that sat on it, her back against me. I want to play with. The little girl stopped, turning her attention toward me. Her expression changed the moment she saw me. I smiled and turned to look at Almighty. You wanted to know the reason why she did what she did. Almighty looked at me with a strange look. Why are you? I extended both hands forward where a cat appeared. Ah! Pebble looked startled, but I didn't care. Teresa, look what I brought here. Teresa looked at Pebble, Almighty, and then me. This is? You want to play? I can? You can. I placed Pebble on the ground, who looked utterly confused. Oi, human. I am a mighty Dihik. Hi. Before Pebble had the chance to finish its words, its cheeks were pulled apart by Teresa, who grabbed it by the stomach and lifted Pebble up. Wahak, let me down. Release me at once, you gremlin-looking midget. Ah! It was now my turn to look surprised. Since when did Pebble learn? It's you. As if sensing my thoughts, Almighty replied in a low tone, turning my attention to Owl. Mighty. I blinked my eyes. Me? Yes. Almighty nodded, hopping off my shoulder. You say it all the time whenever that woman, that stupid cat liked it and now uses it. All the time. That's a thing? Yes. Walk. Aye. Teresa giggled while she spun Pebble around. Its desperate screams echoed throughout, arousing even more laughter from her. The most surprising part of the situation was the fact that while Pebble was protesting, it wasn't putting in a real struggle. If Pebble wanted to, then it wouldn't be a problem to escape or even bully the little girl. But it never did so. Are you not going to play as well? Turning my attention back to Teresa, I opened my mouth before smiling. Of course I am. Extending my hands to make myself as big as possible, I rushed for the little girl, who squealed as she threw Pebble away. Eek! Wawa. Come here. The girl held her head, running around the bed and shoving herself under it. Come here. Don't hide down there. If you do, it'll devour you. I ducked down and reached my hand down. Kayak. Teresa screamed and hastily rushed out of the bed. Crack. Cracks continued to form as we played. But we paid no mind to them. We still had time. She ran toward Pebble, who had just recovered, before embracing it and throwing it in my direction. Protect me. Wakak. Almighty. As you wish. Pack. Diving down from above, Almighty's beak struck the airborne Pebble, hitting its head and sending it crashing to the ground. Hyuk. Useless. Teresa shouted, eliciting a twitch from Pebble, who gravely mumbled, I'm a mighty dragon, stupid cat. Satisfied with its accomplishments, Almighty rested on top of the wooden frame of the bed, coldly looking down on Pebble. On the other hand, I continued to chase the little girl. I had her cornered now, with a plain mirror resting against the wall beside her. What now? Hayek. I raised both hands and cast a shadow over her little body. She shivered. Her little head and eyes darted all over the place in search of an opening to exploit. Something that would allow her to run away from me. But it was too late. I had arrived. Kayak. I hugged her little body and held her tightly into my embrace. She was small. So small that it felt as though I was touching the most delicate object. As I embraced her small body, I turned my head to glance at the mirror beside me. There I saw my reflection. With short blonde hair, deep blue eyes, and a dignified appearance, I looked nothing like I normally did. The girl's body shivered under my embrace as the room fell silent. If you say it's not revenge, what is the answer? Almighty's words once again echoed in my mind. Feeling the gazes of the two, I pressed my lips and looked down to meet the little girl's hollow eyes. She was blind, but she hadn't been blind since birth. It was only after that she became blind. A terrible disease had infected her, robbing her of her eyes. The world grew dark from that point, and her father stopped paying attention to her, at least to her. He was simply too busy looking for the blood so that he could cure her. Besides her bodyguard, she had nothing. Nothing. It's cold. It's dark. It's quiet. Where is everyone? I'm lost. Why is no one here? I'm right here. But all of that changed from the moment her body was taken over. She was able to see again. And that was when she witnessed her dad rush into her room. He looked older and he looked at her. Daddy. He also looked at the spectacle that greeted them outside. He never left his sight away from that. That's when Teresa had an idea. If I do it, will he look at me again? If she were to replicate what was outside, would her daddy look at her? I am looking straight into those eyes of hers. I was looking. Yes, I see. The girl replied back, her arms squeezing my body tightly. Her body, which I could feel properly moments prior, started to dissipate. You see me? I do. There was a silence. Thank you. A silence she broke. Fake daddy. Fake daddy? I almost broke into a laughter, feeling my lips curl as I pressed her dissipating body tighter into my embrace. So she knew. What a smart child. CRA crack. The cracks appearing around me spread faster and faster, slowly reaching a limit as the palace rumbled. Keeping the girl tight against me, I mumbled, I have devoured you. Crash. Chapter 359. Final contestants. 1. Leon didn't waste the chance that was presented before his eyes. How could he? The moment blood started to leak out from Aoife's mouth, he pressed his foot forward, the stars within his eyes disappearing. His figure blurred forward, and in less than a second he appeared before Aoife. Her expression changed, hastily flicking her hand and forcing Leon's body to come to a halt. Normally, she would have directed the sword in Leon's direction to produce some distance between the two of them, but it was clear that she was not in the right state to do so as her expression twitched and she stomped her foot down, pressing forward. Leon remained calm under Aoife's approach. Short range, good, this was his domain. The stars in his eyes faded, making his eyes completely void. Power surged through him as if he were at the center of the universe. Raising his fist, he punched down. Zoo. The air exploded with a thunderous roar as his fist cut through it, a vivid crimson shade enveloping his hand like a fallen star igniting the night sky. The intense energy radiated outward, painting the scene in a fiery hue and leaving a trail of pulsating light in its wake. It was a sight that left the audience breathless. Aoife's eyes constricted at the sight presented before her as she stopped, taking in the situation before gritting her teeth. Her eyes changed, turning blue as water crept up from the cracks beneath the stage and forming a bubble around it. Her actions were quick, and by the time Leon's fist came down, the bubble had already formed. Boom! A terrifying explosion ensued the moment Leon's fist came into contact with the bubble, shattering it into millions of pieces. Oh no! Many shouted at the sight, worried that something wrong had happened. But by the time the situation settled, Aoife was nowhere near in sight. Leon's expression turned serious as he looked around. Where is she? Where did she go? Wiggle. Leon's head flicked to the right where he saw one of the numerous puddles that formed as a result of the attack. Wiggle. He didn't hesitate to draw up his sword and slashed in its direction. Swoosh. The puddle remained intact. Wiggle. And then, every single puddle wiggled before moving around and slowly combining, forming the outline of an aqueous figure that appeared to be Aoife. At first glance, she looked relatively unharmed. But, cough, cough, she started coughing shortly after forming. Pressing her chest, she stumbled back several steps as her face grew pale. Cough? Leon watched all of this in silence before closing his eyes. Looks like it's over. He could feel it. She was on her last leg. This was a last struggle. A struggle that demanded him to finish. Taking a deep breath, Leon raised his sword before him as his back straightened and his legs pressed together. One hand behind his back, the sword's body touched the tip of his nose as he looked ahead with indifference. I still need Julian to tell me how he figured out the steps. But let's try it. His eyes closed and opened right after. The world grew quiet. Cough. As if sensing the changes in her surroundings, Aoife turned around, meeting Leon's eyes as her body froze. No. Her eyes started to fluctuate, but there was no resisting. Leon nodded calmly, and the eyes fluctuated once more. This time he could see a change occur as confusion appeared within the gaze. What? Where? The real Aoife was starting to come back. Leon smiled and pressed his foot forward. Then, lowering the sword forward and pointing it at Aoife, he mumbled inside of his mind. First movement of the forgotten art unseeing stab. He stabbed 1 inch forward. Just 1 inch. But that was enough as Aoife's entire body froze. The audience watched in shock while several people stood up, unable to contain their shock as their hands came pressing down against the rails. Even Delilah's expression changed as she placed her diary down. PFFTTT. The silence was shattered by a rain of blood as blood started to spill out from Aoife's mouth. As she fell to her knees, her eyes unable to hide the shock and fear she felt. Leon looked at her with a pale face before nudging his head a little. Welcome back. Thump. While everyone was shocked, there was only one person who was not allowed to be shocked. The winner is the referee, Leon Ellert of the Nuz and Sifa Empire. Karbinga, Verdant Empire. Like Bremer, the capital of the Verdant Empire was situated near the most important mirror crack. The mirror dimension, as dangerous as it was a place filled with resources, controlled appropriately, and it was a treasure trove. The Mantavaj, the current ruling family, and the Purist family were in control of such a place. Currently, within the royal estate, 2 figures sat in silence while watching the broadcast. The air was tense as several attendants stood at the back, not daring to say a single word. How could they when 2 of the most powerful people within the empire were making such faces? Nobody dared to do so. All they could do was watch the fight in silence. It was an impressive fight that fully displayed the talents of those within the screen. It went without a question why they were chosen as the most talented of their generation. It was a pity that they didn't belong to their empire. But, One of the attendants squinted their eyes, taking a better look at the broadcast. In particular, a grayed male. Doesn't he look familiar? Yeah, he did. But who? The attendants' thoughts paused as they fell on the current emperor. His entire brain stopped working for a short moment as the contestant's figure's face overlapped with that of the emperor. While they weren't spitting images, they were extremely alike, to a creepy degree. And taking into account the eyes, oh no, ba, thump, he could feel the beat of his heart drum loudly within his mind. It pressed toward his chest, making the atmosphere extremely suffocating. Swoosh. The attendant almost jumped as the empress stood up, her neatly tied black hair falling behind her shoulder as her faded gray eyes shook, her face slowly changing. I'm going. Stop. The emperor's hand grasped the empress's. He was so fast that the attendant couldn't even follow his movements. This is not the right time. If we leave our post, we'll be putting the empire in jeopardy. If our enemy finds out, what's there to stop them from attacking us? Oh please. The empress snatched her arm back, glaring at the emperor. Nobody will do anything. And why would you think that? Because I exist. Bang. The empress stomped her foot down and the entire palace shook, forcing the attendants around the room to hold onto the walls to keep steady. They were all horrified by the situation. The entire palace was built upon the most durable and toughest material. For someone to be able to do this, only Empress Jordana Kalyana was capable of such feat. No, there was one other figure that was capable of such a feat. Calm down. The rumbling stopped the moment the emperor stood up. Waving his hand, everything froze into place. Calm? The empress laughed, her eyes unable to hide their fury and desperation as they drifted toward the broadcast. Whether you like it or not, I'm going. 11:11. The emperor pursed his lips, his brows furrowing. I'm going to get our son. She paused before adding, sons. The winner is. The studio was quiet as the referees announced the final victor. Leon Ellert of the Nuz and Sifa Empire. Carl and Johanna only snapped out of it when the announcement was fully made and the audience stood up from their seats, their claps thunderously roaring throughout the entire Colosseum. Leon's figure appeared in the broadcast, breathing heavily as he basked in the afterglow of his victory. He looked exhausted, but at the same time, proud of his victory. It was a great victory, Carl mumbled, his eyes never leaving Leon's. He could still recall the last moments and his last move. Even when fighting Amel he hadn't used it. What suddenly gave? Was he holding back? Carl liked his strangely dry lips. There was no use in him trying to make sense of the situation. He had a certain expert with him for that. Johanna, what do you? Carl's voice stopped as his eyes fell on Johanna, who was staring at Leon with an unbelievable, serious expression. He had never seen her behave like that before, and while she previously was impressed by Leon, things were a little different now. She almost seemed scared? No, that doesn't sound quite right. Johanna? HM? Calling her out, she finally snapped out of it as she turned her head to look at Carl, who was looking at her with a worried, "Is everything all right?" "Oh yeah, look." She half-heartedly nodded her head. Though she tried to act fine, she was anything but fine. That last movement and positioning, it was flawless. As a powerful Tier 7 knight, Johanna had seen many things. She had wielded many weapons and seen many movements, but never in her life had she witnessed such a flawless movement. There were no imperfections, all actions ending toward the tip of the sword. She didn't know what swordsmanship this was, but it was flawless, to the point where she felt inferior. No, it can't be said to be flawless. There were actually two flaws. One, Leon himself. He was too weak. She could still trace his movements, making this his first flaw. The second flaw, something about his step felt off. Recalling the scene, all movements connected, conjoining toward the tip of the sword with the exception of his right foot. There was a little flaw on that side that made the sword imperfect. It's incomplete. Johanna felt a little bit of pity upon realizing this, but was able to quickly quell her disappointment down as she took a deep breath and focused her attention back on the recording devices. It was a phenomenal fight. You think so too? Carl, an expert in this, was able to immediately create a conversation between the two that lasted for several minutes before he finally popped the questions. The finals, Julian versus Leon. Who do you have winning? Who? Johanna was just about to answer Julian without much thought, but suddenly realized that her mouth wasn't moving. Julian, she tried to say, but the name never came out. The image of Leon's swordsmanship flashed in her mind once more, and her expression turned strange. Leon? She opened her mouth, trying to mumble his name, but she was still unable to get the words out. The image of Julian's overwhelming emotive magic flashed in her mind, her expression contorting further. And that was when she realized she could see either side destroying each other. Simply put, I don't know. Chapter 360. Final contestants. 2. The winner is... I opened my eyes to see the referee with his arm raised, announcing the winner of the bout. Leon Ellert of the Naz and Sifa Empire. The Colosseum was quiet upon the announcement of the winner. All eyes locked on the fallen Aoife and then the heavily breathing Leon. Then, boom, the entire Colosseum erupted, cheers and waves of applause resounding throughout. I basked in such an atmosphere for several seconds before collecting myself again. Turning my head, I noticed that Kalian was looking at me strangely. What is wrong? He didn't answer immediately, furrowing slightly as his eyes traced the side of my face. I instinctively touched my face, and that was when I felt something wet trace down my right cheek. I finally realized why he was looking at me like that. It's a side effect of using my domain, right? He nodded his head in understanding. It was quite powerful. Yours wasn't too bad either. Just that? Kalian raised his brow with a questionable look, and I shrugged my shoulder. Just that. Well, maybe a little bit more than just that, but I wasn't going to outright say it. If you'll excuse me. Then, standing up, I made my way out of the Colosseum. But just as I tried to leave, a hand pressed against my shoulder. Wait, it was still Kalian. Yes? About the thing that you talked to me about before. Do you? We can talk about it later. I dismissively waved my hand. He was probably referring to what happened back at the strange cult, but now wasn't exactly the right time to talk about it. There were more pressing matters that I needed to attend to, like getting a hold of those that have been affected by the statue and erase their memories. I wasn't sure how much time I had, but I needed to hurry up. If any of them were to report the situation, then I'd be in a lot of trouble. Especially since it would instigate an investigation which I couldn't afford to take since I knew I wouldn't be able to pass it. I had been preoccupied with so many things that I hadn't been able to properly plan for the aftermath of the situation. No, I had been planning, but Evelyn's ability came as a surprise. It made things a lot easier, but at the same time more troublesome. But later, I dismissed Kalian and rushed out of the Colosseum. Thankfully, everyone was still busy applauding and basking in the afterglow of the match. Leon had already entered back into the locker rooms, but the people were still talking animately about the fight that had occurred. It reminded me of the times back on Earth when I happened to watch a really good movie with my brother and we would come out discussing it for the next hour or so. Fun times. My heart pressed as I looked around. This was the perfect chance for me to leave and I took it, directly heading for one of the more secluded tunnels that lead to the exits. It was somewhat dark, and the corridor was rather narrow, but I went for it. Time was of the essence. I was running straight for the exit when a figure appeared, leaning against the side of the wall. Her purple locks gently fell to the side of her face while her arms were crossed. She seemed to be waiting for someone. "You're here." Who happened to be me. I felt my heart press heavily at the sight of her. I could already imagine the reason why she was waiting for me here. Not this again. It most likely had to do with what she had previously asked me back in the mind world. Though, to some extent, I was curious about a few of her words, this was still not the right time. There were other more pressing matters that I needed to attend to, and the thought irritated me. What's up with her and her timing? Now is not the time. I have to deal with. Now is not the right time? So you get it. I do, actually. Evelyn leaned away from the wall, brushing her purple hair behind her ears. Then, it's about something else. Evelyn cut me off, catching me off guard. Not about that. Then, her next words took me completely off guard. You're probably worried about the others spilling everything to the authorities, right? You're worried that they'll lock the entire city and have the clerics check every person for any external entity residing in their body, right? How did she know? Evelyn smiled faintly upon noticing my reaction as she quietly lowered her head and murmured, "I thought so." Thought so? Though it was faint, I could still hear her words properly. Did she knew I was going to react like this from the start? No, wait, you. Realization struck me as she raised her head back up. Yes, I've dealt with the situation. Besides a few people, nobody should be able to remember a single thing. She raised her hand, displaying a thin magic circle that flickered like a broken lamp. This is a spell that has been directly given to me by a cleric. Using it, I can free people from being possessed by entering their body, but at the same time, I can do more. If I just tune up the intensity a bit, cracka. A bolt of lightning flickered in the air. Evelyn's hair fluttered briefly as she raised her head. I can do more than just free time. I can make them lose their memories. Right? I closed my eyes, already somewhat guessing what she was trying to say. It was certainly great news, alleviating a lot of the pressure that I felt, but I didn't feel happy at all, especially since your reaction also confirms what I thought. You're not Hupe. Evelyn's eyes shot wide open as I brought my hand forward and covered her mouth. Her entire body flinched as her face grew red, but I didn't care and looked around, making sure that nobody was watching. Then, seeing that there was no one around, I pointed at my ear and mouthed, "Someone might be listening." The chances were not high, but given how Delilah tended to appear randomly from time to time, I was afraid she was somewhere in the corner of the hall looking at the conversation between the two of us. I couldn't afford to have her find out about my secret. Right, not her. Evelyn couldn't respond, but she stopped struggling and calmly nodded her head. Okay, good. I sighed in relief and prepared to take my hand away from her mouth. Our bodies were relatively close, her back against the wall with my elbow right above her. I was just prepared to leave when, I felt a presence behind me and my entire body tensed. Rigidly turning my head, a pair of gray eyes met my sight. Holding onto an ice pack, his eyes turned bloodshot as the ice pack fell to the ground. Plack. His head then flicked between the two of us. Flick, flick, flick. I silently closed my eyes while cursing. This guy. Flick. Opening them back up, our eyes met. Intuition. Intuition. He nodded. Right. Get rid of it. Bullshit ability. Oh. Turbid air spewed onto the air as a man silently sat in the middle of a room spacious and elegantly appointed, with an array of opulent antiques and exquisite paintings. CRA crack. His body squirmed, sweat streaming down his muscular back, and steam rising out from his body. Soon, the entire room became enveloped in thick steam. The process lasted no more than an hour before eventually settling down. Marking the end of it all was a single and pure breath as a figure entered the room, holding onto a dark robe with golden embroidery. He presented it forward with his head lowered. 1. The man slipped his hand into the robe's opening and adjusted it before cinching the sash around his waist. His chest was slightly exposed as his wet hair draped down his shoulders. How are you feeling? A subservient voice broke the silence that took over the room. I'm doing all right. The man replied, slowly moving toward the small sofa positioned by the center of the room, and sitting down. Extending his hand forward, he slowly clenched it and unclenched it, just holding up for now. That's a relief to hear. Blonde hair framed Atlas' gentle features, but his eyes trembled as they slowly raised to meet Atlas as he stood opposite him. For a moment, Atlas almost forgot how to breathe. He felt insignificant within those vacant eyes that stood opposite him, to the point where he found himself lowering his head to avoid eye contact. Let me know if you have any troubles. Chim. With a faint nod, Sithras extended his hand. Understanding his intention, Atlas quickly retrieved a small vial that contained a thick red liquid within. As you've asked. Without reservations, Sithras plopped the vial open and ingested the contents within. His entire body started to squirm again, but unlike before, it was only momentary, recovering quickly. Clench. Shattering the glass vial in his grip, Sithras' vacant eyes drifted to his arm. Thin lines traced across his arm, revealing every vein in stark detail. He stood still, silently studying his body for a few moments before murmuring, "Pity. This body will only last me for at most a month." Ah! Atlas appeared a little distraught, but he was dismissed with a wave. "Forget about this trivial matter. There's something else I'd like to talk to you about." "Yes?" Finally lifting his head, Atlas fully revealed his yellow eyes as they gleamed in silence. Ta-tap. Drumming his fingers over the armrest of the chair, Sithras' eyes flickered for a brief moment before his lips curled into a smile. "Emmett has made a move." Atlas' face momentarily paused. "I left a little something here in the past. It has only come to my attention now that it is gone. I was busy looking for the sword, but with my failing body, it proved somewhat troublesome." He sniffed the air while pointing at his nose. "I can't smell as well. Do you wish for me to?" "There's no need for that." Sithras waved his hand. "Genesis should be here too. I'll visit him since there are a few things that I need to be sorted out now that Heraclius has made his move." "Understood." Atlas lowered his head in understanding. He was just about to say something else when he stopped. "Right, Dawn." Atlas immediately turned around. "How can I help you? I heard an interesting thing recently." Sithras swept his long blonde hair back, revealing his strong, chiseled features. "That you've found a successor." Atlas once again felt himself unable to talk. "Right, there was that. It was just that he was still not ready yet." "Let me meet him." Adel's expression paused one again as he looked up at Sithras, who smiled at him, his eyes growing a little vacant. "I want to see just what kind of talent makes you interested." Chapter 361. Final Contestants 3. The finals were set to be held in 3 days. This was so that the contestants could have enough time to recuperate and heal for the upcoming match. Typically, the contestants wouldn't need that much time to heal from injuries that involved fractures or broken bones. A day was enough, and that was simply because the medicine that was provided to the contestants was extremely potent and expensive. With the amount of money the streams were bringing, this was a necessary investment. But that wasn't the main issue. What couldn't be healed, however, was the contestants' state of mind. That required time, and hence why several days were given for rest. On the second day, the day before the finals. What's that? What's going on? A large shadow was cast over the borders of the Nuzan-Sifa Empire as the people beneath started to panic, pointing toward the enormous object that levitated in the air, oppressively staring down at the borders as a large flag fluttered in the wind. "Isn't that?" The citizens were quick to associate the flag, and the panic only heightened. "Are we under attack? They're attacking us? Everyone return to your houses. Do not panic and return at this instant." It was the guards' job to keep the citizens at ease, barking orders around as they tried to keep everyone from panicking. But how easy could that be? It could only do so much, especially since the enormous ship was still staring down at them. Inside the ship, what's the holdup? Empress Jordana sat in her seat impatiently, looking down the glass windows of the ship. There, she could see a small city beneath as tall walls stood erect, protecting the citizens from any danger. Currently, several weapons were pointed in their direction. Is this how inefficient this empire is? If it were up to, a projection appeared in the middle of the ship. There, a young man with yellow eyes and long blonde hair appeared. His appearance looked rather sickly, but he carried an air of regality and authority. "Emperor." He first greeted the emperor, who sat next to the empress. Then, turning his head, he addressed her as well. "Empress." "Crown Prince." The two returned a short greeting. "How may I help you?" "Let us in." The empress was quick with her demands. Though her tone was soft, there was a certain resolution to it that made her stance clear. She wasn't looking for objections. "May I ask why?" 1. The couple paused, looking at each other for a brief moment. They stared at each other for a while before the emperor nodded his head and the empress spoke. Right, it is only fair that we disclose this. We're here to pick up our son. Your son? Gale's expression remained cold. Must you personally come to take him? The tournament is over, and while he did sustain some injuries in his bout, it shouldn't be to the extent where you should be worried. If you want, we can have. No, we're not talking about him. Gale's expression turned strange. As far as he remembered, there were no other children. We're talking about our other son. The empress lifted her palm, and a small projection sprang to life. It revealed a young man with strikingly handsome features and penetrating gray eyes. Gale stared at the projection for a brief moment before his calm facade showed signs of cracking. He alternated his gaze between the two figures before raising his finger. Give me, moment. His figure flickered out, leaving the room in a state of silence that only lasted for several minutes before he reappeared once more. All right. Gale nodded his head, his expression unusually serious. Staring at the two of them, he lowered his head. You have permission to enter, Gria. But Gale stopped them before they could celebrate. Extending his hand and displaying a projection of the ship, he quietly said, You will be the only two that can enter. The ship stays outside. Immediately, the room grew tense. The emperor and the empress both frowned at the proposal. Going in alone would be rather problematic, as they would leave behind their soldiers and protection. It would almost make them seem as though they were hostages in a different country. But then again, this was their own decision. Furthermore, they were extremely powerful. Unless all the 7 monarchs of the empire decided to gang up on them, they had the confidence to run away. Not that it would happen. Their death would mean an all-out war with the Nuz and Sifa Empire. They weren't crazy enough to do that. Especially not when the 2 other empires were eyeing the situation like hungry hawks. Upon reaching such thoughts, the 2 looked at each other and nodded. All right. The both of them stood up, waving their hands as their appearance changed. Well, abide by your request. Thank you very much. Gale smiled and elegantly bowed his head in respect. I officially welcome the 2 of you to our empire. Boo. Gale let out a small breath after shutting down the communication device. The situation was rather abrupt, and he had no real time to handle the situation. 2 monarch-level entities were about to cross their borders, and a lot of preparation was usually needed in advance. The fact that they came so abruptly was cause of concern. He would have normally rejected them, but upon hearing their reasoning, he found it difficult to do so. If Leon was really their son, what trouble? Gale massaged his forehead before turning his head and staring at the girl who was quietly resting on the bed, looking at the ceiling with a dazed look. Aoife, you're awake. She replied with a low voice. A couple of days had passed since she lost, and it still seemed to hit her to this day. You fought great. You exceeded everyone's expectations. Aoife remained quiet. It was as if her brother's words went to deaf ears. She remained lying on the bed with a pale face, staring blankly at the ceiling as though she was a sick patient on her last days. This greatly worried Gale, who moved closer to her. However, just as he had taken a step to comfort her, she turned her head, shifting her attention toward him. Her yellow eyes flashed with different colors. It was enough to make Gale stop as Aoife raised her hand to display a flame. Swoosh! The flame flickered out, leaving behind an orb of water that quickly morphed into a shadowy mass. Aoife's hands trembled as she stared at the shifting elements, her eyes trembling slightly as her lips parted open. My concept, she mumbled under her breath, and the dark mass transformed into a powerful gust of wind that surged through the room, making Gale's clothes ripple and flutter. It's this elemental sovereignty. Clank. I stared at the projection before me as sparks flew in the air and 2 figures appeared. They were none other than Leon and Aoife. So that's how the fight went. I was currently rewatching the entire match since I had missed it. Since Leon was my next opponent, I had to take this seriously. Since he managed to get to where he was, then he had without a doubt become extremely strong. Not that I didn't know it. He's always been strong. Clank. The exchange between Leon and Aoife was rather entertaining, with both sides showing some impressive moves. I couldn't help but scoff when I saw Aoife perform my spell. Felt wrong. Now that I think about it, how is she doing? I hadn't paid much attention to it since she had been placed in the nursery. I thought about meeting her once she got out, but there seemed to be no signs of her leaving just yet. Were her injuries that bad? No, more than that. How is she going to explain her abilities? Her concept, or the ability that she showed? It wasn't something that she could replicate. After all, it belonged to the angel who sucked the powers of all the hosts that it had. The same was true for their mana. Oh man, I could already feel a headache for Aoife. Plus, knowing her, she probably wouldn't say a thing about the entire situation and keep it to herself. At least, I hoped. I'd need to talk with her later. HM? Suddenly, my attention turned toward the projection. That was when I noticed a change occur in Leon as Aoife started to cough blood. She looked pale, and I knew that this was the time when Evelyn had completed her task. But that wasn't what I was paying attention to. No, it was Leon. Unknowingly, my eyes started to narrow as Leon's entire demeanor changed, and he got into a strange stance. The entire Colosseum fell into silence following his movements as I narrowed further and observed every little detail of his movement. Why does this feel familiar? He took a step forward, and that brought his sword down. That was all it took for me to understand, and I felt my expression change. The match ended right after this movement. I sat in silence within my room, quietly staring at the projection, unable to say any words as the last scene replayed in my mind over and over again. I drew up Leon's movements inside of my mind and soon closed my eyes. Yes, it's that putting in the foot movement that I had managed to pick up from Leon, and combining it with what Leon displayed, I could tell that they were a perfect match. Though Leon didn't display it since his movements were flawless, there were a few imperfections in his movements, and that probably stemmed from the fact that it was incomplete. Right, it's no wonder he doesn't use the move. As powerful as it was, if someone knew its weakness, then he was as good as done for. There's a chance he won't use it on me. Well, hopefully. I didn't really want to go up against it. Ha! Leaning back on my chair, I dazedly looked at the ceiling. A thought occurred to me. Right, I finished the quest. Where is the completion sign? It would usually come at about this time. This time, however, it appeared to be a lot slower than usual. I'd be a nice boost considering that Leon is still quite a bit stronger than me in terms of tier. The fact that it hadn't shown up just yet was a little worrying. However, I could only brush those thoughts aside for now. There was only one day left until the finals. I needed to be prepared. Closing my eyes, I sunk into my consciousness and started the floating orbs before me. Let's figure out what the other three do. Chapter 362. Knight vs. Master 1. The winner is Julian Ivinus of the Naz and Sifa Empire. Leon's eyes flashed as the projection came to an end. He stared at the projection, which had now turned empty for an unknown period of time, before taking a deep breath. A bitter smile formed on his face. How exactly am I going to deal with his emotive magic? Following his first match with Julian, and recalling how he had lost, Leon had made heavy preparations in order to protect himself from such attempts again. Not just for Julian, but for when he would encounter another emotive mage. Caius being an example. Julian wasn't the only emotive magic, and he needed to be prepared to deal with them at any time. Who knew when he'd meet another emotive mage? Knowing this, Leon practiced hard. He dedicated a lot of his time in order to find ways to counter Julian's emotive magic. From perfecting his mind to moving at speeds that would prevent him from using his emotive magic on him. Leon had prepared all sorts of counters, and yet, can I really beat him? Thinking back to the projections, he suddenly felt helpless. Julian's emotive magic. It was overwhelming, to the point where he questioned whether he'd even be able to handle his voice transmission. He was already worried about finding ways to dodge his touch, which would mark almost certain defeat, but he also had to be worried about his voice transmission. And it wasn't as though he could replicate what Kealion did by having an artifact help him. Artifacts of that power. They were expensive, and only those with powerful backgrounds could have access to them. Leon's background was the same as Julian's. He truly was helpless. He really is an annoying opponent to face. Well, it makes sense. If he wasn't annoying, he wouldn't have made it all the way to the finals. Right, he also knows about the forgotten art. Leon wasn't that bummed out about this. He had meant to reveal it anyway. The reason why he didn't use it often was that it needed time for him to set it up and incomplete. With Julian knowing this and also knowing about its openings, using the move was akin to suicide. Leon knew. Julian knew. And it was exactly because of this that Leon had to use the move. If he thinks I'm bluffing, he won't stop me. If he doesn't think I'm bluffing, he'll try to stop me, for which he'll have a counter. This move was going to be the deciding factor of their match. Carefully deliberating over his tactics, Leon leaned his head back, resting it against the wall behind him. A thin smile slowly crept up on his face as he thought about the upcoming match. Will the family head get angry if I defeat Julian? The thought made Leon chuckle as he slowly closed his eyes and started to fall into a meditative state. Regardless of how strong Julian was, Leon was sure that he could still win. After all, in the time Julian had been missing, he hadn't been slacking at all. Ivinus' household. The usually quiet office reserved for the head of the household was now in complete disarray, as servants hurried in one after another. To talk. Sir, we've got another letter. This one appears to come from the neighboring barony. They have offered their daughter for betrothal. Sir. Another letter over here. It's from another noble house. Sir. Listening to the servants' frantic voices, Aldrich remained calm. His expression never faltered, as he calmly received each letter while dismissing the servants at the same time. Oh wait. Just as one of the servants was about to leave, Aldrich raised his head. Yes? Do me a favor. Lock the doors and tell the servants to only come if it's something extremely important. They'll be spending the evening reviewing the offers. Understood. The servants nodded before leaving the room and locking the door behind. Clank. For the first time in a very long time, the office space regained its calm. Aldrich sat with his elbows propped up on the table, hands interlocked as he was in deep thought. Before him were over several dozen letters, each divided into different piles that separated them from most important to least important. But in all honesty, it didn't really matter. They were all the same, from letters of betrothal to poaching letters, demanding Leon's services. The latter was particularly difficult to handle given that several powerful noble houses were pressuring them into giving them Leon. A lot of them were shameless, giving little monetary contribution for Leon's services, while others were all a little bit more honest. In the end, it all boiled down to that. Things would have been difficult had Leon been the only one who had achieved great success in the Four Empire Summit. Thankfully, he wasn't, as Julian had also made it to the finals. Right, Julian? Aldrich's brows furrowed as he thought about Julian. He had seen all of his matches, and he had no words to describe the current Julian. He was so different from the Julian of the past. It was almost as though he had become a completely different person. He was tall, elegant, and seemed to suck the eyes of all those watching. He was like the embodiment of a noble entity. The more Aldrich looked at the current Julian, the more uncomfortable he felt. He just couldn't quite place it into words. After a while, he realized that there was no point in dwelling on the matter. The finals were going to be broadcast soon. Whoever won between the two didn't matter to him. They were both representatives of the Ivinus household. What was most important was handling the aftermath of the two. Regarding Julian, Aldrich flicked the letter onto the desk before him and lifted his seal, ready to stamp it. They'll figure it out soon enough. After the summit was over, when he came back, bam, the next day, Grimspire was usually crowded, filled with aspiring superhumans who wanted to venture deep into the mirror dimension or visitors from the main capital of Bremer. On this day, however, the entire city was quiet. Not a single sound was heard. All attention was currently fixed on the Colosseum. Today was the day of the finals. The air was tense as everyone quietly entered the Colosseum in an orderly fashion. There were no discussions, nor were there any whispers. At this very moment, nobody was in the mood to discuss. They'd see the results for themselves soon enough. They showed up in the end. At the top of the platforms where the delegates usually sat, Gale glanced to his left. 3 seats stood there, each occupied by a figure. They sat in silence, not saying a single word as they stared at the platform beneath with intense focus. Gale smiled faintly at the sight of them, following what had happened before and how they had prematurely left following the defeat of their own participants. He half expected them to not show up. It was a little surprising to see them present. I guess they want to see the full extent of our talents. As of this moment, the Nuz and Sifa Empire stood above all four empires. Not only in talent, but in general power. They had done so with Delilah in the past, and they had now done it again with Julian and Leon. Gilles felt his lips curl at the thought. But as if he was smiling a little too much, he heard a soft voice coming from beside him. What are you smiling at? Hitchum, I'm just happy. Gale replied without looking at Alicia. She had been the one to speak. Right, I guess you are. Unlike the other two, she was relatively calm. Almost too calm. And when Gale thought back to what had happened a day ago, his lips settled back down. How could I forget? Leon, what a troublesome situation. If he were to win, then the glory might not necessarily belong to them. That it was a little problematic. Thankfully, he had made prior arrangements to make ISO that the situation wouldn't turn that way, but it was still a little troublesome to think about. I guess I now know who I should root for. Gale landed back on his chair while drumming his fingers over the armrest of the chair. The match is about to start soon. I'm looking. A couple sat by the stand, seamlessly blending with the crowd. Sitting next to them were two younger figures, their faces different from their actual ones. They were Amel and Agatha, who sat with their backs straight, not daring to say a single word, as the couple next to them pointed at the main platform while talking to each other in soft whispers. They stood out quite a bit considering that nobody else was talking. Amel. Yes? Suddenly hearing his name being called, Amel's back straightened as he looked toward his mother, who looked nothing like she usually did. With soft brown hair braided into a long tail and gentle green eyes, she had the appearance of a kind middle-aged woman. The freckles sprinkled across her nose only reinforced that impression. Leon. She half-glanced the stage one more time. How strong do you deem him to be compared to you? Amel was a little surprised by the question. However, looking into his mother's eyes, his expression soon turned bitter. I know you didn't go all out. Right? As expected of her mother. She could see right through him. Yes, I didn't. He nodded his head. Other things preoccupied his mind more back then, like confirming if Leon was truly his brother. In the end, had he lasted a few more seconds, he would have been the one to come out on top. Against Leon. But, so? I don't know. Amel replied honestly. He previously thought he was strong, but then the semifinals happened and he understood that Leon hadn't gone all out as well. That sword move. Amel felt his mouth grow dry. He visualized countless times on ways to counter that sword strike, but each time he tried, he'd end up dead. There was no countering such move. And upon discovering this, Amel also came to a realization. He also didn't go all out against me. But unlike him, what reason could Leon have for not going all out? Why would he? Oh my, it's starting. His mother's excited voice brought him out of his thoughts. Lifting his head, his eyes turned toward the right side of the Colosseum as the surroundings turned tense. As if every breath had been sucked out from the audience's lungs, the atmosphere turned oppressive as a pair of gray eyes emerged from the right side of the arena. Tack. A single step broke the silence as Leon emerged from the other side of the arena, his black hair fluttering in silence. Tack. His steps were met with another one as Julian appeared from the other side, his expression looking indifferent. The two met eyes and everyone felt the pressure. Everyone swallowed dryly. Their gazes, they looked so intense. What they didn't know, however, did you shave? No, I didn't. You should have. I can see your hair sticking out a little bit. I can't have my night not looking perfect while everyone is watching. It's too late now. Well, I guess you're right. But do I really have to? Why wouldn't you? Have you seen my face? Does it really matter? Julian's brows furrowed tightly, and the tension around the Colosseum grew. See? Leon's body trembled as he tried to hold back his laugh. However, to the audience, it seemed as though his body was getting ready to spring into action. It made the atmosphere become even tenser. I guess it's the same for me too, right? Leon's face froze. Then, with a frown, he stopped. It's a disturbing thought. Probably not as disturbing as what my left eye said to my right eye. Leon blinked in confusion, genuinely confused. But that was probably his biggest mistake as realization soon dawned on him and his entire body stiffened. No, not he. Between me and you, something smells. Leon's entire body shook, his clothes visibly vibrating as his eyes turned red. The audience held their breath at the sight as Carl looked at the scene in all seriousness. This match is going to be extremely bloody. I can just tell. It looks like there's some bad blood between the two of them. I can see it. It's not unusual for knights to hold a grudge against their masters for mistreatment. Yeah, who would have thought both belonged to the same household? Some sort of incredible miracle. Yes. Johanna agreed, her expression as serious as his. Shortly after, the referee arrived as he raised his hand and looked between the two. Seeing that there was nothing wrong, he raised his hand. Final match, Julian Ivinus of the Nazensifa Empire versus Leon Ellert of the Nazensifa Empire. His voice boomed throughout. Begin. Chapter 363. Knight versus Master 2. Begin. The moment the referee's voice fell, Julian and Leon turned serious. Fight me fairly. Don't try it with your psychological warfare. The hell? Julian frowned as he looked at Leon. What did he take him as? Psychological warfare? What sort of nonsense was he spouting? He was borderline almost offended. It was a good joke. Their previous playfulness disappeared as Leon quickly recovered from the damage that he had previously sustained and pressed his foot against the ground, shooting toward Julian like a comet. Bang! A powerful blast swept through the surroundings as Leon's figure blurred. Staring at the incoming Leon, Julian remained calm. Though he couldn't see him, he didn't need to as an image appeared in his mind. A green field stretched out before him, a gentle breeze sweeping through. In the distance, mountains loomed, while nearby trees swayed and rustled under the soft wind. It was a distant memory of his. A memory of a time he felt most peaceful in his darkest times. A time when he felt Julian was never able to fully get his words out as Leon appeared right before him, sword raised in the air. Swoosh. In one fluid motion, he slashed down at Julian, who pursed his lips. The vision in his mind shattered and he raised his hand as he stepped forward. Step of suppression. Leon instantly felt his sword become heavier. The speed at which he slashed increased, and his muscles popped outwardly. Yuka. This sudden change was enough for Julian to avoid the incoming slash by a tiny margin as he felt something sharp graze the tip of his nose. Not minding the pain, his eyes grew red. CRA crack. His entire body convulsed as his muscles swelled to twice their size, radiating an immense, terrifying power. With a roar, he brought his fist crashing down toward Leon, who remained calm, unflinching in the face of the oncoming blow. Swoosh. Tearing through the air, the fist reached Leon in a matter of seconds. A faint glow manifested over Leon's sword as he looked at the approaching sword. Then, he thrust his sword toward the incoming fist. Clank. A deafening explosion echoed as Julian's fist collided with Leon's glowing sword. Fist and blade entwined, gray eyes locking fiercely with hazel ones, each refusing to give an inch. Their muscles squirmed and tensed as each side tried to push the other back. This went on like this for several seconds as neither side budged. It was then that an image appeared in Julian's mind. The nursery was quiet and dark, filled with people lying silently on the beds. All of a sudden their bodies raised, exposing their white eyes. Their mouths opened and they screamed. Eek! Serper! Bang! Leon slammed his foot into the ground, releasing his grip on the sword for a brief moment as he lowered his center of gravity. In a swift motion, he shot toward Julian's side. His fist clenched tightly as he drove it straight toward Julian's torso. TSK. Once again, Julian had no choice but to stop. Even if he did end up affecting Leon with his emotive magic, it wouldn't stop his attack, which would put him at a disadvantage. A purple orb appeared in his mind. Julian reached out for it and his body suddenly trembled. At the exact moment, Leon's fist closed in on Julian's torso. His spine tensed, and he unleashed all his accumulated power in a single explosive surge. Swoosh. The air funneled around his fist as he threw the punch. However, swoosh. It ended up phasing right through Julian's as his body started to fade into the air. Leon's eyes constricted, but he remained calm. He had already seen this ability before. There was nothing surprising about seeing this ability. What he needed to fear was his green ability. That one, coupled with his touch, was Julian's killer combo. He needed to be extremely careful. Bang! Stomping his foot against the ground, his sword bounced off the ground and back into the air. Twisting his torso, he reached for the blade, gripping it firmly as he darted to his right, straight toward Julian's figure. With perfect control of his body, he managed to perform all of this in one fluid motion. The movements flowed so seamlessly that in the span of a single heartbeat, Leon was already in front of Julian, who had just returned to his usual state. His expression changed then as his eyes grew red. Boom! Leon's sword once again connected with Julian's fist. Leon felt his sword vibrate in the aftermath of the attack, feeling his body shake as a result as, well, he was still doing better than Julian, who took several steps back, his fist bleeding as a long red line appeared. Though he looked unharmed, this was all Leon needed to take the momentum of the match. He didn't let it go. He pressed forward. A faint glow manifested over his sword as he aimed for Julian's heart. Clank. Narrowly, Julian managed to block the attack by using a combination of step of suppression and his domain, but Leon was relentless. If one attack failed, he'd try again. Clank, clank. Leon held his breath as he continued to slash. He had no choice but to. Sweat poured down from the side of his face as he continued to push forward. But this was necessary in order to not give Julian any breathing space. His scariest ability was his emotive ability. So long as he could deal with that, then he'd be able to have a greater chance at beating him. HM? The back of Leon's hair tingled as Julian's hand turned purple. Leon's eyes constricted as he turned his left. Swoosh. A purple hand manifested in the air, shooting right where his head used to be. But that wasn't all. Looking down, Leon's eyes shook. Since when? Dozens of threads sprawled across the ground, nearly invisible until Leon's eyes caught them. The moment Julian saw his reaction, he raised his hand, and the threads sprang to life, writhing and rising as if they had a will of their own. Leon didn't have much time to think. His eyes turned black, white dots sprinkling all over. With a blink of his eyes, a few of the stars disappeared from his eyes. The world around him grew slower and his eyes darted all over the place. Then, wah! For the first time, the crowd erupted in a roar as they watched Leon's body contort in ways never seen before, narrowly dodging the nearly invisible threads suspended in the air. With each twist and turn, he closed the distance between himself and Julian, inching ever closer. Sweat continuously poured down from the side of his face as his actions required incredible focus. But soon, he managed to reach Julian, who looked startled. Leon raised his sword and slashed diagonally. Swoosh. Julian's eyes shook as he tried to avoid the attack, but it was too late. The sword came cleaving down, cutting Julian right in two. Fuck. Leon silently cursed in his heart as the air behind him twisted and a hand reached out for him. The hair at the back of Leon's head stood on end, and he didn't need his intuition to recognize the imminent danger of the situation. But just as the hand was about to reach him, Leon froze. Wait. He blinked his eyes, turning to look to his right. His pupils shrunk then as the hand behind phased right through him. A dummy. He didn't bother with that hand as another one emerged from his right. The real one. Leon didn't think twice. Staring at the outstretched hand, instead of moving back, he ducked down and moved forward. The stars in his eyes faded and his speed boosted. In seconds, he was right in front of Julian. With not much room to use his sword, Leon opted for a simpler method as he pressed his hand against Julian's abdomen. Yucca. Bang. With a groan, Julian's body shot back, staggering several steps. Another chance. Leon's eyes flickered at the sight, his heartbeat quickening. Without hesitation, he blinked, draining the stars from his gaze as his body began to transform. Turbid air flowed from his mouth, and in an instant he surged forward at lightning speed. Boom. He arrived before Julian in an instant as he slashed down from above. Julian managed to react, but the force behind Leon's strike was far too much for him to handle. As the ground beneath him shattered, he stumbled back further, and just as his eyes were turning green, Leon shot forward. Bert. His sword directly pierced through Julian's defenses, and blood spilled in the air. The entire Colosseum fell silently shortly after as several figures stood up one by one to get a better look at the scene. A pair of gray eyes interlocked with a pair of hazel eyes as Julian's face twitched. Lowering his head, he looked at the sword impaled on his shoulder and managed to murmur, "That hurt. It was supposed to wuck." Leon felt a kick to his abdomen as he lost grip of the sword and stumbled back several steps. His stomach hurt, but it was nothing to the pain that Julian was currently feeling. How troublesome, Julian mumbled in his mind, staring at the sword impaled on his shoulder. He didn't think about taking the sword off. He didn't want to lose quite yet. Taking the sword away would just make him bleed out. Yeah, the situation was really troublesome. Cage. Julian rotated his shoulder blade and felt a sharp pain each time he did so. Though he could withstand the pain, the sword restricted his movements. This was something that Leon and the entire audience understood. Carl looked at the scene with his mouth agape while a faint smile traced over Johanna's lips. Leon has gotten the upper hand. If Julian doesn't do anything, he'll most likely lose the match. Her words fell. Leon rushed forward. He still didn't want to give Julian any time to use his emotive magic. Though victory seemed close, Leon knew that things were far from over. Julian was unpredictable. Hell, for all he knew, Julian could very well have already developed a domain. That monster. He certainly had the qualities to achieve such a thing in such a short period of time. It was for that reason that Leon didn't hesitate to attack. He had no choice but to attack. Cage. Though he didn't have his sword with him, Leon was still very adept at close combat. Thump, thump. The ground shattered with each step, the sound of the ground shattering mimicking the beats of the audience's hearts. Boom. The ground exploded and he arrived before Julian, who stared at him in silence. Leon's eyes turned ethereal, the star within vanishing once more as he exploded with power. Julian's clothes and hair fluttered under the immense pressure as the audience held their breath in anticipation. Julian soon closed his eyes, his entire body being in total peace despite the looming threat. The audience leaned closer at the sight. Was he going to show something unique again? Was he going to display some incredibly powerful move? A new move, perhaps? Everyone held their breath upon reaching such thoughts. And soon, Julian's eyes opened, revealing a familiar red hue. Immediately the audience felt their hearts sink. While this move was strong, there was no way he'd be able to defeat the current Leon with it, especially since he could only use it for a short burst. Anger. Julian rapidly murmured in his mind, pressing his hand against his chest. His muscles popped and cracked as his body started to squirm. An oppressive momentum burst forth from out of his body, towering over everything in front. Everything but Leon, who moved with the momentum of a train. He shattered everything in his path and soon arrived before Julian. The two crossed gazes and threw a punch at the same time. Boom. Silence ensued for a brief moment as neither side budged before a terrifying explosion burst forth as the fists remained glued together. A wave of pressurized wind burst forth from their clash, causing their clothes to flutter wildly. As the dust settled and the aftermath of their battle became clear, everyone could finally see the result of their confrontation. A draw. Johanna murmured. It was even. Indeed, both Leon and Julian were standing at the center of the stage with both fists connected, neither side having budged an inch. But Julian needs to regather his strength, unlike Leon. I'm afraid. And just as she said this, Leon moved his fist back as Julian's eyes returned to normal. The audience watched this with pale faces as they all looked at Julian, who suddenly felt so small. Turbid air escaped from Leon's mouth as his spine tensed and his fist shifted forward. His head felt light, and in such moment he looked at Julian and the corner of his lips curled. He felt strangely happy. I'm going to win. Boom. He threw another fist, aiming for the shoulder his sword was stuck in. Julian remained calm as the fist approached. Its momentum was terrifying, and knowing that he couldn't use his domain in rapid succession like Leon, Julian could only throw a regular punch with his only working hand. It was just that he couldn't gather as much power in such awkward angle. Boom. As expected, he was immediately flung away. Like a broken kite, he was hurled backward, skidding over a dozen steps. By the time he came to a halt, Leon was already standing in front of him. Bang. The two clashed fists once more, sending Julian scattering further back. Yuck. He didn't Julian any breathing room. Yes. Leon felt adrenaline rush through his body as he rushed forward. Bang, bang, bang. His every movement was filled with more and more power as he pushed Julian further and further back. Be it him or the audience, everyone could tell that Julian was on his last leg. Leon was about to pull a victory. Leon shouted, his arm tensing as he threw another fist forward. Bang. The two clashed once more, and Leon felt his heart jump in joy as Julian staggered back, almost falling to the ground. Ha ha ha. He laughed out loud, his laugh reverberating throughout the entire Colosseum and shaking the audience out of their daze. Ha ha ha. Leon continued to laugh, no longer rushing toward Julian as he stumbled back up. Seeing the state Julian was in, Leon felt an undeniable rush of joy reach every part of his body, as his lips pulled into a wide smile. Finally, he was going to beat Julian. Finally, Leon stopped, his eyes blinking slowly. A strange silence befell him as his ears picked up every sound within the Colosseum. From the faint murmurs of the crowd, Julian's rough breathing, and ba, thump, ba, thump, ba, thump, his incredibly fast heartbeat. What the? Leon pressed his chest, realization dawning on him as he raised his head to look at Julian, who looked back at him. This time, it was his turn to smile as he raised his fist. Though he didn't say anything, Leon could understand exactly what his gaze was saying. Just because I can't speak nor touch you doesn't mean I can't affect you. Leon clenched his teeth, a small laugh escaping his lips despite not finding the situation amusing at all. Fuck. Chapter 364. Knight vs. Master 3. Shit. Leon silently cursed in his mind. But despite the cursing, he didn't feel mad at all. In fact, he felt rather happy. And this was the problem. He shouldn't be happy in this situation. Why did he stop? What's going on? Attack him. He's there. Stop laughing and attack him. Did his advantage get to his head? Leon could hear the faint whispers and murmurs from the crowd as all eyes fell in his general direction. The voices grew louder with each second that dragged as Leon tensed his arms and prepared to attack again. However, as he tensed his arm, he realized that he couldn't fully utilize his strength. He was just too relaxed. Oh no. Leon looked at Julian, who pinched the middle of his brows and gathered himself back. Julian's mind was a little dizzy, but he was unable to contain his own joy. It worked. Julian understood that his greatest strength was his emotive magic. His curse magic was lagging behind due to him having to focus directly on his emotive magic and concept. For that reason, instead of practicing his curse magic lately, he only focused on his concept and emotive abilities. But his emotive abilities were far from perfect. He lacked control over them, which was something that he struggled with for quite a while, but only recently did he truly understand just how important control was. Had his control been better, his voice transmission wouldn't have been so weak due to the energy loss in the air. It was something that bothered him quite a lot. And it was all he focused his attention on recently. Though he didn't get to the point where his voice transmission was better, he was able to improve in a different aspect. If before he had to touch someone with the intent of transmitting his emotive abilities to someone, he could now do so with any touch, meaning that each punch of his now carried faint traces of emotive magic. This was why Leon started to lose his mind with each of their strikes. It was because Julian was slowly bleeding his emotive magic into Leon, who was unaware. Though the intensity was nowhere near Julian's normal intensity, it worked better this way, slowly influencing Leon's mind before he knew it. By the time he realized, the damage was done. Julian didn't waste the chance presented before him. Bang. The ground shattered as he pressed forward, arriving right before the half-dazed Leon. His eyes immediately grew red as his body popped and squirmed. At the same time, his chest started to boil as his anger surged. Leon finally snapped out of his dazed state. But it was too late. Julian was already upon him. His back stretched and spine tensed as a tremendous power accumulated within his muscles. All Leon could do was cross his arms and take a defensive stance. Bang! But even that was useless. The moment Julian's fist came into contact with him, he was sent flying back. His spine tingled as he flew back, and he just barely managed to twist his body midair, avoiding an incoming purple hand. He almost sighed in relief until he felt something grasp his ankle. Looking down, his eyes shook as he noticed a long chain tangled across his ankle. Julian stood not so far, his hand outstretched, grasping the other end of the chain. Leon tried to free himself from the chain, but it was no use. Julian hurriedly brought the chain down, and Leon felt his body get thrust down alongside it. Bang! Yuk! Leon screamed in pain as he felt his back pop in pain. But things weren't over yet. Opening his eyes wide, he rolled to the side, barely avoiding an incoming purple hand as he pressed his hands down and pushed himself back up. Leon's movements were slow and sluggish, and this mainly had to do with the chain tangled across his ankle. Somehow, someway, it was starting to sap away at his energy. This couldn't last any longer. Leon bit his lips, turning around to see Julian. The moment his eyes fell on Julian, Leon's heart sank. Oh no, he knew exactly what Julian was about to do. Still, Leon didn't appear panicked at all. He had been waiting for this. He knew it was bound to come. As the Colosseum turned quiet, Leon's eyes closed, the stars draining from them. Everyone expected his body to suddenly burst with power, but none of that happened. Instead, he suddenly started to blend with the world around him, almost as though he was the air itself. Ooh! Julian stared at his changes with even breathing as he slowly brought his hand toward his chest. A green scenery reflected his eyes as he silently mumbled in his mind joy. His claves tensed and the world around him started to slow down. The ground shattered under his step as he rushed toward Leon, who stood dazed on his spot. With each step Julian took, the ground would crack and shatter as he soon arrived before Leon. He reached his hand toward Leon's exposed abdomen. Another image formed in his mind. It was that of a little girl, standing in the middle of a small room, overlooking the large windows that displayed the horrifying scene of the people. Beneath, the world dyed in red and Julian's chest exploded. Julian's hand came reaching for Leon's exposed chest. He was so fast that Leon's body remained still, and soon, his hand reached out for Leon. He didn't hold back fear. The world regained its usual calm. Julian stood before Leon, his hand pressed against his chest. Holding his breath, Julian waited to see Leon react. He half expected him to crawl onto the floor like he did back when they first fought, but it didn't happen. Julian stood stunned, unable to comprehend the situation. Lifting his gaze up to meet Leon's, all he saw was two black eyes. They stared back at him as though they were trying to suck him in. 6 locks hastily appeared in Julian's mind, sealing all of his emotions as he tried to move back. Leon, however, had other plans. Extending his hand forward, twisting through the air like a snake, his fingers reached for Julian's shoulder, where a familiar sword was embedded. Julian's eyes constricted as he realized what Leon's intentions were. But it was too late. Bert. Blood splurted all over the platform as he retrieved the sword back. Julian's shoulder jerked as he kept his mouth shut, his eyes unflinching. Though he was feeling the pain, he didn't allow it to cloud his mind as his mind raced with all sorts of thoughts before his eyes turned red and he threw a fist in Leon's direction. Leon crossed his arms at the incoming attack. Bang. But still, his defense broke apart as he was sent stumbling back several steps. Julian followed up rather quickly, not giving Leon a chance to rest. Bang, bang, bang. Elbows, kicks, fists, he threw everything that he could at Leon, not sparing a single breath as he even injected several emotions into Leon. And yet, as though he was the abyss itself, he absorbed everything that came his way. He was like a soft and endless fabric that took everything in. The more the fight continued, the more Julian felt that something was amiss. How was this possible? How could he be absorbing all of his attacks and emotive magic? And then he realized. Raising his head back up, he looked towards Leon's eyes. They were pitch black. Could it be? Realization soon dawned on him. Stars give powers while void takes power. Julian finally came to an understanding as he stopped. He stood before Leon while taking a deep breath. Leon stood opposite him without moving at all. As expected, Julian's thoughts were proven true. It was no wonder he was completely unaffected. It was because he had absorbed everything. However, there was a drawback to the void aspect of his concept. It was that he couldn't attack back. At least, not unless he returned to his usual form, which would allow the pain to register in his mind. The only thing he could do was fight using his concept. The moment he got rid of his concept, the fight was as good as over. Julian didn't know this much, but he could more or less figure out the situation. He was also not doing that much better. His time was also limited, his shoulder still leaking blood. He couldn't drag the fight further, but he also couldn't touch Leon. The situation turned into a weird stalemate where neither side budged an inch. Ah, ah, ah. The sound of their heavy breaths quietly resounded throughout as both sides stared at each other. By the time Leon blinked, stars appeared in his eyes. His body burst with power once more and his foot shifted. Holding the sword forward, he got into a stance. A familiar stance that the audience had witnessed once in the past. Immediately, all noise ceased from the Colosseum as all eyes fell on the graceful figure that was Leon as his eyes shut closed. Julian stared at Leon without much emotion. His eyes darted around, looking at the opening that was soon going to show up. He pressed his hand against his chest, imagining the same green scenery he used whenever thinking about joy. His calves tensed as power accumulated. Leaning forward, his eyes flashed green. And just as the world was starting to slow down, Leon's lips curled into a smile as his sword turned golden in color. A blinding light enveloped the entire Colosseum as several people closed their eyes at the same time. This Johanna's expression turned a little bit more serious. Her actions, though subtle, were enough to catch Carl's attention. Is something the matter? 11. Johanna didn't answer. It wasn't that she didn't want to answer, but her eyes were transfixed on Leon's glowing sword. Though others couldn't tell, she could. Leon. He had reached the realm of one heart, one sword. A state when one sword would become a part of their body. Although she had previously had her suspicions, she wasn't certain. After all, reaching a state such as that was as hard as developing a concept. There were 5 states to sword mastery, just like spell levels for a mage foundation: sword resonance, one heart, one sword, sword assimilation, and sword sovereignty. Leon reaching such a state was incredibly impressive, and it was here that Johanna and several other figures understood. This right here, this was Leon's true strength. He's been hiding quite well. Who? Leon's eyes were fixed on Julian. His world similarly slowed down. Not to the same extent as Julian's, but it didn't quite matter. In his state, he could perceive and feel all the little changes in his surroundings. From the wind direction to the thin breaths of the audience watching. Right now, he felt like the center of the universe. He alone was standing within the void filled with stars, sword in hand. Opposite him was a figure he knew all too well. Clench. Leon's grip on his sword tightened. He hadn't actually reached the one heart, one sword mastery. The only reason he was able to get to this point was because of his concept. Draining everything from within the stars, he was able to temporarily reach this state. But Cage took a heavy toll on his body. Not that it mattered. He had to do this. He had to win. Die. A voice echoed in his head. It was Julian's voice. However, the tone and mannerisms were different. You're my fucking servant. If I tell you to fucking die, you will die. They belonged to a distant Julian. A Julian he once called young master and served. Fuck you, cheap bastard. Tyrant. Of all people, why did it have to be you? Why were you the one who was born talented with the sword? A jealous person. Fucking die. And a killer. Why did it have to be you? But above all, asshole. He was the one who he served. Clench. Leon's grip over his sword tightened. In less than a second, Julian's body was already before him. He could see and trace every one of his movements. That was when Leon tightened his posture and took a deep breath. He never forgot the past. Never forgot what had happened. And he never forgot his killer. He trained so he could kill him, free himself from him. And yet, 11. 1. Leon stared at Julian, his expression easing slightly. That person was no longer here. What replaced it was someone else entirely. He wasn't perfect. He had his flaws, but he never showed them. He was also not Julian. This meant that he wasn't his master. And yet, who? Taking a deep breath, Leon's void-like eyes clashed with Julian's hazel eyes. The two stood face to face, and the audience held their breath, perched on the edge of their seats, eyes fixed on the platform as their bodies tensed with anxiety. In that final moment, everyone understood something. This was the final clash. Whoever won this would win the fight. And as Julian's body arrived before him, Leon thrust his sword forward. You may not be the Julian that I serve, but With Julian's face reflecting through the gleam of his sword, Leon's mind came to peace. You're worth following. Chapter 365. Knight vs. Master 4. 6 orbs floated inside Julian's mind. Each orb writhed and wiggled in the air, seemingly trying to reach out for him. He wanted to use every one of them, but he couldn't. He still wasn't there yet. His current limit was 3 orbs. It was a pity, but that was the reality. Only a couple of weeks had passed since Julian had unlocked his concept and learned to use it. The fact that he could already wield 3 was impressive, but the other 3 simply refused to respond fully. He still didn't know how to fully utilize them, nor what powers they held. There was something missing, something preventing him from fully unlocking the entirety of the concept and achieving his domain. There was also the matter that he was nowhere near Tier 5. This was his current limit. There was no way to progress further in such a short time. Julian's body tensed instinctively as he watched Leon suddenly drop into a stance, his body growing larger right before his eyes. The sight made Julian's arms and legs stiffen. His heart pounded in his chest, thudding louder with each passing second. Bah, thump, bah, thump. Leon's momentum was quietly growing, and Julian's head felt lighter. The more time passed, the more disadvantageous Julian's position became, especially with the amount of blood he was losing. Clench. It's all or nothing. Closing his eyes, a different scene appeared in his mind. It wasn't the usual green world, but a different one. He lay on the floor, hand grasping a hazy figure. The hazy figure screamed as Julian's hand clasped his foot before falling onto the ground where Julian mounted him and ended his life with a rock. Smash, smash. Blood splattered all over, staining his clothes and ground. Even now, Julian could still distinctly recall the scene. How could he not? It was the first time he had killed someone, and also the first time he had ever felt joy in this strange and unfamiliar world. Julian opened his eyes and pressed a hand against his chest. Joy. Power surged through the bottom half of his feet as his calves and hamstrings tensed, accumulating energy before releasing all at once. The world slowed, and just as he was about to move, he noticed a shift in Leon as his lips curled into a smile. In that moment, it felt as though Leon had entered Julian's world. Leon's eyes followed his every movement as he shifted his stance. Julian's heart sank at the realization. But it wasn't as though Leon was having an easy time as well. His expression pained as he clenched his jaw tightly. Whatever Leon was doing, it was clearly taking a toll on him. But Julian didn't have much time to dwell on that matter. There was no turning back now. He couldn't afford to hold anything back anymore. He had to go all in, and that's exactly what he did. The ground shattered beneath his feet as he surged forward. As he moved toward Leon, he saw the audience seated all around them. They were frozen, but their slow movements showed they were beginning to stand up. They too had realized the fight was nearing its end. Shifting his focus back to Leon, Julian watched him prepare for what was coming. In this slowed-down world, Leon was keeping up. No, he wasn't just keeping up. He was slowly starting to take over that world. His momentum, it was overwhelming. Julian didn't have time to think about what Leon might do next. His thoughts shifted. I need more. Leon's momentum was overpowering. Julian could feel the energy radiating from Leon's body. At the current pace, he knew he would lose. He needed something more. More. Clench. Teeth clenched. 6 orbs appeared in his mind once more. He reached for the other 3, but it was futile. The gap between him and Leon was closing. As Julian passed through Leon's range, a strange heat washed over him. Just as expected, Leon stepped forward, his eyes sinking into a deep abyss from which Julian could sense no bottom. Julian's mind squirmed. More. He screamed at the orbs, but none moved. More. The chains holding him back shattered under his will. All the bottled-up emotions inside him poured into his body. The world slowed even further. But Leon's movements also grew faster. Leon was slowly positioning the tip of his sword in Julian's direction. A tingling sensation ran down Julian's spine, nearly stopping him. But he pressed on. Julian tried again to reach for the remaining 3 orbs, but nothing happened. The situation grew more dire, but he didn't panic. Panicking wouldn't help. Instead, he kept his mind cool. He shifted his focus away from the orbs he couldn't control and toward the 3 that responded. Reaching out, the 3 orbs wiggled. They answered him. And that's when it hit him. He didn't need what he didn't have. What he needed was to fully use what was already in his grasp. Swoosh. A green field appeared in his mind world. Standing within it, 6 orbs floated before him. Waving his hand, 2 orbs remained. Waving his hand, the red orb throbbed before shattering into nothing. Boom. A volcano suddenly erupted within the green field. It exploded, sending magma flying everywhere. Power surged through Julian as his body strained from the sudden force he subjected it to. But it still wasn't enough. More. He turned his gaze to the red and green orbs. Yuk. His mind throbbed violently as he brought his hands together. The red and green orbs wiggled, inching closer. The pain was sharp, almost blinding, but he held everything together. The area around him scorched as Leon's sword inched closer. There was little time left. Go, go. Julian forced his hands together in his mind. The orbs edged closer. W. As they drew nearer, they throbbed in unison, wiggling as though they were resisting, almost repelling one another. But he persisted. Go. The pain intensified, but pain was something he could manage. He was used to pain. The orbs inched closer. Suddenly, large spikes jutted out of them as they trembled violently. Though silent, it felt as if they were screaming at him, warning him to stop. But he didn't. Yuk. The pain dug deeper as Julian's leg faltered. Leon's sword loomed closer, and Julian caught his own reflection within its gleaming surface. His eyes stared back at him. What the? His left eye was red while his right was green. This had never happened before. The colors flickered, parting way for a newer color. Suddenly, his mind grew calm. Staring at his reflection, he blinked. Leon's sword was almost upon him, but something had changed. His eyes, they had turned yellow. A new orb appeared in Julian's vision. Yellow anger plus joy mania. Boom. It was as if something detonated within his mind. Everything crumbled and his muscles began to rework, the thin threads connecting each tissue tightening and tensing together. Julian's hand began to twitch, and as Leon's sword inched further closer to him, he pressed his right foot before him, perfectly stopping his body and scattering away the gathered momentum. The strain this had on his body was immense, his joints squeaking at the action. But in this very moment, he felt in utter and complete control of his body. Down to the very last fiber. His hand squirmed, and every fiber tensed. Power gathered quickly, and seeing that there was no way he could dodge Leon's sword, Julian's spine sprung like a spring. Pop. His joints popped once more, and he thrust his fist forward. Leon's eyes constricted at the sight, but it was too late for him to do anything. Clenching his teeth, the glow on his sword intensified further as he squeezed all the power within his body and thrust forward. Soon, the two connected. 11. The world returned to how it previously was. There was no fancy explosion, nor did the platform shatter. In the middle of the arena, two figures stood. One side with yellow eyes and the other with pitch-black eyes. Each side stared at the other, without a word. Then, to their left, a figure appeared. He appeared to be holding the wrists of both Julian and Leon. A deafening silence took hold of the Colosseum as all eyes fell on the three figures. That was until match over. The referee's voice echoed throughout the platform. In that moment, everyone stopped moving. All eyes were locked toward Julian and Lone, who stood at the center of it all, their eyes still the same color as before. The two looked at the referee with a stunned look. The two clearly hadn't expected the verdict. To be like this. Match over? Who was the winner? How could it be like this? Everyone's minds roared at the same time. Just as the audience began to recover from their shock, an unexpected twist jolted them back to full attention. Letting go of Julian's and Leon's wrists, the referee took a step back. He alternated his gaze between the two, his face unable to hide his shock and horror as his face suddenly grew pale. Then, Poochie. Thump. He dropped to his knees, blood gushing from his mouth. The crowd gasped, frozen in disbelief as his body shuddered violently, the sound of his ragged breathing filling the stunned silence. Yuka. The audience stared at the scene with wide eyes, unable to comprehend the scene that appeared before them. What is this? It was hard for them to comprehend what had happened. However, the same wasn't true for Johanna, who breathed coldly. To officiate a match, a referee must be at least one tier higher than the participants. In this case, the referee, Emrad Kilder, a tier 5 body user, was selected. Not only is he a tier higher than both Julian and Leon, but he's also reputable for his extremely sturdy body. Johanna paused there. She knew all of this not because she was given the information in advance, but because she knew Emrad personally. And knowing him meant that she knew exactly how sturdy his body was. He was supposed to be enough. No, he was enough. And yet, staring at the stage and the two figures that stood, she held her breath. Monsters, that was the only way she could describe them. Utter monsters. Their growth with each match was visible, both sides upping the other with each match. They even went as far as forcing Emrad to interfere. Had they been allowed to continue, then, Johanna closed her eyes. She didn't want to think about it. This was the right call. While everyone was still recovering from the shock of the match, Leon and Julian stood on the opposite end. Gradually, Julian's eyes returned to their normal color as he let out a long breath. He was exhausted, and his entire body was trembling. Having clearly overdrawn his body, he could hardly move a muscle. On the other side, Leon appeared to be doing better than him. His body didn't twitch nor was he sweat. With his deep black eyes staring back at him, Leon lowered his sword, looking a little disappointed. "I thought I could beat you," he managed to mutter, his eyes slowly starting to lose color as his head lowered. Julian stared at him without saying a word. "A draw is fine too, but I thought I'd win." With a bitter smile, Leon finally raised his head to meet Julian's. He was never able to finish his sentence. Halfway through it, his eyes turned white and his legs faltered. Thump! His body crumbled onto the floor, twitching continuously. Now that he was no longer using his concept, all the pain that he had suppressed and pushed back came crashing down on him. He had been holding out for quite a while. The pain. It must be unbearable. Julian stared at the twitching Leon in silence before turning around and heading back to the locker rooms. In the end, he was the last one standing. Be it the referee and Leon, they were both on the ground. Under the silence of the Coliseum, Julian's black hair fluttered silently. His back was straight and his eyes were deep, basking under the gazes of those watching. He remained silent, slowly turning around and heading for the locker room. Alone he stood, and alone he left. My tears, they had all dried up. My body, it was tougher than steel. My curses, the world wasn't worth them. My screams, I no longer felt pain. My smile, it meant I won. Level 2. Joy EXP plus 17%. Chapter 366. Low Seat of Dawn. The Coliseum remained silent ever after Julian's departure. The medics quickly rushed onto the stage, helping the referee recover while Leon's body remained on the ground, twitching slightly. He was not in great condition. As this was happening, Carl, who had been quiet the entire time, suddenly asked a question that was in the minds of everyone present. So who won? The match ended, and before the referee could even voice out his verdict, he fell for the rebound of their attacks. Was it a draw? Did Leon win? Or was it Julian that won? At this very moment, everyone watching wanted to know the answer. There had to be one. There had never been a draw in the past, and this was the first time such a situation had occurred. I'm not sure, Johanna tactfully replied, her eyes narrowing slightly. Although there is no clear announcement just yet, I don't believe it really matters. Both contestants are from the Nuz and Sifa Empire. There's no real conflict of interest between the two sides. Regardless of who won between the two, they were both members of the Empire. Carl was suddenly enlightened. If you put it that way, it makes sense. But still, I would want to know if there was a winner. The fight was amazing, but a draw seems a little bit. Johanna took a deep breath then and didn't answer. Shifting her attention back toward the stage, her lips pursed together. Staring at the state Leon was in, and recalling the image of Julian leaving amidst the stares of everyone present, she could only sigh. Though the winner may not have been announced, his last moments had left an impact on those watching. For he was the one who remained standing. What do you think? The Empress glanced at the Emperor from the side, her expression rather stoic. Looking at Leon, who was lying down on the ground, his body twitching, her heart pained a little. However, it wasn't as though she could just rush down and help him up. He also wasn't aware of his background. She couldn't just throw the truth all at once to his face. His injuries are bad, but not life-threatening. There shouldn't be anything to worry about. In a couple of days, he'll be back to his usual condition. The Emperor replied, his eyes never leaving Leon's. Though his tone was calm, his mind was anything but calm. The shock the fight had given him was immense. He's not had any of the resources that Amel has had since young, and yet he's this powerful? In fact, he was a little horrified. What sort of monster was this son of his? No, not just him, but Julian as well. Could this be something related to the Ivinus household? The Emperor had done his homework. He knew everything about Leon and thus was aware of the fact that he was currently working as Julian's knight. At first, he was a little apprehensive about the fact, but seeing how powerful Julian was, he wasn't so sure anymore. The two most definitely benefited from each other, making them grow into the monsters that they were now. It was just that it was a little hard to believe. With so few resources, an oppressive regime that prevented training until a certain age, and duties to fill, Leon was able to become this strong. It was an unbelievable situation. And yet, the truth was presented right before his eyes. Shocking. What now? Amel's words shook the Emperor out of his thoughts. Turning his head, He could see the complicated look on Amel's face as his gaze lingered on the injured Leon. He too seemed to have realized exactly what he was thinking. However, as the Emperor looked into Amel, he couldn't really see any trace of jealousy. No, what he saw was more akin to relief, and that made him smile. It looks like my teachings weren't in vain. Talent was not to be envied or feared but nurtured. Amel knew this and thus didn't show any jealousy, even if the subject in question was his own brother who had a chance at the throne. Father, are you going to reveal yourself to Leon? 11. The Emperor shook his head. No. What? His answer took Amel by surprise. He had previously thought that they had come here to personally escort him back into the Empire. And yet, do you think he'll accept the truth if we tell it to him right now? How would you feel if the people you thought abandoned you for so long suddenly reappeared again, telling you of their massive background? That, Amel was left speechless by the statement. Yes, that would indeed be a little bit too much to say at once. There was a chance that their words might backfire on them. A bitter smile formed on his face as he realized this. What do we do then? We wait, the Emperor said, leaning back against his chair. As he turned his head, he glanced at his wife, who remained silent after the initial words. She seemed to be in deep thought and as if, sensing his gaze, her head turned. Are you thinking what I'm thinking? Yes, the Emperor nodded his head, shifting his attention toward Amel. I guess this might work. Sitting in the locker room, I let out a long breath. I was exhausted and my entire body was twitching, the muscle fibers tearing as I struggled to keep my body steady. It was a bit of a pain, but I was starting to get used to it. Well, it's fine. Now that things are over, I don't have to worry about fighting for a while. I was mentally exhausted. All the fights required me to be in top condition, analyzing my opponent's every move and thinking of new ways of defeating them. The results brought me an unimaginable amount of growth. But there was a limit. I was near a breaking point. I couldn't keep doing this. I needed some rest. A well-deserved rest. There would now be a couple of months' break before the second academy year was set to start, and while the draft was also set a month from now, I didn't think I was going to join. I no longer needed to. My reputation now preceded me. They were the ones that needed to try and recruit me, not the opposite. Not that I had any interest to begin with. For now, I just want to rest. Taking in the pain, I started to undress myself before heading for the showers as cold water poured down on me. Shot. My skin prickled under the cold, but it didn't feel uncomfortable. In fact, it almost felt relieving. It was taking my mind away from the pain that covered my entire body. Though I could withstand the pain, it didn't mean that I liked it. This was a nice break as I closed my eyes and basked in the aftermath of the fight. I won that. The referee may have stopped the fight without giving a verdict, but I knew that I had won that fight. Perhaps if he had not stopped us, the two of us would have been critically injured, but that wasn't enough to stop me. On the other hand, the only thing keeping Leon standing was his domain. Had the two of us been allowed to clash? Drip, drip, oh. Wiping my body with a dry towel, I came out of the shower and started to get changed. From time to time I'd have to stop due to the twitches that prevented me from smoothly putting on my clothes. I had to be careful, and as I tried to put on my clothes, I felt a sudden presence appear before me. I almost sighed as I prepared to open my mouth and greet her. You fought well. But my body froze upon hearing the voice. Flicking my head up, a pair of yellow eyes met my gaze. Without even thinking, locks appeared within my mind, sealing all my emotions. The shock that was budding from deep within me stopped as a strange silence filled the room. It was a silence that I soon broke. Thank you. There's no need. I'm stating a fact. You fought extremely well and made our empire proud. I nodded in acknowledgement. The room fell silent once more after that. Atlas moved forward and sat next to me. My heartbeat remained steady as he did so, and the atmosphere turned serious, almost oppressive. Vecta. I turned my head to meet Atlas' eyes. It has been a while since someone has called me that. Do you know why I'm here? To congratulate me? Part of it. Atlas smiled, his radiant yellow eyes seeming to pierce through me, blinding in their intensity. But it was only an illusion. He hadn't moved a muscle, nor lifted a finger. You've been summoned. Bah, thump. The chains within my mind rattled, and I felt the beat of own heart. Our leader wants to meet you. Bah, thump, bah, thump. My entire body grew tense as an impending sense of dread dug its way into the back of my mind. My palms felt sweaty while jaw clenched together. It was by a miracle that I was still able to keep myself composed. I waited until the end of your fight to inform you so that you wouldn't get distracted and fully focus on what you had to do. Bah, thump, bah, thump, bah, thump. His words were going on deaf ears. I could hardly make out what he was saying as I felt a steady ring echo throughout. I know just how important one's state of mind is when entering a fight. Our leader understands that too. Oh. I lowered my head in an attempt to show gratitude. The reality was that I just didn't want to show him my face. I could feel my body growing weaker, but I could only forcefully keep myself composed. This was not the time to break. Meeting our leader will definitely do you a lot of good, but Atlas paused, and I raised my head up to look at him. His eyes were serious, unlike anything I had ever seen before. I felt a chill run down the back of my spine as the locks started to crack. You're not ready. His deep voice carried through the room. You're still not ready to meet our leader. First impressions are always the most important. So I bought you some time. The sudden turn of events left me shook. Bang, 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 bang. The locks in my mind shattered one after another as Atlas' eyes fixed on me. Let me make you ready, he said, extending his hand my way. Allow me to nurture you into the low seat of dawn. Chapter 367. Low Seat of Dawn 2. It wasn't as though I didn't expect this offer to come. I knew my worth. After everything that I had displayed, I'd be surprised if I didn't attract the attention of Atlas, who already started to show signs of appreciation towards what I had displayed. It was for that exact reason that I wasn't totally taken aback. Low Seat of Dawn? I was somewhat aware of how the rankings within the Inverted Sky worked. Low Seat of Dawn only meant one thing. He's asking me to become his successor. But did that even make sense? As far as I knew, he was an ageless monster that couldn't die. Did he really need a successor? Or was there more to it? Does he want to leave the Inverted Sky to me? Indeed, Atlas wasn't some mere member of the Inverted Sky. He was something more. Perhaps he was just looking for a successor within the Inverted Sky. Or perhaps more. I wasn't too sure. There were 4 organizations as far as I was aware, and they were merely puppets to the Faceless Man. He was the one who controlled everything, and though I wasn't sure how far his influence reached, he without a doubt had eyes and ears all over the world. However, what I did know was that I couldn't refuse the offer. Nor was I planning on rejecting it. Lowering my head to stare at the outstretched hand, I brought my hand forward and held it. I'd be my pleasure. A smile formed on Atlas' lips as he gripped my hand. That's good. He seemed rather happy with my decision. But did I really have one to begin with? Had I rejected it, would he have just killed me on the spot? You've made the right decision. Atlas stood up, patting his dark blazer slightly and tracing his hand against his blonde hair. Well, his expression, which had been rather warm a few seconds prior, suddenly turned cold as I felt myself shuddering slightly. For now, I won't be announcing your succession yet. I remained silent, waiting for him to continue. He must have a reason for saying this, and I was fine with my presence still being kept a secret. I needed more time for growth. You're still too weak. Okay, makes sense. For someone to become a seat within the Inverted Sky, they must reach a certain threshold in strength. You hold excellent potential, but that doesn't mean that you're capable of filling the seat that I'm offering you. What level must I reach? Atlas gave me a quick glance. The bare minimum is for you to at least be capable of forming your domain. And that's merely the threshold. Many people want to claim the position that I'm offering, but can't because I don't want to give it to them. In the end, the decision is up to me, and I want to offer that position to you. But even if I want to offer it to you, you must be strong enough to keep it. Extending his hand forward, a small pill appeared in Atlas' hand. The other members will try to snatch that position from you, or even kill you for it to prevent you from taking it, and I won't be able to do a thing because that's how things work around here. That's why we need to wait. He casually fiddled with it before tossing it in my direction. Consume this. 11. I grabbed the pill and looked at it in silence. It was purple in color, and upon closer inspection, I could see certain runes inscribed on it. The runes appeared somewhat mysterious, faintly pulsing with a purple light. This is? You are strong for someone your age. No, that would be wrong. You're incredibly strong for someone your age. However, you're not perfect. You're incredibly unbalanced. Unbalanced? I raised my head to look at Atlas. His face was cold, lacking any of the warmth that was usually present on his face. It seemed like he was taking his seriously. You've been practicing your emotive magic so much that you've started to neglect your other talent. Curse magic. I closed my eyes for a brief moment. This was something that I already knew and planned to address. It wasn't surprising for Atlas to be able to tell this. In that case, does this mean that this pill is supposed to help me with my curse magic? But how exactly was it going to do that? Was it going to help with my control? Or was it just going to boost my affinity with curse magic? I've noticed that you only possess 2 spells that belong to the curse category. Yes, this was no secret. It wasn't that I didn't want to practice more spells, but it was mainly because I didn't want to go with the trouble of learning new spells since it took so long to unlock them. Furthermore, my spells could evolve. I wanted to invest all my attention in evolving the spells I already had at my disposal. That and the fact that spells are expensive. Here you go. Raising my head again, Atlas held 2 books for me. Here. These are 2 intermediate spells that I selected for you. The pill right there should help you with unlocking them. It should save you a lot of time. Atlas pointed at the runes within the pill. Once you consume the pill, you'll be able to instantly have a better understanding of the spells, which will help you unlock them within a day. I reached for the 2 books in astonishment before settling my gaze on the pill in my hand. There's such a thing? I thought back to how much I had tortured myself back then to unlock my first 2 spells, and even now felt my mind throb at the thought. I never wanted to undergo such a situation again. At first, I was worried I'd have to torture myself all over again, but who would have thought? This pill, it was without a doubt extremely precious. I could tell that Atlas was serious about nurturing me into becoming a low seat. When you have time, consume the pill before learning the books. You have about 2 days of time before the effect dies down completely. Be careful not to waste the time given since this pill is rather troublesome to make. Yes, I carefully wrapped the pill before putting it away, after which I shifted my attention toward the 2 books that contained the spells that Atlas had given me. Nightmare Hex, Immersia. The only thing I did was read the names of the spells before taking a deep breath. Though I didn't know exactly what they did, an idea had already formed in my mind. I wanted, at this very second, open them up and What do you think? I'm thankful. I set the books aside before lifting my gaze to look at Atlas. His expression was still cold, but he appeared satisfied by my reaction. Practice them well. They will be important for you in the future. While it is good that your emotive magic is strong, you must also practice your curse magic. You have been gifted with dual talents. It would be a waste if you did not take advantage of it. Understood. His words held merit to them, and I really was going to spend the time that I had after this tournament to focus on consolidating everything that I had been neglecting. Well, if I have time. I wasn't exactly the freest of people. Not because I had things going on, but because trouble came looking for me wherever I went. Such was my life. Take some time to heal up in the next few days. The winner of the tournament will be announced soon, and you will given rewards. My attention was piqued once more. I was already happy with the rewards that I had received. But who was I to reject further rewards? If possible, I wanted to completely dry the royal family's treasury, but I knew that I couldn't actually do that. What should I ask for? A bone? Manuals? A lot of possibilities ran through my mind as my heartbeat started to increase. The greed that I had been holding back for so long suddenly resurfaced once more as all sorts of different reward ideas popped up in my mind. Think carefully about your rewards. Atlas' words came as a sudden cool reminder, shaking me out of my thoughts. When I raised my head, his yellow pupils settled over me. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. The chance of you being offered something like this will probably not come again. If you're thinking of choosing something like a bone, then your reward would go to waste. Waste? I frowned slightly. Why? Because I can offer that to you myself. I see. My eyes widen in realization. Right, how could I not think of that? I was now the next person in line to become the low seat of dawn. Whatever resource the royal family could offer, so could the inverted sky. A precious bone? A precious manual? Didn't doubt for a second that they couldn't offer it to me, especially since... I took a deep breath to cool my mind. I understand. I looked at Atlas and nodded seriously. He'll think about it carefully. Good. A satisfied smile graced Atlas' lips as he finally turned around to head for the door of the locker room. Reaching out for the handle, he paused before throwing me one last glance. There's no clear result to the fight since the referee is still recovering, but I'm inclined to believe that you've won. So, they'll congratulate you now. Finally, his expression became warm once more. Congratulations on your victory. He opened the door and stepped out of the door. Clank. He left soon after, leaving me alone in the locker room, where the silence wrapped around me, like a heavy blanket. I leaned my head back against the wall, closed my eyes and quietly muttered, "Congratulations on your victory." For some reason, I really liked the sound of that. Congratulations on your victory. Mumbling the words again, a smile appeared on my lips. Yeah, I really liked the sound of that. Congratulations on your victory. Fuck you, Leon. Chapter 368. End of the Summit 1. Leon woke up in silence. His eyelids slowly parted open to reveal a strange darkness. Took a moment for him to adjust to the dark before he let out a faint groan and sat up. Where am I? Leon looked around. It didn't take long for him to recognize the room. It was the infirmary. He had been here before. And the pain that spread through every inch of his body served as perfect proof of this. "You're awake?" A certain voice spoke, snapping him out of it. Leon turned his head to see a girl sitting on one of the wooden chairs on the opposite side of the bed. With purple locks cascading down the side of her shoulder, Evelyn brushed her hair behind her ear and put the book she was reading down. "You've been out for almost 2 days. Ah?" Leon replied sluggishly. 2 days? How could it be? It felt as though he had just finished his match with Julian. And if he was out for 2 days, what about the result? Who won? Last he remembered, the referee never announced the victor. He assumed it ended in a draw because of that, but it didn't seem to be the case. "We don't know," Evelyn replied truthfully, confusing Leon as he raised his head to look at her. "Don't know?" "Yes, the result hasn't been announced yet. It will apparently be done in the closing ceremony." "Ah, why?" "Well, the answer is obvious." Evelyn put on a helpless expression as she brought her hand forward and pinched her thumb with her index and middle finger. "Money." Leon blinked, evidently not fully understanding. Evelyn clarified better. "The reason why the referee didn't announce your result is because he was injured. He's now fully healed and capable of answering that question but didn't." "Why do you think?" "So that more people tune in to the closing ceremony?" "Yes." "Haha." Leon found himself laughing. Falling back onto the bed, he blankly looked at the ceiling above him. "They're using this chance to have more people tune in to the closing ceremony and make more money as the result will be announced there. Since people want to know the answer, there will be a lot of viewers." Leon massaged his head as he felt his head throb. This felt like a ridiculous situation. Usually, the closing ceremony was the one that had the least amount of viewers. This was mainly because once everyone knew who the winner was, there was no longer a point in following. Especially since the ones they rooted for were already out. In this case, while both he and Julian were from the same empire, everyone was still curious about who the winner was. This would bring a massive influx of viewers to see the finals, which would in turn bring a lot of money. There's no end to greed. "I've been told the prizes are really good this year. I'm sure you can let this one slide, I guess." Leon chuckled, knowing full well that the reason the prizes were good was that both he and Julian were from the same empire that hosted the summit. Would the prizes be as good otherwise? Massaging his neck, which felt a little stiff, Leon kept his gaze locked onto the ceiling. A strange silence took over the room as neither he nor Evelyn spoke. That was until Leon broke the silence once more. "Between the two of us, who did you think won?" "HM?" Evelyn appeared surprised by the question as her brow raised. Then, as it sank in, she fell into silence. Leon didn't push her for an answer. He just remained lying on the bed, enjoying the silence that took over the room. "I don't know." Eventually, Evelyn did answer. However, her answer wasn't clear. "The referee stopped the two of you before you clashed." "I honestly don't know." "Chim." Leon nodded. This was an understandable answer. However, what she didn't know was the fact that during the last moments, Leon had managed to catch a glimpse of his sword slashing through the referee's defenses and almost slicing his hand off. This was unlike Julian, who the referee managed to fully defend with his arm. In that regard, Leon felt confident that he had won. "Yes, I won." He'd liked to believe he won, and he liked the sound of him knowing that he won. "Won? Yeah, this was good. Won." The more he said it, the more pleased he felt. "Won? Fuck you, Julian." Drip, drip. The soft, rhythmic drip of water echoed through the small room as a robed figure sat on a red sofa, his damp blonde hair slicked back from his forehead. "So you've taken him in?" His faint voice echoed quietly within the room as a figure knelt on the opposite side. "Yes." It was none other than Atlas who kept his head lowered. "I thought I told you to bring him to me. He's not ready yet. And that is a decision you can make?" 11. Atlas felt his breath leave his body as his entire body stiffened. Though there was no change in tone from the figure that stood opposite him, it almost felt as though he could perceive every one of his emotions from just the atmosphere alone. "You're nervous," the man said, his eyes scanning Atlas as a small blue orb appeared in the middle of Atlas' chest. The word fear was written beneath the orb. Cithrus raised his finger faintly and the orb within Atlas' body expanded. It became larger. Nah. As a result, Atlas' breathing grew heavier. His face grew paler and his entire body started to shake. Atlas could only suffer in silence as his anxiety grew. It ate away at his mind, and yet, all he could do was helplessly stay on the ground without looking up. The sensation only stopped once Cithrus had enough. Pausing his hand, the orb stopped growing. Then, clenching his hand, it disappeared entirely. Atlas immediately felt all the anxiety wash away as his mind cooled and his body stopped shaking. "You're not an emotive mage, how do you plan on teaching him in that aspect?" There's a lot he needs to improve in that aspect. A basic teacher would be enough. I guess so. Cithrus leaned back against the sofa, his eyes turning unfocused as he brought his own hand before his face. He stared at it for a good minute before cracks started to appear. Starting to break down again, blood began to seep from the cracks, tracing faint lines that webbed across his entire arm. Cithrus watched all of this with indifference as Atlas hurriedly reached out for his pocket to take out a vial, only to be stopped by a cold voice. There's no need. But this isn't even my real body. There's no point in wasting his blood for a trivial body such as this. Understood. Atlas lowered his head once more. It's a pity. If not for the fact that this lacking body, I would have had an easier time locating the sword, especially since a smile graced his lips as he stopped talking. Atlas was curious about what Cithrus was going to say, but he never asked, fearing it might provoke his anger. All he could do was kneel in silence as Cithrus slowly rose, his long dark robes billowing behind him. He turned toward the window, gazing down at the city streets. Below, the cobblestone streets were filled with people, walking happily as their discussions entered his ears. Who do you think won the match? I don't know. They said they'll announce it at the ending ceremony. I can't wait. He could hear everything, from the sound of their breathing to all the discussions that were happening. But in particular, he could see the numerous orbs that floated inside the bodies of each and every single person that walked the streets. Some were a mix between red and blue, while others were a mix of green and orange. There were a lot of combinations, each bigger and smaller than some. It's a colorful world out there. Cithrus mumbled, raising his hand forward. Flexing his hand, he prepared to close it into a fist but just barely managed to stop himself. But as beautiful as it is, it's all but too fragile. A simple squeeze was all it would take for him to drive everyone mad. Raising his hand slightly, one of the blue orbs within one of the people walking expanded rapidly as they stopped moving. Tears started to stream down their eyes as they clenched their chest in pain. He looked like he was struggling to breathe, and nobody paid attention to him. It was as if nobody cared. And that was because they didn't. With his other hand, Cithrus restrained the orbs of all those passing by. All they felt was indifference toward the crying man. So simple, the world was. Everyone felt like a marionette he could simply control as he wished. It was neither boring nor entertaining. Just a means to achieve his goal. Invert the sky. Cithrus muttered faintly, his eyes shaking as they were fixed on the bright yellow sun and blue sky. I need to invert the sky. 2 days later, hosted at the Megrail Royal Palace, a grand ceremony was held for the closing ceremony. Every one of the participants was invited to the event, winner or loser. A red carpet draped down the flights of stairs that lead to the grand palace. I feel a bit stiff. I fiddled with the tie that hung around my neck. Though I was used to wearing formal clothes, this new suit I was wearing felt a little stiff. But maybe it was because it was new. In any case, I feel like Im at the zoo. Only that I was the attraction. Keeping a straight face, I walked up the flight of stairs as all eyes fell on me. Some even parted ways for me, almost as if they feared me. The sight was weird, but at the same time it wasn't much different from my time at Haven. People too treated me the same way. But the stares were a little different from back then. The gazes back then were filled with scorn and fear. This time, it was just fear. I was no longer the weakest black star. I was now the strongest. Maybe not the strongest, since I didn't think I was stronger than Delilah was back then. But I was at least the strongest in the current generation. And that felt pleasing to know. Just as I stepped into the main hall where everyone stood, I felt a small hand tug at my clothes. Lowering my head, a pair of deep black eyes stared back at me. I blinked slowly before hastily covering my mouth. Grem. Chapter 369. End of the Summit, 2. Delilah cocked her head in confusion. Grem, what are you saying? Or so her gaze seemed to say as she looked at me. I could only keep my mouth closed and tilt my head in the same direction as hers. She blinked. I blinked. And then, what are you doing? A certain voice attracted both of our attention. Standing by the side of the door that led to the main hall was Kira, her long white hair neatly tied in a ponytail as she wore a long white dress that seemed unusually extravagant for her. Its clean fabric and intricate details contrasting with her typically understated style, making her stand out more than usual. You're here. Am I not supposed to be here? I participated as well, you know. No, I know. But I thought you were still recovering from what happened. I just barely managed to stop myself from blurting such words as my gaze fell on Delilah, who looked at Kira with her obsidian black eyes. She was silent, and I couldn't tell what she was thinking. No, maybe I could. It was starting to get easier to do so. You're here with your daughter again? Kira said, alternating my gaze between Delilah and me. Then, narrowing her eyes, she moved a little closer to Delilah. You know what? She does remind me of someone. I felt my heart pause for a second. Couldn't be that her disguise was seen through? I was just about to open my mouth when my expression froze as Kira reached forward to pinch Delilah's cheeks. Pull. She laughed. Stretch. It's like I'm pulling on a soft marshmallow. I'd have given up smoking earlier if I had these cheeks to fiddle with. Pull. Kikek. 11. After a certain point, I just gave up. If Kira wanted to die, so be it. I had already saved her before. If she wanted to throw her life away like this, then I couldn't do anything about it. Fuel. My God. Look at how much her cheeks stretch. It's like a fuckjit rubber band. Fuckjit? She was about to swear, but just barely stopped herself, didn't she? At least she was responsible. Haha. Fucking hilarious. No words came out as Kira pulled Delilah's cheeks as much as she could. I just looked at her with pity. Forget the angel, you've provoked someone that could kill the angel with a single slap. Pity I couldn't have asked for her help. Things would have ended faster, but I would have been severely implicated in the process. I guess there's a reason why I got a quest. If it was so easy, I'd probably not receive it. Well, I've had my fun. Kira finally let go of Delilah's cheeks as they turned red. She patted Delilah's head and ruffled her hair with her hands before turning to look at me. Right? Her expression turned somewhat complicated. She seemed to struggle to get her words out, but she didn't need to. I could more or less understand what she was trying to say. Thank you. For that reason, I just merely nodded at her. She seemed grateful for the thought and her head lowered in appreciation. Congratulations on your fight. It was great. Thank you. Kira nodded once more before turning around. She had just taken a step when she paused, turning her head to face Delilah once more. I froze once more. Don't tell me she hasn't had enough fun yet? What sort of? Here you go. I hope you enjoy it. Contrary to my expectations, Kira ended up giving Delilah several pieces of chocolate she retrieved from out of thin air. They were the same brand as the ones Delilah liked, neatly wrapped in small paper wrappers that were rather colorful. The scene was enough to shock me as Kira raised her head to look at me. What? Why are you looking at me like that? That? I pointed at the chocolate with my eyes as Delilah held her hands out. Oh, this. Kira gave Delilah another piece of candy. It's either this or the licorice sticks. Since I can't bring the sticks with me, I usually bring this chocolate that I bought from the store next to the academy. I don't usually eat them, but since I can't bring my sticks here, I brought these. Dada. It suddenly made sense as Kira held one up for me. Do you want one? I thought about it for a moment before extending my hand out. Sure. Here. Kira tossed it to me and I caught it with one hand. Nice. Kira popped one in her mouth before turning around once more and finally leaving. I stared at her departing back for a few seconds before lowering my head to look at Delilah as she stood frozen on the spot, silently staring at Kira with her large obsidian eyes. Oh no. The intensity at which she was staring at Kira made my heart sink. That it. Good. HM? Hearing Delilah's voice, I lowered my head. Good? Did she say good? I blinked in confusion, trying hard to see if I had misheard or not. Then, just as I was deep into my thoughts, Delilah turned her head to look at me. That girl, she said, holding the chocolate with both hands. She's a good girl. One. Why did it feel like déjà vu? No, this really did happen before. Do you have no other thoughts besides chocolate? Delilah blinked her eyes before nodding. Of course. Really? I found that hard to believe. If she could withstand such abuse and forgive it all for some chocolate, then I wanted to know how much she would let something slide as long as they provided chocolate for her. Do you really have any other thoughts besides candy? Yes. Delilah nodded again. Yo, Julian. A cool voice suddenly echoed from behind, cutting through Delilah. The voice sounded rather unfamiliar and yet seemed extremely familiar to me as I turned around. The moment I did, my expression stiffened. Standing not far from me, wearing a dark suit that stood in stark contrast to the bright lights of the hall, a man that I had only seen in pictures appeared. He was like a spitting image of me. No, it would be more accurate to say that he was an older version of me with some slight changes. I was no fool. The moment I laid eyes on him, I already knew who he was. Father. I was able to cool down my shock rather quickly as I lowered my head in greeting. He nodded his head in acknowledgement. It's good to see you again, son. I pursed my lips, secretly feeling my back drenched in my own sweat. It was a good thing that I had practiced with Leon beforehand on how to interact with my father in the chance that he did end up showing up out of nowhere. He was elegant in every sense of the word, attracting the attention of those around him just like I did. His back was straight and his expression carried a certain indifference that made one question whether he truly was a baron or not. He felt more like a high-ranking noble than a baron. "It's nice to see you too, father." So far, I was doing exactly as Leon told me. Keep the words as short as possible and avoid eye contact. Apparently, the previous Julian was scared of his own father's gaze. Perhaps noticing this, Aldrich's tone became more solemn. "You're still the same." I could feel the slight disappointment in his voice as he spoke. "You may have reached the finals, but you still can't look me in the eyes. It makes me question whether you truly managed to reach the finals without cheating." 11:1. I held my words back. I suddenly understand why Leon told me to keep my interactions short. This guy, he really didn't hold back with his words. He was as blunt as one could be. Well, not that I was any different. Perhaps I did. I answered flatly, keeping my head lowered. Leonor's next set of instructions rang in my mind. Antagonize him a little bit. But it doesn't matter, right? I upheld the family's honor. Shouldn't you be happy? That's all you think about anyways. I did just that. And as expected, silence followed after my words. 11. He kept his gaze fixed on me for several seconds before turning away. "You will follow me back to the estate after this. I plan to leave a letter to tell you to come, but knowing you, I'm sure you would just ignore it. That's why I personally came to pick you." His tone carried a certain finality to it that made it clear that this was no request. This was an order. Fuck, he's worse than Leon described. I had no plans on going back to the estate. I wanted to take a break after all of this. Focus on my training and not deal with any crap until the start of the second year. I really needed a break, and I wasn't going to let anyone take that away from me. Aldrich suddenly paused, shifting his attention away from me. "This is?" Finally, he took notice of Delilah, who appeared strangely silent as she appeared somewhat stiff. Blinking her large eyes, her gaze alternated between the two of us. Her expression didn't change, but I could tell she was shocked. I pursed my lips and silently sighed. She's a lost child that I found wandering around. I was trying to look for her parents or guardians. Aldrich's eyes narrowed silently. He took a good look at Delilah before his eyes grew slack. "I've memorized every guest present and their family. She doesn't fit any of the profiles I saw." Dada. Could this guy get any more ridiculous? Leon had warned me before that he was meticulous, but not to this extent. It almost felt as though he had everything memorized. Who knows? He might have already figured out something about me. The thought made me shudder, but I could only keep my composure. "Are you suggesting that she sneaked in?" Perhaps not." Aldrich replied after a slow pause. "The guards wouldn't make such a silly mistake. It appears as though I didn't study well enough." He lowered his head to glance at Delilah. "What's your name? Perhaps I can help you find your parents." Delilah stood in the same spot without saying a word. She was still stiff, almost out of it. I was taken aback, and before I could do anything about it, her lips parted open. Grem. I cut through her voice. "Grem?" Aldrich looked confused, his brows furrowing as he turned his attention back to me. "Her name is Grem?" "Yes." I bit my inner lip. It really was the best I could come up with on the spot. I didn't seem to have done a good job at making up a name as my father's brows furrowed. But just before he got his words out, someone tapped him on the shoulder and whispered something. His furrowed brows tightened for a brief moment before relaxing. "If you would excuse me." He then proceeded to leave without saying anything else. I traced his back for a minute before it disappeared into the crowd of people. It was only when I could no longer see him that I turned to look at Delilah. "What was that?" I asked in a low tone. She appeared unusually stiff. "Do you know him?" "No." Delilah answered, her large eyes blinking. "First time I've seen him." "Then why did you act like that?" Delilah didn't answer. Used to her personality, I could only massage my throbbing head. "Well, fine. There were more pressing issues at hand. Like telling Leon about this." "Father, did you say something?" I thought I heard something and turned to look at Delilah, who tilted her head back at me. "What? You didn't say anything?" "No." "Okay. Perhaps I was going crazy. Either way, I needed to find Leon. Putting the candy Kira had given me away, I moved away in search of Leon. He had to be here somewhere. As I looked for me, once again, I heard the whisper. "Because your father..." I couldn't make out the details again and turned around to confront Delilah. Only that, gone. She was gone before I knew it. In the end, shaking my head, I forgot all about it and went ahead to look for Leon. Surely this wasn't going to be problematic, right? Chapter 370. End of the summit. 3. Where is he? The hall was packed with people. Everyone was dressed for the occasion, and I could see a lot of unfamiliar and familiar figures. I was getting my fair share of stares, but nobody seemed keen on approaching me. I was a little surprised by this development, but I wasn't one to complain. I liked it like this. No, but seriously, where is Leon? I needed to address this situation with him. Julian's father's appearance was not completely unexpected, but it wasn't something that we had prepared for. Mainly because Leon said that Julian's father wasn't someone who liked these types of social gatherings. I think I see something. In the far-off distance, I caught sight of a familiar silhouette. My shoulders relaxed momentarily, but my steps soon paused as my brows furrowed. The hell? Leon's situation. It was a little hard to describe. Unlike me, he appeared to be surrounded by multiple nobles. They were all holding fine glass cups filled with wine as they chatted merrily with him. Leon smiled back at them, seemingly happy with the situation. I was stunned. Did the results get leaked or something? Why else would they be hounding him like this? With a frown, I approached them. However, a few steps into the way, I stopped once again. How about you join us? We will offer 3 times what you're receiving at the Ivinus household. Your position will also be higher. Forget about their offer. I'm willing to adopt you and make you my adopted son. You'll become a noble and you can forgo your title as a knight. They'll pay you and make you my adopted son. Join my household. We're the highest ranked household here. We can provide the necessary resources to grow you further. The only reason the match was close was because you didn't get enough resources. Your talent is clearly superior to Julian's. I felt my mouth twitch at some of the words that were being said. Wait until they learn that I've basically caught up to him in less than a year. I wonder what type of faces they'd make then? No, but that was beside the point. These guys, they're poaching Leon. No wonder nobody approached me. It was because I already belonged to a household and was the direct heir. Furthermore, since my father was here, it wasn't necessary to talk to me directly. Yeah, now that I look at Leon, his smile seems a little bit forced. I previously thought he was having a fun time, but it appeared to be the opposite. He was quite uncomfortable with the situation. And as if sensing my presence, Leon's head flicked in my direction. Our eyes met and my heart sank after one look. No, don't. Leon's smile turned natural as he suddenly pointed in my direction. It would be rude of me to make a decision without the permission of my employer. How about this? If you manage to convince him, then I would be more than willing to follow you. Bastard. The moment his words fell, over a dozen pairs of eyes locked onto me like hungry wolves. They didn't waste a second and rushed to me. State your price? How much are you willing to accept for him? Don't be shy. I'm willing to pay a good price for him. Property? Money? I can give you anything. State your price. I can guarantee you with my name that I will uphold my end of the bargain. With an empty laugh, it was now my turn to force a smile. But that smile froze the moment I turned my head to see Leon pointing at me while smacking his thigh. This guy, he was fucking laughing. Clench. I tore my gaze away from him and focused it back on the hounds that were aggressively pushing each other in order to make their offers heard. Hume. I coughed once to get their attention. The surroundings turned quiet as everyone's attention was on me. I internally sighed, thinking of how annoying the aftermath of my rejection would be. But I had no choice. Leon was important to me. Not only because he was the only one who knew my secret, but because he wasn't intolerable to be with. Sometimes he was like with what he did now, but it wasn't as though I was guilt-free. He was my knight, and no price tag would ever get me to sell him. I apologize in advance, but Leon is N. 20 million. I offer 20 million for him. 11. My mouth suddenly grew dry. 20 million. Did he just say 20 million? 25 million. Not only that, but I will also offer a property worth several million as, 25 million and a property? All of a sudden, it felt as though all water had been stripped from my mouth. My mouth was strangely dry. It was as though I had just eaten sand. Was Leon really worth this much? 30 million. I really did need water. 35 million. I brought my hand to my chest and silently gripped it. Biting my lips, I raised my head and locked eyes with Leon, who was no longer laughing at me. In fact, he looked really worried, as his eyes trembled. You, don't tell me that you're actually considering this? 40 million. I licked my lips. This 40 million. Don't you fucking dare. But I will drag you down with me. I bit my lips hard, almost to the point of bleeding. Is there something wrong? Perhaps sensing my struggle, the hawks looked at me with worried looks. I wasn't sure what face I was making, but surely it wasn't anything good as I lowered my head and excused myself. Let's talk about this later. The ceremony is starting. Ooh, okay. Please let us know later. Why, yes. Clench. Picking up a glass of water from one of the walking waiters, I looked down to stare at my reflection. As expected, my face was anything but pretty. My eyes were bloodshot and blood trickled down the side of my chin. It was no wonder they didn't stop me from leaving. I looked terrifying. Were you really planning on selling me? Leon's voice reached me soon after. He took a quick glance at the cup in my hand before looking at me. Finally, your outward look reflects your black heart. 40 million. I just lost 40 million. I gulped the drink down and handed the empty cup to one of the waiters before holding my head with both hands. What a waste. Leon stood in silence, his face twitching. You actually were considering it, weren't you? I flicked my head to look at Leon. Though it didn't happen, I imagined notifications flashing before my eyes. Do you know how much I can do with that money? So you were. At the same time, Aoife stared at the letter in her hand. It was simple in design, yet the golden borders and red wax seal bearing the Megrail family crest gave it an air of importance. And that was because it was important. Within the letter was the result of the finals. She, just like the others outside, wasn't aware of the result and was extremely curious. I can't see it. Holding the letter against the light of the chandelier, she tried to peek through it to see a name, but it was useless. She couldn't see a thing. Her curiosity was getting the best of her. Ah, damn it. Aoife eventually set the letter on the table. All she could do was wait. Thankfully, the wait wouldn't be for long. She just needed to wait for her brother to pick her. Lifting her head, she stared at the mirror that stood before her. She glanced at her hair, neatly woven into a single long braid that draped over her right shoulder, which was left bare by the elegant red dress she wore. The dress perfectly complemented and highlighted the rich hue of her natural red hair. You look stunning. Turning her head, she saw her brother staring at her with a smile. His face was pale, but that didn't mask his elegant demeanor and handsome features that were further highlighted by the white suit that her wore. He extended his hand in her direction. Should we go? Everyone is waiting for the results. Father won't be here, but I'm sure he's watching from somewhere. Aoife finally stood up from her seat and took the letter with her. Linking her arm with her brother's, the two walked out of the room and made their way toward the elevated platform that overlooked the main hall. A long flight of stairs met their sight as they walked toward the platform. It suddenly grew quiet as all eyes fell on them. Gale smiled at their sight, his eyes scanning the room as he spotted several familiar figures. I'm glad to see a lot of familiar faces. It looked like everyone showed up for today's closing ceremonies. Carl and Johanna were also invited to the event as several recording devices were scattered throughout, recording the prince and Aoife who entertained their guests with their closing speech. He tried his best to make the speech not boring, but at the end of the day it was still boring. No one was really here to listen to him. Everyone's purpose was something else. Come on, tell us the results already. Stop dragging this out. Be it those outside of the event and within the event, all everyone thought about was one thing. The final victor of the fight. Who won? Was it Leon? Or was it Julian? The fights were some of the most intense and shocking that I've seen in a very long time. Once did participate and can tell just how much of a struggle they are. Trust me, Gale also knew what everyone wanted. He knew, and yet, he could only finish reading his entire speech. This was compulsory. Thankfully, by cutting some corners, he was able to finish the speech faster than anticipated, leaving the stage for Aoife, who took a step forward and held the letter before her. 11. It suddenly turned extremely quiet as she stood at the front. Heavy tensions fell in the hall as Aoife held the letter in her hand. Under everyone's watchful eyes, she slowly unsealed the wax and took out the paper within. They all tried to see through what it said, but the paper was too thick for them to see through. In the end, all they could do was stare at Aoife, who read the result in front of her. Her face changed subtly as she looked at the name written on the paper, her head shaking lightly. The winner is, turning the paper around, she announced, Julian Dacre Ivinus. Chapter 371. End of the summit. 4. Though quiet, Aoife's voice resounded deeply throughout the hall as all eyes fell on me. I stood by the front of the hall, alongside Leon, as his expression didn't show any changes. That said, I knew he was pissed. He's so mad. The thought made me happy. Aoife wasn't done yet. Opening the letter, she took out another piece of paper that was wedged into the letter. For those that have objections, hey, race an official statement by the referee. She went on to read, though both Leon and Julian's power was extraordinary, and I felt the need to intervene given the strength and nature of the contestants, it was Leon who ended up injuring me, leaving a long slash across my arm. What doesn't that mean? There was confusion in the hall as Aoife read the letter. However, the confusion was merely momentary as Aoife continued. The injury occurred because I had no choice but to focus all my attention on Julian's attack, which I judged to be the greater threat. As a result, I couldn't fully defend against Leon's strike, which ended up injuring me. The eyes of almost every person in the room fell on me as Aoife spoke. I kept my emotions in check, maintaining a steady composure without revealing any outward signs of change. However, I would also like to mention that had the two attacks been left alone, the two sides would have been both gravely injured. Aoife's voice continued to carry throughout the hall as she finished reading the entire letter. In such a scenario, it would be safe to say that the match would end up in a draw. Though the extent of the injuries the two would sustain is hard to predict, it's not the good kind. I chose to interfere because of this, and I based the winner on whose attack was strong. However, Aoife paused, her expression changing slightly. If my decision was solely based on what the final results would be, then I would deem the fight to be a draw. Unfortunately, such scenario never occurred as I had to step in. In such case, Julian can be the only winner. The letter ended there as Aoife raised her head away from it and looked toward my direction. Her expression was a little complicated, but seeing her blink slowly, I knew she was congratulating me in her own way. I nodded faintly at her. Clap. A sudden clap resounded across the entire hall. It was unknown who started it, but soon enough, another clap echoed. Another clap then followed it, and soon enough, the entire hall erupted into a loud applause. Clap, clap, clap. Well done. Congratulations. It was a good fight. The claps weren't meant just for me. It was meant for Leon and everyone else who participated in the tournament. Basking the warm and numerous applause of the nobles and participants, I could only calmly accept them as Gale raised his hand to silence the crowd. Good. It was only when the hall turned quiet again that Gale appeared satisfied. Now then, Gale clapped his hands. Should we talk about the rewards? The hall immediately became silent once again. If there was one other part that everyone was interested in, it was the rewards announcements. Everyone was curious as to what the top places would receive. I was too as my back straightened. We will give you two options. Gale said slowly, alternating his gaze between Leon and me. We will first list out the series of rewards that we deem fit for you. If you are unsatisfied with the rewards, then you may negotiate with us later. Is that okay? I nodded quietly, showing my approval. In all honesty, I didn't know what to expect from the rewards. At least, I was certain it wasn't going to get a bone. Pebble's bone was an advanced payment for the summit. There's a chance that my rewards will be a little less than expected. In that case, I needed to think about my own rewards and what to request. We will first start with Julian's rewards. Gale spoke, his tone lowering a little as he stared at me. I will save all the congratulations later. For now, here's a list of rewards that you will receive. With a nudge of his finger, a man rushed to the stage with a metal plate. On the plate were two scrolls. Gale received one and unfurled it. Julian Dacre Ivinus of the Ivinus household. The rewards that you will receive are what the Megrail house deems fit for you based on your observed abilities. I will now state the first reward. With a pause, Gale said, 2 months in the curse chamber. 11. All noise immediately ceased from the hall as the first reward was revealed. I held my breath upon hearing the first reward, and my heart sped up. The curse chamber was one of the things that I had considered requesting when considering the rewards. It was essentially a room filled with the curse element. It was similar to the area near Elner, but unlike there, this was man-made with several curse users, inscribing runes that would inject the curse element in the air. I would without a doubt see a massive increase in my abilities were I to practice there. Yeah, this is perfect. Especially since I've received 2 spells from Atlas. I could barely keep my composure. But to make matters even worse, or in this case better, for me, the reward list wasn't over yet. Next up, you will receive a high-ranking manual. Considering that your current manual is of low grade, we will personally provide you with a better one to further improve your abilities. Once again, I was left with no words. They were being really generous. Thirdly, you will be given monetary compensation. I almost lost interest at this point since I didn't think they'd give me much, but I was quickly proven wrong. 50 million rend. I almost felt my heart leap out of my chest as my face almost melted on the spot. 50 million? And lastly, for your final reward, you will be given exclusive rights to be the first one to bid for the unlicensed mirror crack that has been recently found. You will be the first one to be allowed to negotiate with us on the terms, with the negotiations starting in 3 years' time. I almost wanted to scream on the spot. It was exactly what I was intending to ask for. I had previously asked Atlas and Delia but was firmly rejected. Who would have thought that they'd remember? Although I wasn't guaranteed it, the chance to be the first one to make an offer was huge. If the price was just right, then I could have the entire crack for myself. Then, I stopped my thoughts and took a deep breath. Good. This is really good. Are you satisfied with your rewards? Gale's voice shook me out of my thoughts, and when I raised my head, he looked at me with a thin smile on his face. I stared back into his eyes for a moment before nodding. I am satisfied. How could I not be? Then I take it that you won't be negotiating with us for other rewards? I will not. I pretty much had everything that I wanted. Well, not everything, but I knew that what I wanted wasn't something I could just ask them. Regardless of how nice they were being to me, I knew that they were not as they seemed on the surface. Good. Gale seemed satisfied as he turned his attention toward Leon. Leon Ellert of the Ivinus household. It is now your turn to receive your rewards. Gale leaned forward to pick up the remaining scroll. Since the verdict is out, you have placed second place in the summit. Your rewards may not be as plentiful as Julian's, but I can assure you that you won't be disappointed. Gale went on to list Leon's rewards. In short, they were a new sword, a manual, money, and the right to train with the Royal Army for several months. It was a good series of rewards. Enough to make me feel like the difference between the two of us wasn't that big. No, maybe it wasn't. I guess they just want to show off in front of the whole world that this was how they rewarded those that won. I couldn't really complain since I benefited a lot from this. Now that I've announced the reward for the top two contenders, it's about time that I announce the remaining results. Gale proceeded to announce the third, fourth, and fifth place contestants, his voice steady as they revealed their rankings. They were as follows: Aoife third, Caius fourth, Kalian fifth. Having qualified for the semifinals, Caius was guaranteed a top 4 spot. He was initially supposed to fight for the third spot with Aoife, but his injuries ended up being too much for him, forcing him to forfeit the match. In the end, it was Aoife who ended up ranking third. Kalian was able to make quick work of the remaining competition and reach the 5th spot. Their rewards were also announced. They weren't as good as the ones that belonged to me and Leon, but they were still rather good. Enough to make anyone jealous. Well, not me for sure. I was really happy with what I received. Leon also appeared satisfied as he turned his head to meet my gaze, giving me a faint nod. I nodded back at him. Guess what? What? I beat you. Leon's face stiffened as I looked away from him. He proceeded to clench his fist tightly, but that only served to further fuel my ego, which was now at an all-time high. Fuck. I could even see my nose growing from how high my ego was. That will mark the end of the closing ceremony. It was a pleasure having all of you here, and I hope to see you again next time in the following summit. Thank you all for coming. Eventually, Gale concluded the summit, and the room erupted in applause. Seizing the moment, I quietly slipped away and made my way back to my room. I had the nagging feeling that I'd have a hard time leaving if I didn't sneak out. The eyes of the nobles present were anything but pleasant. Slipping out of the hall and breathing the fresh air that lingered in the sky, I took a deep breath, my eyes lingering over the moon. It's good to be back in the normal world. The mirror dimension, it was a little bit too stuffy. Staying for a while was fine, but for long periods of time, felt extremely suffocating. I should get some sleep. I need to think of. Ding. A sudden chime rang in my mind. Shortly after, a notification flashed before my vision. Angel of Sorrow. You were able to overcome the event. Chapter 372. End of the summit. 5. Angel of Sorrow. You were able to overcome the event. The all too familiar notification finally flashed before my very eyes. I was stunned by the sight of it, momentarily freezing on the spot as I stared blankly at it for a few seconds. Then, finally collecting myself, I hastily looked around me before rushing back toward my apartment, where I locked the door behind me. Clank. It was only when I was sure that I was alone that I sighed in relief and checked the remaining notifications. Main quest activated. Angel of Sorrow. Character progression plus 377%. Game progression plus 14%. Failure. Calamity 1 plus 22%. Calamity 2 plus 16%. Calamity 3 plus 15%. As expected, the awaited quest completion notification appeared right after. So in the end, the quest was completed right after the entire tournament was over. It wasn't just about defeating the Angel of Sorrow. Game progression EXP plus 14%. Game progression 0%, 56%, 100%. The game bar increased shortly after. It had now surpassed the halfway mark, meaning that I was now halfway through the game. I'm still not sure about what will happen once it reaches 1 HUK. I was suddenly overcome with a strange sensation. Hurriedly reaching out for my head started to throb immensely. I wasn't sure about what was happening, but it felt as though someone was pounding my head with a sledgehammer. This had never happened before, and so I was a little thrown off. What the hell? I staggered across the room, just barely keeping myself from falling thanks to the bed that stood by the side. Feeling the soft mattress, I breathed heavily. My mind was in a mess and I couldn't understand what was happening. It wasn't the pain that was bothering me. In terms of pain, this wasn't anything I wasn't used to. In fact, it could be said that it was rather mild. The problem was the fact that I couldn't breathe or see properly. Every movement I made felt delayed, leaving faint afterimages with every action, as if time itself had slowed. The sounds around me became eerily still, a faint ringing filling the silence. I blinked my eyes slowly as my brain stopped functioning properly, and the moment I opened my eyes again, a pair of legs appeared before me. Tack. They stopped right before me. I was confused, touching my face as I slowly raised my head to see who the legs belonged to. Delilah, perhaps? Yes, if she was watching then she might see my distress and help me. I held onto that hope while raising my head. But I felt the air get stripped away from me as an all-too-familiar face appeared before me. It wasn't Leon. It wasn't Delilah. It wasn't Atlas. It wasn't anyone but myself. As if gazing into a mirror, I found myself staring at my own reflection, looking back at me with a cold expression. No, not cold. It felt more like one filled with an endless amount of emptiness and rage. Right, rage. Why was I? You took it from me. My reflection spoke. Its eyes turned hazy as his hand reached forward to grab my collar. I stared into his hazel eyes without doing much. I thought it was merely an illusion, a hallucination of sorts. But, grip. Such thoughts left my body the moment his hands came gripping against my clothes, pulling me closer to him. That's when I finally snapped out of my haze and my mind cleared a bit. What in the? Give it back to me. He mumbled coldly, my spine tingling as I kept my face straight. You took what didn't belong to you. You know well that this isn't yours. Give it back to me. I could hardly muster a word, staring back at Julian whose face started to twist. My lack of response seemed to have triggered him. Give it back to me. He shouted at the top of his lungs, his voice booming through the room as his eyes flushed a deep, angry red. Grip. His grip tightened. You took what is mine. Do you think I'd just watch as you take everything that was supposed to belong to me? Do you? He brought his face closer to me, his face twisting further. Despite everything, I kept my face from changing. I knew this was real, that this was no illusion. The one standing before me was none other than the previous Julian. The one Leon knew, and the one I had been trying to replicate for so long. Why now? Of all times, why did he suddenly show up now? Wasn't he dead? Why was he? I had a lot of questions in my mind at that moment, but I kept them to myself and silently locked my emotions. Say something? His grip over my clothes tightened once more. My mouth was dry, but with my emotions sealed, I could finally find my voice again. What do you want me to say? His expression twisted further, but before he could say anything else, I cut him off and brought my hands up to grip his arms, which were clenching my clothes. I'm sorry? Is that what you wanted to hear? Julian looked a little taken aback. He probably didn't expect me to say something like that. And he was right. I wasn't sorry. Nor would I ever be. I'm not giving you the body back. Julian's expression changed, but I didn't care. It's now mine. I need it to achieve my goal. But I do feel sorry for you. Not because you're a bad person or anything like that, but because I lowered my head. I was the one who took your body of all people. What does that? It means that I'm not giving it back. I gripped his wrists tightly, narrowing my eyes to stare back into his eyes. Your body is a means for me to achieve my goal. A tool of sorts. Since I need it, I want. Discard it. No, I've grown used to this body. You died, and now you're nothing but a ghost, clinging to what you've already lost. I'm sorry. I pulled his hands away from my collar. He could hardly put up a resistance. There was a clear difference in our strengths. But it's now mine. Julian's face twisted upon hearing my words. But it was only for a brief moment before his expression eased. His eyes regained some sort of clarity as he shook his head. You fucker. You have no idea, do you? He almost seemed to be gloating as he said this. I frowned. An idea of what? You don't. A smile suddenly appeared on Julian's face. Your body. His body suddenly started to grow faint as his smile grew wider. You're slowly starting to lose control of it. The more you progress, the more your control ceases while mine increases. You think I'm a ghost? He laughed, his expression turning rather repulsive. I'm far from dead. I'm still present. He snatched his hand away from me, pointing his finger directly at my chest. Lingering within your body, I'm still here, patiently biding my time until I reclaim what is rightfully mine. And when that time comes, they'll take back everything you stole from me. More. Julian laughed, his figure growing even hazier. Keep doing whatever you're doing. Whatever it is, it's helping me. I want you to keep that in mind. With the same repulsive smile, his figure slowly faded away from my view. Even as he left, I remained standing where I was, unable to utter a single word. What in the... My heart was steady, but the locks in my mind weren't. They were rattling on the verge of shattering as I processed Julian's words. Blinking my eyes, a notification appeared before me. Game progression. 0%, 56%, 100%, 56%. My heart started to sink. It can't be, right? Julian's words kept repeating in my mind over and over again. Keep doing whatever you're doing. Whatever it is, it's helping me. I want you to keep that in mind. Could it be a tactic to mess with my mind? I wasn't sure, but it sure as hell was working on me. Letting out a long breath, I brushed the thoughts aside. The situation was extremely problematic and I wanted to find out answers, but there was something else that was taking my attention, and that was character progression EXP plus 377%. EXP 0%, 81%, 100%. The sudden increase in experience as a warm current flowed into my body, invading every inch of it as my mind started to clear up and my mana surged. I could feel my strength increase at a visible rate. I couldn't get used to the feeling. It was euphoric. Unfortunately, all good things came to an end. This too as the experience bar stopped, increasing after a certain point. Level 45, Tier 4 Magician, XP 0%, 88%, 100%. Halfway through Tier 4, I was only 5 levels away from finally reaching Tier 5 and fully unlocking my domain. I knew that my concept was still not fully completed and I'd need more time, but I knew that it wouldn't be long before I'd be able to fully complete it. By then, my strength would drastically increase. Couldn't wait for that. Active main quest. Prevent the calamities from awakening or dying. Aoife K. Megrail, Slumber. Progress 7% Kira Milne. Slumber. Progress 19% Evelyn J. Verlice. Slumber. Progress 9%. Black Circle Julian D. Iviness. The final notification appeared and I sighed in relief upon seeing that the calamity percentages were still low. For now, I was doing well in this department. But for how long could I keep this up for? Each quest was starting to become harder and harder for me to handle, and it became clear to me that outside factors came into play when it came to increasing the percentage. Failing a mission wasn't the only factor that could increase the percentage. The thought stressed me, but I could only bury the feeling down and plan for my next steps, which were vacation. Right? I need a vacation, or just some time that I could use to focus on my curse magic and just train in peace. I was both mentally and physically exhausted. Though I liked to push my body to its limit, I had now reached such limits. Any more and I was afraid of breaking. Closing my eyes and canceling the spell that suppressed my emotions, I leaned back against the bed and blankly stared at the ceiling. 2 months. That was how much time I had left for myself. I better make the most of it. Chapter 373. Iviness Household 1. The next day, the sun shone brightly over the city streets of Bremer, its warm light spilling over the buildings and residents. People emerged from their homes, soaking in the morning warmth as they prepared to start their workday. I was one such person as I came out of the inn I was staying in, prepared to head for the royal palace in order to retrieve my rewards. Felt like a good day. I was happy. Before anything happens, I should just enter the curse chamber so that nobody will find any trouble with me. The plan was simple. Enter the curse chamber and train until the start of the new year. It was supposed to be like that, with no problems, and yet, 11. A pair of gray eyes met mine the moment I stepped out of the inn. Holding onto a luggage, and with a carriage standing behind him, Leon looked at me without much of an expression. No, there was no need for an expression. I could tell exactly what he was thinking. I've come to pick you up. For? Leon raised his brow, turning his head to point at the insignia on the carriage before looking back at me. What do you think? I nodded faintly and walked down the small flight of stairs before reaching the carriage where I handed Leon my luggage. Here. Leon looked at my luggage before looking at me. This is? My luggage. No, I know. Take it. Aren't you supposed to be my knight? Yeah. Okay, good. I shoved the luggage into Leon's hands. He looked surprised by my compliance. I was too. Well, for only a brief moment because before I knew it, I ran. I ran as if my life depended on it. Leon's expression changed swiftly as I heard a soft thump behind me, most probably from my luggage being dropped by him. I wasn't too worried though. He was rich now. If he broke anything, he could just pay me back. And there was something more important at this very moment, such as running. I'm not going. I was going to enjoy my vacation regardless of whether they wanted it or not. Without hesitation, I turned through several streets as I rushed ahead without looking back. My current destination was the royal palace. So long as I could get there. Hey, watch out. What are you doing? Yuka. Along the way, there were the inevitable victims that fell due to my speed. I could only apologize to them in my heart before increasing my pace further. I couldn't afford to slow down in the slightest, especially since Leon was faster than me. He was a body user after all. Of course, that was unless I used my concept. Then it'd be an entirely different story. But surely he wouldn't us. Boom. As if a bomb had detonated, I heard a faint explosion coming from behind me. Turning my head, I felt my entire body tense as Leon shot in my direction like a rocket. For the briefest of moments, I could see his eyes, which were completely black with the faint white dots in the middle. My heart leaped out of my chest. This was overkill. Clench. I wasn't going to lose like this though. Clenching my teeth, a green orb appeared in my mind. It throbbed silently as I reached out for it, its outer layer coating my arm as my legs tensed, and my speed boosted. With the sudden increase in my mana and strength, I was no longer worried about overextending my body like before. It could be said that I had developed my concept a little prematurely. In that sense, it was no wonder why my body couldn't withstand it all that much. Though my body was still not fully able to withstand the power of each orb, it was faring a lot better than before as my speed boosted without much pain accompanying the speed boost. Whatever the case, I'm sure he won't be able to do a thing to me once I arrive at the royal castle. Yes, again. I needed to reach the royal palace. Swoosh. I wasn't very familiar with the streets of Bremer. They were rather wide, about wide enough for carriages to pass through. But there were also smaller streets which extended in all sorts of paths. I had a hard time navigating through the smaller streets, but thankfully, the royal palace stood out quite a lot. I more or less was able to see its tall dome-shaped roof of the palace as I headed straight for Cage. A light groan escaped my lips as I turned around to look at Leon. My heart fell the moment I saw that he was still behind my tail, his eyes turning blacker and blacker as we ran. He was slowly running out of stamina, but so was I. But I was close. I was so close to the royal palace, passing the last of the residential houses. From here, I could finally see the palace in all its glory, its majestic form rising above the city. Because no residential building was allowed to be built anywhere near close to the royal palace, my view instantly became clear as a large garden appeared before my sight. Several guards were patrolling the area as the gardeners flowered and trimmed the plants. I only paid them a cursory glance before rushing toward the main entrance. But just as I was about to rush once more, a certain voice echoed, "Stop right there." My steps came to a sudden pause. A girl with long white hair appeared not far from where I was. I was stunned by the sight of her. What in the... It was none other than Kira, who wore a white shirt that was neatly tucked into her brown pant. She looked a little different than usual, a bit more carefree, but that was beside the point. "What are you doing here?" "I need to talk to you." "Talk to me?" I cast a quick glance behind me, spotting the nearing Leon. I quickly swallowed my saliva before stepping to the right. "Can we do that later?" "I need to." "No, it's quite important." Kira blocked me, stepping to block my path. "No, it's important. You can't miss." Clench. I no longer bothered with Kira and tensed my legs, shooting away from her. I thought she'd get the message, but no. She didn't as she hurriedly tried to catch up to me. "Hey, wait. Later." I shouted, reaching out for the green orb again. I could see the entrance of the palace now. I was getting closer. I licked my lips and channeled whatever energy I had left in me to increase my speed. But, stop running. What are you doing? A lock of red hair appeared before me, blocking my sight. I almost shouted in despair but kept my composure in check as I looked behind me to see Kira and Leon rushing in my direction. That, Aoife, I'm in a bit of a situation. "Yeah, I can tell." "Then, like I said, you can't run here. I got several reports of you being here, so I had no choice but to come here to stop you. Had it been up to the guards, they would have thrown you out by now." Yes. I looked to my left and right before dashing to the right. There was still a small distance between us. Yes, I could make it. I looked up front. The entrance was now only a few meters ahead of me. Yes, as long as I managed to step in. Yuka. My joy was short-lived as I felt a powerful blow land against my back, knocking the breath out of me and causing me to fall over. Ach! I felt something soft press against my back as I fell. But as if that wasn't enough, a shadow cast above me shortly after. "Wait, Kira." Aoife's voice strangely echoed next to my ear. Before I could understand what was happening, I felt something heavy crash onto my back. Yuk. There were 3 sets of groans as I was pressed against the ground further. My mind blanked at the situation, and as I pressed my hand against the ground to help myself up, a shadow once again cast over me. Looking up, I saw Leon staring at me with his usually cold eyes. 11. 11. I smacked my lips before speaking. I have a small errand to run over here at the royal palace. If you would just give me a little bit of tea. No. Leon coldly cut me off. His gaze was like that of a hawk who had his prey trapped. Is this because I beat you? Leon's face froze for a second before the corner of his lip twitched. No. At least look at me in the eyes when you deny it like that. It's the Baron's orders. At that, I could only stay quiet. So it really came to this. Indeed, he had informed me about the situation beforehand back in the closing ceremony. I knew it was coming, but I didn't think he'd be so hellbent on making me go that he'd order Leon to make sure I went. I need a vacation. I've been asking for one for the past 10 years. And? Leon tilted his head. I never got one. Pursed my lips. It was both funny and sad. You're free to go. The Baron is the one who can make such decisions. We should protest together. You're free to do so. This guy, he wanted to be oppressed. In any case, turning my head, I looked at Kira and Aoife, who were both still on top of me. Can you two get off? Already on it. Kira muttered, helping herself up and patting her clothes. Aoife did the same as she glared at Kira. You did it on purpose, didn't you? What? Did what? Jumping on me with such force. Oh, maybe. So she did. I felt my head throb as I helped myself up as well. In the process, I patted my clothes clean. Scratching the side of my neck, I realized something. Wait a second. I alternated my gaze between Kira, Aoife, and Leon before finally settling it over to Leon. This can't be a coincidence, right? 11. Leon turned his head away. I turned to look at Aoife, who pursed her lips and scratched the side of her neck, turning her eyes away from me. Kira did so as well as she tried to whistle. Only that it sounded like she was strangling a bird. Stop. Make it stop. Aoife covered her ears in pain. Kira watched in amusement as she mumbled, now you know the pain I go through when I hear you sing. Aoife almost looked offended by that. But, yeah, she wasn't wrong. You too? Aoife seemed to have noticed my gaze as her eyes widened. I could only shake my head before locking eyes with Leon, who took out several notes and handed them to Kira and Aoife. Thank you. Thanks. Though I was already aware of this in advance. Seeing it in person left me utterly speechless. What sort of? It had to be done. Leon said, blocking my path alongside the other two. You bribed them? I was just about to think of a way to push my way through when I noticed a subtle change in Leon's expression. It was unlike anything that I had ever seen before, halting me on the spot. Come, his expression said, this is for you. I froze then, my mind emptying as I saw Leon look at me with an expression I had a hard time describing. He contained a rare seriousness that made it difficult for me to reject. In the end, locking eyes with him for a few more seconds, I sighed. Che. Fine. I rubbed my hair. He'll come. Chapter 374. Ivina's Household. 2. To be clear, I am not happy with this arrangement. Getting on the carriage, I made sure to express my disappointment and outrage toward the situation as Leon sat beside me. His expression a lot more relaxed than it had been a few moments ago. That's fine, he said, crossing his arms and leaning his head against the wooden back of the carriage. You'll understand once we get there. It'll be something that you'll thank me for later. At that, I didn't say anything. He was probably right. No, he was right. It was just that I was exhausted. I wanted to spend the following 2 months just focusing on myself. As Atlas said, I had been neglecting my curse magic a lot. I couldn't afford to waste time not improving it. Although I had won the tournament and was the best, the enemies that I had to deal with were a lot more powerful than the opponents that I faced. I was still nothing but a weak ant in their eyes. In fact, in the grand scheme of things, I was probably not even in their radar, which was good for me. Yeah, I guess this is a good thing. I still have time. For now, I could use this opportunity to find out more about the previous Julian. What sort of person was he, and to find a way to get rid of him. He was still alive, living within my body. I needed to get rid of him. Well, be there for a couple of days at most. You can get your vacation afterward. Chim. I guess that made sense. We're not going to be fighting either. It may be a little stressful, but you should be a lot more relaxed than the tournament. He was right as well in that regard. Well, thinking about it, I guess things aren't as bad as I think they are. A little bit of an inconvenience, but nothing that would mentally break me. Or so I hoped. Oh right. As if recalling something, Leon turned his head to look at me. Regarding the curse chamber. You don't have to go to the royal family specifically to go. What is he on about? You can just ask them to set one up wherever you want. If you wanted to, you could have them build it at the family estate. Either way, by the time 2 months pass, the runes will have run out. It won't make much of a difference and can save you time. You can do that? Yes. Leon nodded faintly. I won't be able to since the royal guards are here, but yours is a lot easier to set up since all. It requires our curse users to inscribe certain runes that slowly release elemental curse mana in the air for you to absorb. Yeah, he had a point. This is actually good. Thinking about it, this was actually what I was looking for. In case I didn't want to deal with the problems within the household, I could just hide in the chamber. I had to have this built. I was just about to voice this out to Leon, but he cut me off. I've already messaged them. They're already setting up the chamber. Dumbfounded. I blinked my eyes repeatedly in order to make sure I had heard correctly. Then, seeing how his expression remained nonchalant, my jaw dropped. You knew in advance I was going to agree? Yes. Leon replied, briefly opening his eyes to glance at me as the corner of his lips pulled up. "I'm your knight." At the same time, how much did he pay you? Not that much honestly. Aoife pocketed the cash that Leon had handed to her. It was about 10,000 rend, which could be considered a meager amount for someone like her. She did help, however, because she thought the idea of stopping Julian entertaining. Kira was probably the same. Oh, 10,000? Kira's expression turned strange. Aoife's brows furrowed as she sensed something amiss from her gaze. What? Kira innocently blinked her eyes. But the more she acted like that, the more Aoife felt that the situation wasn't wrong. You're hiding something from me. I'm not. Kira kept her face straight, but Aoife didn't buy it. In the end, her eyes fell towards Kira's pocket. How much did he pay you? Kira blinked her eyes, looking surprised. 10,000. The same as you. So he paid you more. It finally dawned on Aoife why Kira was acting the way that she was. Kira's expression twitched when Aoife correctly guessed the situation. This bitch, could she read minds? No, I can't read your mind. I can just tell it from your face. Kira blinked her eyes and then looked at Aoife, who looked back at her. Suddenly they both frowned as they realized they were acting like a certain duo. Yuka. Their expressions twisted as they both started to gag. Fuck. Yuk. Aoife bit her lips as her expression crumbled. This lasted for several seconds before she took a deep breath and asked, how much? 50. He did initially offer 10, but I bargained my way up. Yeah, it makes sense. Aoife was more interested in the entertainment part than the money part. She was a princess, after all. The loss didn't really trouble her too much. Furthermore, she had other reasons to stop Julian from going to the royal palace. Alright, just thinking about it gave Aoife a headache. I have to go back. Is there something important going on inside? More than important, it was troublesome. Within the palace were the delegates of the other empires. While she didn't know exactly what was going on, the situation seemed extremely important, especially with how somber the atmosphere appeared. You can say so. Aoife didn't elaborate further, nor was Kira interested in what she had to say. I see. Then I'll take my leave. Fiddling with her pockets, Kira scratched the back of her head before leaving. Just as she was about to leave, Aoife's voice echoed. Are you going to train? Did you have a breakthrough? No. Kira shook her head. That was the problem. She didn't have a breakthrough. She planned on using the 2 months she had at her disposal to have such a breakthrough. Witnessing all of the matches in the summit, Kira understood that she was lagging compared to the others. She needed to develop a concept. Only then would she have a chance at catching up to the others. But more than anything, she needed to grow stronger because a certain person was alive. She needed to die. With such thoughts, Kira left the royal garden. Aoife watched her departing back with a lost look before shaking her head. Whatever, it is none of my business. She had more important matters to attend to. The Ivinus barony was modest in size, overseeing 2 territories. Their most important and prized territory was Westernbourne. It was where the Ivinus estate was located and where a majority of their yearly income came from. A gold mine lay beneath their territory, supplying them with a significant amount of resources that fueled their rapid growth. Though they remained a barony in the title, their power and influence rivaled that of mid-ranked noble houses. I was given a brief rundown of the situation by Leon as we headed for the estate. It took a total of 2 days to arrive in the territory, and the moment we crossed the borders of Westernbourne, it was as though we had entered an entirely different place than Bremer. The roads weren't as developed, but they were all well-maintained, and everyone parted way for us as we crossed the numerous towns and cities that lead to the estate. We're about to enter Valemont. Leon spoke, leaning out of the carriage and narrowing his eyes to look into the distance. There, the faint outline of a city appeared. The estate is only an hour away from the city. We should be arriving soon. Oh, well, that was good news. I was getting tired of waiting all day in the carriage. All right. As if recalling something, Leon came back into the carriage and looked at me with a weird look. His expression was strange, and just as I was wondering what he was about to say, he spoke before I could ask. Whatever you do, don't show your face. What? I blinked my eyes, unable to understand as Leon closed the curtains to stop anyone from seeing the insides of the carriage. I was confused at first, but noticing the strange silence that took over the surroundings, I came to a sudden realization. I'm not popular, am I? Nope. Leon answered flatly. Your father is, but you're not. If the citizens end up seeing you, I'm afraid that… Leon suddenly paused. As if realizing something, he reached out for the curtains and tried to pull them apart, but I stopped him. Don't you dare. TSK. Did you just click your tongue? You're imagining things. Scooch over. I'm taking over this side. Though I said that, I practically shoved Leon to the side and hogged the window seat. Whatever the situation was, I wasn't going to let him open the curtains. It was clearly not a good idea. Thankfully, everything passed without a hitch. Hogging the window, nobody stopped the carriage, and within an hour we were finally able to reach the estate. We're here. After listening to the coachman's words, I finally let out a relieved sigh. I opened the door, allowing the warmth to seep into the carriage. Stretching my body, I finally stepped out of the carriage where a large estate appeared. Enclosed by tall iron fences, the estate loomed grandly, with a large fountain at its entrance, the water gently splashing below. A sprawling, meticulously maintained garden stretched out beside it, adding to the estate's grandeur. Although it wasn't anything like the royal palace, it was still rather impressive. A lot better than I expected. I could see several people standing by the entrance of the estate. In particular, another large carriage stood out to me as I narrowed my eyes to get a better look. I can see Julian's father. He seems to be talking to someone. I couldn't quite see who they were standing behind the carriage, but it didn't take long for me to finally see who it was as my steps paused. The hell? I turned to look at Leon, who handed the servants our luggage. You knew? Yes. Leon nodded, issuing some orders to the servants who had come directly to greet us. She told me before coming. She was invited directly by your father. And only now you were planning on telling me? I pursed my lips while shifting my attention back toward the entrance where a girl with long, purple hair appeared. As if noticing our presence, she turned her head and our eyes locked. Evelyn nodded her head at us. Chapter 375. Ivinus Household. 3. You're finally here. Greeting me at the entrance of the estate was Julian's father. He wore the same formal outfit from the closing ceremony a few days ago, carrying an aura of calm. We expected you two to arrive earlier, but this is fine too. He turned around to glance at the numerous servants that lined up behind him. I glanced at them, but none of them glanced at me. It was as if they were trying to avoid my gaze. They probably are. Leon had warned me in advance that my reputation within the household wasn't very good. It's a good thing I saw this coming. From the moment he closed the curtains when we passed by the city, I knew. Linus is currently not here. He's currently training somewhere else in preparation for the entrance examination for Haven. Linus was Julian's younger brother. At least this was what I remembered Leon telling me. So he's planning on entering Haven? The news didn't really affect me all that much. It was a little troublesome at best since I'd have to interact with him at the academy. Make yourselves comfortable. We have several important things to discuss in the next few days. Such were the last words Julian's father said before leaving with a few servants. From the start, he had only spared me a single glance. He was mainly addressing Evelyn the entire time. A strange silence ensued after his departure. We stood awkwardly for a few seconds before I finally opened my mouth. What are you doing here? I want to know that myself. Evelyn replied with a bitter smile. I was invited out of nowhere, and I couldn't disagree since my father ordered me to attend. Wait, could it be? My brows jumped up as I came to a sudden hypothesis. Can't be that. Don't say it. Evelyn stopped me before I could finish my words. She appeared to have her own guesses, but seeing the frustrated look on her face, I knew that she wasn't all too pleased with the situation. I couldn't blame her as my heart sank. A marriage alliance. Though it was just a guess, it was the most probable guess. Evelyn's family was quite powerful, and considering the history between the two households and how they had once been close to arranging a marriage between Julian and her, it wouldn't be surprising if they tried it again after my recent achievements at the summit. This was an annoying development that I had to put a stop to as quickly as possible. Thankfully, things hadn't appeared to progress to an advanced stage. It was merely just in the beginning stages, and so it could be quickly stopped. Young master, A soft voice echoed before me. Lifting my head, a young girl with soft brown hair, glasses, and an overall shy disposition greeted me. She didn't dare meet my line of sight as she wore clothes that the other servants wore. I looked at Leon. Who is she? Your personal servant. I faintly nodded at her as she shuddered slightly. My face twitched at the sight. It really looked like she was scared of me. What in the world did Julian do to her? I'll escort you to your room, if you would follow me. Her voice was hard to hear as she spoke in a soft whisper. I had to strain my ears carefully in order to hear her properly. Still, I didn't give her a hard time. I just nodded my head indifferently at her, which seemed to relieve her as she turned around and headed toward the insides of the estate. I glanced at Leon and Evelyn for a brief moment before leaving. Leon and Evelyn stood in silence, watching as Julian silently entered the estate. They both could feel the tension that lingered around them as everyone around Julian stood on edge. His entire presence felt suffocating. It was only when he disappeared from view that the atmosphere eased. A few of the servants wore pale faces while others wiped their foreheads as they sighed in relief. Evelyn stared at the sight before turning to look at Leon. He really is disliked by everyone here. You weren't that different from them not so long ago. I guess it was true. She used to be the same. And she couldn't blame herself. Julian, the real one, was a lot different than the current Julian. He was someone who would hurl abuses for the smallest of things. Whether it was because he didn't like the weather or because someone locked eyes with him, he would always find faults with people. He was a tyrant, right? Evelyn's eyes remained fixed on Leon, who avoided her gaze. It was as though he already knew what he was going to say to her. But she wasn't going to let it slide. Not this time. She wasn't going to let herself be played by the two of them. And for that reason, she grabbed his arm and dragged him with her toward a more isolated area of the household. Having been in the household since young, she knew the place like the back of her hand, and they soon arrived inside of a familiar room. It was small, containing only one bed and a wooden wardrobe. But this was a place the two were all too familiar with. It was Leon's childhood room. Bang. Evelyn smacked the door behind them as she finally let go of Leon. Tell me the truth. Her voice was low, her eyes narrowing at the same time. He's not the real Julian, right? You said it before. Treat as though the Julian I knew is dead. I didn't understand your words back then, but now I know. He's that Julian. That? You know what I'm talking about. Evelyn's eyes narrowed further. You would have killed him straight away if not for that fact. Leon bit his lips and remained silent. He neither confirmed nor denied her words. But the silence was enough of a confirmation to Evelyn as she sighed before heading for the bed and sitting down. Her tone grew a little softer. Since when? Has he shown signs of coming back to his old self like before? Has he? Evelyn bit her lips. Has he really changed? 11. Leon still remained silent. He didn't really know what to say. Has he really changed? The answer was obvious. She knew the answer herself. It was just that she probably couldn't fully trust what she saw. Especially since Julian had changed so many times in the past. Perhaps the first time it was understandable, but the second, third, fourth, and fifth times? It would make anyone question whether it was a temporary thing or a real change. Leon also struggled to come to terms with the situation at first, but after observing Julian for as long as he did, he was confident. The old Julian was nowhere near in sight. He had changed. And he wasn't leaving. Can you answer me? Finally shifting his attention toward Evelyn and seeing her expression, Leon closed his eyes. For a brief moment. Then, after a long pause, he nodded. Yes. He answered. He's changed. We're here. The large wooden door swung open, revealing a finely decorated room. A grand bed stood at the center, framed by expansive windows that let soft light stream in. The curtains fluttered gently as a breeze flowed through, and to the side, a sturdy wooden table sat beside a tall bookshelf that appeared to be filled with books. So this is Julian's bedroom, I had to say. It was rather grand. While it wasn't as good as the room the Academy offered me, it was still a very good room. Enough to make me relaxed. If there's any problems, feel free to tell me. After a few more words, the servant immediately turned around and left. Hyuk. On her way out, she bumped her head against the side of the door, and I had to keep myself from bursting out into laughter as tears streamed down her face. Yuwa. She looked at me and then at the door before rushing out. Who? It took a good minute to calm my trembling shoulders as another servant came in shortly. After delivering my luggage. You can leave it here. Yes. The exchange was short as he dropped my stuff down and directly left. Clank. It was only then that the room fell silent as no one bothered me anymore. Ha! Dropping onto the bed, I raised my head to look at the ceiling. I was less exhausted than I had been after the tournament, but I was still quite tired, especially since the carriage ride had been quite long. I thought about going to sleep and was about to when my eyes fell on the bookshelf by the side of the wooden desk in front of the bed. A thought crossed me as I looked at the bookshelf. Just what sorts of books did Julian read? Could I perhaps be able to figure out more about his personality if I looked through them? Was just a thought, and looking outside the window and seeing that it was still sunny outside, I decided to have a look. I had some time to waste anyway. Let's see. The first book I picked up was about swordsmanship. Swordsmanship? I frowned but didn't think much of it until I took out the next book. Again swordsmanship. Pausing, I put the book to the side and took the next book. It was again swordsmanship. One after another, the books were all about swordsmanship. The more I looked through the list, the more I realized. Julian, he was obsessed with swordsmanship. Though I somewhat had seen a few hints of this in the past, I never really bothered to check up on them. There were a lot of things that were taking my full attention. By the time I pulled out the 20th book that was about swordsmanship, I had no choice but to pause. At this rate, all I was going to see were books of swordsmanship. Is this all there is? I looked through the hardcovers of the book in front of me before shaking my head. Well, I guess I did find something. The fact that the previous Julian was obsessed with being a swordsman. I was just about to put all the books back when I paused. Tucked in the far corner of the bookshelf was another book. It was red in color and felt a little different than the others. I recognized the book at a glance, or more than a book, it was more like a diary. Isn't this? There were certain diaries one could purchase that featured a special lock, which could only be opened using the owner's unique mana wavelength. Everyone possessed their own distinct mana signature, and if anyone with a different wavelength attempted to open the diary, it would instantly incinerate on the spot. I had seen many of them being sold in Bremer since diaries were quite popular among the noble households, and right at this very moment, I found one in this room. I think I just found Julian's diary. Ba, thump, feeling the steady beat of my own heart. I picked up the diary and stared at it for a moment, before taking a deep breath. Then I channeled my mana into it. I hoped this worked. I was nervous it wouldn't work, but as I channeled my mana into the diary, a soft glow emerged from the book. Moments later, a gentle click echoed in the air, signaling it had unlocked. I didn't waste a second and opened the diary. The moment I did, my eyes widened as my heart froze. What in the...